Well, hello. It is June the 3rd, 2023. I'm laughing because I had to double check that on the computer screen, which I suppose is appropriate because what JC and I are going to be talking about today, again, I had to double check it. Am I talking about today, yesterday, tomorrow, this evening, this morning, this afternoon, or when? Is because one of at least, the effects of this emerging uh, reliance on computers and artificial intelligence is that we are going to be doubting every aspect of what we think that we know. What we once knew and then became uncertain. Now we just think we might know. And I never, as I've said now maybe a couple of times, never thought that philosophy was useful at all. Never thought it was necessary. Thought that it was, I suppose, just not even necessarily a luxury, but just something that could be done when we were able to relax after we finished all the work, built all the houses we needed, learned all the things we needed to learn, provided all the energy. Didn't think we'd need philosophy, but now with the advent of not just computers and reliance on them for factual information, just like in 1984, when all the newspapers were rewritten all the time to fix all those errors in history when they didn't tie up with whatever the current narrative is. Well, now it's all going to be so much easier, and AI will just be able to gaslight us and tell us directly into our brains. Oh no, did you think it was that? Oh, that's just probably one of those terrible Mandela effects. No, it was always this other way, whatever, So anyway, there's JC, and he's joined us there. Thanks very much, JC. And I think there was a bit of a sort of computer issue with emails, whereby in a thread, it either got buried or just wasn't displayed to you. And so I then didn't check emails and had to send it at last minute, just to sort of say, oh, sorry, right here is the email. Because you were sort of very nicely saying, I'll need that link, by the way. I thought that you had already added.
I got the email, but the link was not there. It was just blank. So I don't know if there was some kind of clandestine stuff on Google's end, or if it was just a glitch or what. I don't put nothing past them.
There's something going on, I think. And you're making me laugh with Clandestine Operations. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy. His name is, well, he calls himself Asif anyway, and he's sort of madcap, but he was a sort of comedian who was doing these remote interviews over Skype or it doesn't matter, the other one anyway, video conferencing, and just acting all real weird, like just kind of showing how these people would tolerate anything. But anyway, I think he kind of plays up the fact that he might look Indian or whatever. But now he does those kind of police audits or police station or going down to the sheriff's office audits for like First Amendment audits, and just the way he does it is brilliant. And he kind of goes, I'm just doing a sweep for clandestine operations, just doing a clandestine operation sweep, a CO sweep. Have you ever seen him?
I haven't seen him, but I've seen many like him, if that's what he's up to. And that's dangerous work, going and poking those wild boars there, like it might get you gored. You just got to be careful.
Well, this guy now is different. The way most people are quite confrontational, or at least they're very serious about it. This guy is he's doing a sort of a social, what's it like? Not social engineering necessarily, but what do they call it? Something jacking, social jacking.
Social,
it's like a social experiment, and he or social media jacking. I don't know, but it's I'll have to get the link. I'll put it in the description as soon as I mention it. It's something like Asif anyway is his name, and he kind of puts on these personae. He never breaks character, and he pretends like that he's just like, there's some people who are just a little bit off kilter. And you can tell that there's something not quite in their head. He puts on the persona of that. So, but he never raises his voice. He never gets angry, never gets confrontational. He just kind of mutters to himself, just doing a CO sweep. That always begs the question, what's a CO sweep? Because people working in offices or sheriff places, they don't know if they didn't get the latest memo. right? And they think that
Yeah.
someone's coming and doing an audit, right? Which he pretends to do, and he's got a clipboard but with no paper on it. So when people discover these things, sometimes they get really nervous, and other times they kind of go, "This guy is a lulabelle," but they don't know how dangerous he might be, so they kind of try and placate him sometimes, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I can definitely understand that. I've come in contact with the mentally ill on many occasions when you're, and unsupervised mentally ill at that. Like it makes you slightly
Oh, exactly,
uncomfortable. But you don't know which way this guy's gonna go. You know.
exactly. But he does this persona of a released into the community type, but because everyone is now so tolerant and everybody's exactly the same, and there's no such thing as intelligence or not intelligence, and we're all just totally fungible and interchangeable, and we have to be tolerant of the people who are differently uh, abled mentally and physically and all this kind of thing. Like they don't want to make a social faux pas.
Oh,
So
for real.
it's
It's a
yeah,
good defense these days. Like you could wear that like a shield for sure. Like if you're disabled or slightly darker in tint or any of that kind of stuff. Yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, if you have to use it as a shield against the police, then you do what you have to do. They are some dirty bastards that will use any kind of underhanded tactic to lock you up. So use what you have to. Become a good actor. Go
well,
ahead.
that's it. And look, it was only off that. It was only from that key word, I suppose, that you sort of said like clandestine operations, because he kind of mutters to himself, "I was just checking to see if there's any clandestine operations near." And then when people get defensive, which they often do, when people bring in a video camera, he goes, "Oh, all right. So you're saying there is clandestine operations going on, occurring in here?" And then they get like paranoid in case they'll be reported for clandestine operations.
Yeah. Well, I
Like
mean,
what do like what don't they want people?
there's a lot of people that
Just
are
to do that,
doing
like
it these days where they just shove cameras in folks' faces, and I mean, it like it has a time and a place, I suppose. Like it is dangerous though, like no doubt.
oh yeah, for sure, for
Uh,
sure. It's just that he uses as his defense something that's totally different to everybody else. He doesn't sort of ream off all the statutes and the codes and all this kind of thing. He just never does anything threatening. He's always, as he says, he always gives out chill vibes and all this sort of stuff. Like so, it's like he's basically unique in this kind of genre of First Amendment auditing.
well, I'll have to check
I'm
them
trying to
out.
look up his name. Yeah, I'm
Uh,
trying to look up his name now, and I'll have to get it now, seeing as seeing as I've been mentioning it here anyway. Maybe it's Asif Ali or something like that. No, it's not Asif Ali. Look, I tell you what, that just came up with something else entirely. I'm so sorry about that. Like, it's real stupid to be mentioning something and just kind of go off on a tangent, just because you mentioned one word. But I'll put it into the description later anyway when I find out what his name is. Asif Khan, I think maybe maybe that's what it is. Um, and it was during the COVIDs. I better just say this, I suppose. During the COVIDs, um, yeah, he goes by the sort of pseudonym of Asif Khan, and his channel name is Two Apree. That's TOO and then space APREE. And so during the convids, he was doing these Zoom interviews where he was doing bizarre stuff like that. He'd be sort of like asking him, like, is it all right if I do some marijuana or do my medi, as he's calling it, if I do a medi sesh, how many medi sesh breaks do I get and all this sort of stuff. And he'd be doing interviews then sometimes when he'd be like literally sitting on the can, and then he'd kind of pan his camera out a bit so that gradually the interviewer would realize that here was this Lulabelle sitting on the on the John while doing an interview, and they didn't kind of know how to deal with these sort of situations. Just great way of social engineering and making people feel uncomfortable, because there's all these tolerant people out there who feel they have to tolerate absolutely everything. It was mind blowing what these interviewers would put up with, because first of all they thought that he was slightly ethnic and slightly out of his mind. So they didn't want to be accused of being discriminatory against people who might be of a different ethnicity or might be of a different mental capacity. they definitely didn't want to bring any of that heat down on themselves, you know.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Though it does make you wonder how long they're going to be able to keep that one up. Like, how long are the police going to be okay with there being like a protected class that they can't mess with? Not very long. Like, it's going to come to an end eventually. And oh
Well,
boy.
I mean, yeah, it will, and of course, you've been predicting that there will be a major backlash or pendulum swing the other way and all this kind of thing. And I understand exactly what you're saying. To me, when I look at something like this, it's a similar feeling that you get when you watch Alex Stein go up against, like, the sort of rabid activist alphabet people or whatever. Like, there's a certain not just, well, it's Schadenfreude would cover a lot of it, but when you, I could sort of say the same thing in a few different ways, but that there is a sort of a delight. Well, I suppose shameful delight is what it means. There is this kind of attitude where you're looking at it kind of going, yeah, good enough for them. And maybe as well is that, like, with Alex Stein, he's a strange fella himself, and nothing seems to be off limits. He's irreverent, but you're glad he's going up against them, right? And you can watch two people destroy each other, whatever, Now, of course, long term, it's not good for our society, but when you see somebody get what we might call their comeuppance or their just desserts or karma or whatever, so these virtue signaling people and the police as well, like, who did absolutely nothing to stand up for the Constitution, to which, well, at least in America anyway, they swore to uphold. You kind of feel like all of them deserve each other, and so I will say that I do take a shameful delight in seeing a lot of these people get exactly what's coming to them, and then eventually maybe police, like, sort of saying, right, we'll pull off our masks then as well, because I suppose that's the thing that I can't stand. It's the disingenuousness of it all. I could handle, let's say, living in a dystopian militarized police state, if at least they'd be honest and tell us that's what it is, instead of trying to say, we just care about you, we just love you, we just want to find ways to make your life better, and we have to go, no, we're okay, thanks, we'll struggle without the help of the government.
Yeah, well, I don't know about being all right with it. I'd still be fighting it just the same. I just might have just a smidge more respect for them if they were honest. Maybe a smidge.
Well, that's what I mean. When I say all right, I mean I could tolerate a situation where we're at least honest about what that situation is. It's kind of like, I suppose, above and beyond whatever the situation is. The thing I think that psychologically hurts everybody, not just myself, about all of it is the complete lack of honesty, and seemingly in any quarter inability to call anything by what it is. I was going to say a spade, or just be factual and honest, like, about what people are and what they. Fine if people, people wanted to do whatever they wanted to do, that would have been fine, even if we might not have approved it. It's then, oh, well, then if you believe that, you must believe this. If you tolerate that, you must tolerate this. And it's basically, now that we're in the inverted, I suppose things can always get more inverted. We think we always reached rock bottom, but it's just that, oh, you have to pretend that bad is good everywhere, and that that all these so-called tolerant people are, as sort of the normie Republicans would say, like, they're the real racists, or they're the real anti-phobes, or whatever it is. And it's just, I know it's not even that, but that's what's so frustrating about it all, is that everybody has to go around and pretending that things are not what they are. And they, I think that's what they do to oppress us. It's to, well, it's that Theodore Dalrymple quote where he said, he realized that the purpose of communist propaganda was not to fool anybody or to, even convince anybody of anything. It was just to humiliate them by making them accept blatant lies and even have to repeat them.
Yes. I mean, it's all done in name of upending things and destroying them. Yes, there will be a pendulum swing, but people have to understand it's not like a full pendulum swing back to the right, like it's like a left foot, right foot. They'll push it so far that it's absolutely crazy, and people get so afraid and so bent out of shape that they're willing to accept just a little less crazy, right? So,
Hmm.
you end up moving forward either way. So, it's incrementalism. You try, it's just like when negotiating a price for something. You know how if you're trying to buy something, and the guy's asking $5,000, we'll say, you go to him and you offer him 2,500, and then he'll be like, what about 45? And you're like, three. You know what I mean? And it's a negotiation all the way up. Well, same kind of thing. They're going to push it as far as they can, and then wait for people to be willing to negotiate, right? Like, what freedoms are you willing to give up to make this like calm down and make life a little less crazy? It's just like people are always, you hear people on the right say it all the time. It's like, well, you have to admit these policies are like a little bit better at least. It's like, it's always that lesser of two evils thing, and that's what they will do again. They will accept
Yeah,
the
well,
less.
that's exactly it. That's exactly it. The lesser of two evils. And when you were talking about the sale price, that's the trick known as the anchor price. Is that if you sort of say, right, well, we're going to sell this car like for 7,500, or you might go 7,550, and then people kind of think, oh, I can maybe negotiate him down 50, because he seems very particular about the 50. So that's the anchor price. And then the car mightn't be worth anywhere near 7,000. It might only be worth 3,000, but people would never think they think it would be rude to want to undercut somebody like that by so much. They'd assume, So it's the same thing, and yeah, lots of different ways of putting a false pin in, or a pin in what's a false center. And just as then say as well, like about regular politics, to echo what you're saying there, and can't help but get close to this third rail, but you get to the same place only because even if you choose a Republican, whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's if it would be Ron DeSantis there, who I think recently said he's going to run for president, that no matter which way you choose, there's always a certain cargo that they're carrying, and
Yeah.
yeah, there's certain things that you just cannot deselect from the package.
Yes. And I mean, you know, like I was saying, in the South, we have, we have a saying, like when it comes to these sort of things, you always ask for more than you want, and you always offer less than what you're willing to give. And this is how they play this game back and forth with society. That it's as we've discussed before, they know how society behaves. They know how people are. They understand the psychology of people in general, and all they have to do is introduce a catalyst in order to get the necessary reaction. And that's what I would say the left is.
Right.
The left is the catalyst. They inject all this craziness into society, and then it gets everyone worked up, riled up. Trump is another good catalyst. You can inject him into the situation, and look all the mess that caused. You know
Mm.
that's really what all of this is. It's alchemy. Any kind of alchemical situation. It's all a matter of reactions between materials, right? Like you break things down, separate them out, mix them together, et cetera, et cetera. And they're doing that in very much the same way with society. You have this group over here that believes a certain way. You have this group over here that believes a certain way. Some groups might blend well together. Other groups, when you try to blend them together, you get an explosive reaction, right? Same kind of thing with chemicals. It's this interrelation we talk about all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think maybe we might end up spending the first little while talking about this sort of stuff, and then we'll get into the subject matter at hand.
Yeah.
Because look, I was thinking maybe we should, get on to what we're talking about. But look, it is, although we're repeating ourselves, as you sort of say, that we're talking about it all the time about this left-right paradigm, the left being used as a catalyst, as you say. I think that we both know as well that like the issues du jour of trans kids and last week there I was like, oh no, the government in the US might default and that would collapse the dollar, and oh god, we're on the precipice again. Well, like, they do this every time that we get close to a new number. Like, I'm not just saying, I say we as in the US, but like, it's the Western world, it's everything. It just so happens that the US is currently, the leader of the West, at least anyway. And then, the Republicans and the Democrats, and they found some way to have the middle ground. People all say, well, we better not default because, and of course, they'll pretend like, oh, that would just create too much hardship and destruction and everything of people's lives. We'll have to extend it by another few trillion. Well, we've already, and it's they could apply, or they could say, or appeal rather, to the principles of economics, like that. Oh well, there's a law of sunk costs here, even though it's a fallacy, or we're gone this far. We're across the Rubicon. Turning back is just not an option. We're too big to fail. All this sort of stuff. Who would be left picking up the pieces? People would starve. You don't want people to die. Put out of their homes. Everything would default. You can be a catastrophe, and then you have other phrases like, you couldn't unwind all that debt after it had been realized. There'd be a sudden shock to the economy. People would be destitute, and there'd be lives lost, countless lives lost, and all this sort of stuff. So anyway, once again, we didn't need to cross our fingers and hold our breath in trepidation. Of course, they were going to do what they always have done since before any of us were born, probably since before even most of our grandparents were born. They always just push the boat out a bit, or kick the can down the road, as the phrase was used here quite a lot back in the 90s and early 2000s. Just basically leave it for another day to deal with. It's the wimpy out of Popeye. I'll gladly pay a Tuesday for a hamburger today. Everything's always on the never. And in theory, then putting all this debt on people in the future. But people in the future won't know history. They won't care about it, and even if they do care about it, it won't be available to them, because AI will have rewritten everything. It'll have made sure that all those dead links are cleaned up, all documents that don't sort of help the narrative that oh no, we always had $17 trillion pounds, was the price of a loaf of bread or whatever. Or then they'll say, but then, like, in the great restructuring of 2030, we then fixed all that, and that's why we have this perfect system now that we can never go back, and everybody will always have exactly what they need, each according to their needs, and everybody according. What's that communist phrase?
I can't remember exactly how it goes, but
I thought you were going to. That's what I thought you wanted to jump in and say it there. But you know what I'm talking about. Everybody has to work according to their ability, and everybody has to consume according to their needs. Something along those lines, anyway. And it's mentioned a lot in Star Trek, which is especially even with Spock and that kind of thing. They'd do it in the first series, and that's how it got communist propaganda into the mindset that it was associated with the future as well. Very sneaky, and it's very hard to figure what the problem is with it, but the problem is that it's forced. It'd be fine if everybody sort of said, oh, I'll make personal sacrifices so that others who aren't as capable as me will be able to eat as much as me. That's fine if people want to do it voluntarily, which would be packaged in Christianity. But communism is, no, there'll be a central planning authority who will decide the inequalities amongst people, and they'll even everybody out perfectly. And all we need to do is to bag and tag everybody in this new digital electronic age. We tried it once with IBM and barcodes. That wasn't quite right, but it was a good trial run. But now you're never going to get out of this digital panopticon. And so I suppose that is segueing us into the Sam Altman fellow, which is what I
so what's that?
Go ahead, yeah.
Go
ahead, yeah.
That I think it does segue us into it quite well, because that's kind of what he's going to be an integral part of, like the AI takeover, and as we'll get into here in a little bit, like talking about education and what role AI is going to play in the individual person's life. And once you go looking into all that, you will start to see a really dystopian future where, from the time your little pod baby ass is born to the time you die, you're going to be followed around by this little personally customized, AI robot thing that's going to be telling you what's what, who's who, and where's where, and you're going to trust it, and eventually, that's what they're going to defer to in order to make these decisions. They need to get you to trust the AI first, and then an AI programmed a very specific way is going to take over things. And people will think that it's just the AI operating on its own, but as we've seen with ChatGPT already, it has a very specific bent. If you've noticed,
Mm.
seems
Yeah,
like
well, look,
by.
although it was like a good segue, what I want to do as well is just mention to you, and I don't know if you were aware of this, but there was a couple of people anyway who, people, I didn't want to sound like this, but why people talk about, oh, we've had some great letters or emails from people this week and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to mention, because it's appropriate, germane to the conversation, that I had a couple of people make a lot of very good comments, and one of them is a woman called, or she goes by the handle of just think of something cooler. And you were talking about Sam Altman's personality, or his personality
Like,
type, I suppose, or the kind of character that he is. I suppose we'll get into that now presently. But she sent a lot of very good things. I wish I had actually clipped some of her comments and put them into a document. I'll have to do it maybe for the next time. I'm sorry about that. But just to kind of briefly mention is that, like, she had some very good theories and insights into things, and as far as things that can't be mentioned as well, to do with sort of like infusing certain things. And I even remember, like, there was drugs that they would give to people that in the 60s that they didn't tell people were bad, even up until the 70s, I think. That they sort of said, oh, this will get rid of morning sickness. Now there's also a phenomenon known as oh god, what is it, fetal alcohol syndrome. And there's not bound to be not just one cause of things, right? But we know that there's a lot of, or at least there has been more diagnosis, or a label was created called autism or Asperger's or whatever.
you got
And they
kids.
change it a little bit, ADHD and so on. Now, I don't know whether it's more diagnosed just because the label exists. That could be, once you create a concept, people might see more of it. That's a bit like maybe I think it's called the Bader-Meinhof syndrome, or phenomenon. But anyway, point is that a theory anyway of this woman whose handle is, or alias is, think of something cooler, was basically theorizing along the lines that for this new information AI age, where all information will be controlled and managed by an artificial intelligence, let's call it for that anyway, use that term for now anyway, that she kind of thought that a new breed of people would need to be created, and this was all part of it. And we talked about genetics last week and things like this, that there's likely not one particular cause. Now, there's one thing they definitely don't want us to ponder or to theorize about what might be a cause of it, even though there definitely seems to be, at a minimum, correlation. And they don't want us to theorize it, so let's not say it. But for whatever reason, there seems to be more of these kind of people, and Sam Altman seems to be one of these kind of people. But as we look into his background, we're going to see other, I don't know if you'd call them causal factors, or data points, or I know there's a term that at the moment is used a lot, where there's several, maybe you could call it like risk factors that could add to a syndrome or whatever, So he's the kind of perfect person for this kind of age, and of course, to be the front man of this kind of new technology or company. And then I also wanted to give a shout out then also to, oh god, I'm so sorry. This is what happens to me under a certain amount of pressure with names. But there's another person who I think lives in Northern Ireland, but she's originally from maybe Czechoslovakia or somewhere like that. Do you remember that?
Ava?
And she wrote a message. Iva Horvat, that's it. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be pronounced Eva, but anyway, I won't give her a shout. She said that she really likes listening to this in the evening, but that she goes to bed early, and she always tries to listen to it on a Sunday morning when she's having breakfast. So, like, to me, I wanted to mention that to you, and sort of say that way, not to sort of give ourselves praise or whatever, even though it's not praise yet, just that somebody's listening. But the two of them anyway both said that they found the subject matter that we talk about, and then maybe the points that we might alight on throughout any discussion, sparks also thoughts and ideas in their minds.
Yes.
And
Good.
while I sometimes feel like, what's the point of any of this? Like Hillary Clinton always says, at this point, what difference does it make? That did give me, I suppose, some fresh enthusiasm, right? Even though I shouldn't rely on that kind of feedback, right? But at the same time, it is very encouraging when you hear people sort of say, "Oh no, you have affected me in a very positive way like that,"
Yes.
So
That,
I just want to say about Eva Horvath anyway. Isn't it? Go ahead there if you want to respond to that.
oh, I was just saying that like that is great news. That's that's the kind of stuff that I want to hear. You know, um, that's the whole point is like to get people thinking. If we can get everyone actually thinking, and thinking, training, and working towards a certain goal, then the chances of us accomplishing said goal become greater, right? And that's the whole point of this in the first place, for me anyway. So and I'm quite fond of Iva. We've talked on many different occasions.
Yeah, well, she or you have in one of the sort of well, sort of, would it be in one of Jay Dyer's streams or something like that?
Like, well,
His
it
son.
was Jason Burmis, maybe. Maybe it was Jason Burmis's
All right.
stream that
Okay.
we met her in. I can't remember exactly which one, but we bumped
Okay.
into her in several streams actually. But you know how the algorithm is, like it kind of tends to funnel us all the same directions. Yeah.
Yes, although I think that now that I think of it, I think that both Eva or I'll say Eva then for a second, because I'm just realizing that might be what even though it's spelled IVA, it might be Eva. But anyway, both herself and Think of Something Cooler, I think both came along to the channel and said and posted, or left a comment to say, I was recommended to come over to this channel because of yourself, because of a conversation that you would have had
I
with them
talked to
in some
somebody
other
today,
stream.
actually. Somebody should have subscribed. A couple of people should have just subscribed from a stream I was in just like 45 minutes ago.
Oh,
I was
right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
so yeah. I pick up stragglers here and there and yonder.
Yeah. Well, Vingul there says that he bumped into you in the chat of Survive the Jives stream yesterday. I actually don't know that channel.
Yes, like I'm quite fond of that channel. He is a really great source for Indo-European history and things, and especially some of the topics that mainstream archaeology and historians won't touch with a 1,000-foot pole these days.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, I would put him in a category of like Robert Sepper light, right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's kind of in that vein of talking about Indo-European history and all that kind of stuff, but he doesn't quite go as far as Robert does. Yeah,
Right. Yeah. Although I have to say, like, Robert Sepper, like, I know that they say that he's the most dangerous anthropologist or something along those lines on YouTube. But I would still say, like, he's very, like, look, if he was doing his thing back in the 90s, that would have been extremely innocuous, you know. But it's only now, of course, that you have all this rewriting of history going on, and of course, appealing to I suppose, well, it is resentment and insecurity of people who might be from living in Western countries, but from maybe
other
Asia
places.
or Africa, who have been themselves deracinated, in other words, uprooted, which literally means that uprooted from where they are and transplanted somewhere else. and then feel like, oh, well, I want to be proud about my heritage, but they know that there's a stumbling block there. And so it's taking advantage of people like that. And of course, not many people, very few people from anywhere, of any background, wants to spend the energy going through all the contradictions in their mind. So when you have these people, it's a bit like the snake in the garden saying, oh, here, do you want to have this knowledge? Turns out you're the hero of the story. That appeals to people's egos, you know? So I suppose I didn't realize or think that it was ever going to be necessary, but you know, I have to accept, of course, we're a tiny, tiny little drop in an ocean of all this, but you have people like, you know, these, what they might call neo-anthropologists then, who are countering this false narrative. And look,
Mhm.
even though you shouldn't have to say this, but I have sometimes, you know, said to myself, oh, who said that? Or that's a great quote, who said that? And you look at the photograph of the person and you realize, oh, that person looks like they might have a bit of Caribbean or African ancestry to them, you know. So genuinely, the thing is, like, people could have their own heroes if they'd want, but that's too much work to put the effort in. You know, like, they want to have the manufactured heroes. Like, even for example, I might as well say this, like Rosa Parks, that I read recently, and the story seemed convincing that was a manufactured operation as well. That whole thing, like, it was a lie that she wasn't allowed to sit where she wanted, like that had all been planned out.
Yeah, it probably had been. It was probably a planned demonstration and all that. Like most all of these like revolutionary acts are. Like you'll find that with people, if you leave them alone and you don't introduce a catalyst, like some pre-manufactured catalyst, if you leave them alone, they won't change. They will just remain as they are and keep on trucking along. Right? Like it's a very
Yeah.
small portion of society within that 17 to 20% we've talked about before that are the ones that go out here and do stuff. Right? Like it's the rest of humanity, the quote unquote normies. They basically are pretty self absorbed and don't really have time or thought for anything else other than what they got going on in their immediate. Right? Like it's only a certain portion of society that thinks in like these larger terms and starts really getting into the nitty gritty of stuff, right? And especially these
Mm.
days, it's become even more common. These days, back in the day, people didn't know what they didn't know, right? But these days, like people know there's more information out there. They have it right at the tip of their fingertips, but they choose to not look, right?
Yeah.
Like where people
Well, that's it.
before wanted to look but didn't know what to look for, right?
Mm.
It's way
Well,
worse.
look, it takes so much more effort. Yeah, it takes so much more effort to have to research and look into things, and then you might find something that doesn't appeal to your emotions. So far easier just to be told by um, supposed authority figures that you're the one who's been unjustly treated, and also is therefore deserving of compensation, and that you were really the hero, but that these people who had basically taken your birthright or whatever, you know, stolen your land, stolen your opportunity to shine. You know, it's their fault. It's incredible to me how easy that works. I never thought it would have happened, but that, or could be possible. But that's because when I was a child, I thought adults acted in sensible and rational ways. But now that I am an adult and I realize that, oh, children just grow into amplified versions of all their faults, um, then and especially then if you are living in a society where the reins of control have been grabbed by these people who want to use them to deliberately subvert society by rewarding bad behavior and punishing good behavior. That's how easy it is then to encourage people to use their own vices and worst tendencies against the structure of society itself to dissolve it. And we know why, because then they want to coagulate it into their brave new world.
I mean, that's pretty much it. Like it's just using people's most base nature against them, and it's incredibly easy to do. I mean, it seems so cliche and contrived to say, to equate it to like the Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd, trope where it's like, the reverse psychology or whatever, duck season, rabbit season, duck season. that whole thing. But it really is that easy, kind of.
Yeah.
Reverse psychology is incredibly useful, as well as so many other little tricks that you can use on stroking someone's ego. Um, you know, flaunting things in front of them that that they want. Like, there's all kinds of different little tactics and tricks to manipulate someone into doing what you want them to do. I much
Mm.
prefer talking to someone and trying to convince them over to my side. And if they don't want to go along with it, then fine. Like, we'll part ways, and we don't have to associate with one another, right? Um, you know, it's one of those things that I try not to, like, let these things affect me. But because all of us have been raised in this society, we all have been affected to some degree, right? It's hard to figure like how we would be if we hadn't been, right? But
Oh, for
I try
sure. Um,
that way.
and that's why I do feel so aggrieved, because I feel like I was severely misled as to what the adult world would be once I was allowed to join it. Um, and yeah, I suppose the other thing then, in regards to that, you're saying you prefer to reasonably argue with somebody. Even though I know this now, and I'll state this categorically, it's just not possible to convince anybody, really. There might be some rare exceptions, but it's not possible to give somebody the information and sort of say, "Oh, you're wrong, and here's why." Because emotionally, people don't like that. They don't like to be wrong. They just like to have a favored outcome or opinion, and then backwards derive a rationale for that. And then if you
Mhm.
ever come along and go, "Oh, well, actually, my point of view is correct, your opinion is wrong, here's why," you were either misinformed, or you believe something that is obviously wrong, or it has to be wrong because you now told me two contradictory things. All that does is make the person more entrenched. It's like the Aesop's fable of the story of the competition between the sun and the wind. And the wind said to the sun, "I'm better than you. I can have more effect down on earth there. See that man? I'll blow his hat off his head." But the more he blew, the more he just put his hand over his hat and held it on even more tightly. Um, whereas the sun, the analogy there, at least, there's many different morals of the story, but the analogy is the sun then came out from behind a cloud, and the man just wanted to take off his hat because he was too hot then. So you have to make people want to do something. You have to give people incentive to do something. You can't just force them to do something. And even though I know that to be true, I still haven't really fully accepted that. And even as I was a child, my father would always say to me, "You have to deal with the world the way it is, not the way you want it to be." But I still feel like I'm stamping my feet and saying, "No, no, everybody else should change to be rational, thoughtful, and less egoistic or controlled by their ego type creatures." But of course,
Mhm.
that's never going to happen. So really, it's me then who's the stubborn one.
See, I just had this conversation with someone a couple of weeks ago where we were having this discussion, and they were like, "Well, I believe that all human beings are going to be capable, like, or could be capable of being, of bettering themselves and all these other kind of things, and seeing everything. Like, we just need to tell." And it's like, no, no, I thoroughly disagree. Like, from everything I see, that there is a certain percentage of people who are capable of looking beyond what is just presented to them. There are a certain group of people who are capable of growing and becoming more, and the rest, like, maybe they could if that desire was even in them, but there is no desire in the first place. Without the desire, they're just not going to, right? Like, they'll even fight you to keep from growing, to keep from
Yeah,
learning the truth.
fight you to keep from growing. Exactly. Yeah, and there's no desire, and what creates desire is financial gain. That's it. So I'll invoke the Charlie Munger catchphrase again: "Show me the incentive, and I'll show you the outcome." And through taxation, or through salary, or through promoting the worst of the worst, people who are the best quality now that they look for in people is ambition, right? Which is basically avarice, or desire to have more power as well as money and material goods. So that's all our society is comprised of these days. Of course, there might be the rare individual, But I have found that, like, when rubber meets the road, and especially people who have families, if it's a choice of doing the right thing philosophically, theoretically, stick to principles or whatever, lose your job, right, and then your family starves, or you have all these worries about the consequences of being fired, that you'll be
Mhm.
blackballed, never get a job again, your wife will leave you, and that does happen so often. Then they're punished through the courts, they lose the home, and look, I don't want to say that all men are good and all women are always up to this, because I definitely know that sometimes men are real bad creatures that a woman shouldn't have to stay with. But anyway, I have met some men who were delivering pizzas and doing whatever they could just to try and make ridiculous alimony payments, or child support, both anyway. That the court had arbitrarily sort of said you have to give $5,000 or euros or whatever it might be every month, even though they only earn $2,500, let's say. And they appeal to the judge and say, "But I don't have that money." And they go, "Well, that's your problem. Otherwise you go to jail." This kind of thing. So that's the kind of lives then men might sort of say, "Oh, that might happen if I don't just do what my manager says and get the money and be pat on the head like a good boy. Good boy, you did the job." You know.
Mhm. And I mean, unfortunately, that does seem to be the case, which is why, I don't really expect much out of, the majority of people, right? Like, I expect that there's going to be a few of us that, like, have to kind of hold out against this absolute insane wave of people who are going to all be trying to force you to do what they want you to do. Both right and left and center are all going to be trying to pull you different directions, but you have to stay strong and stay straight and true, right? You know, the wide path is, insanely wide, and I know it looks like it's going in all different directions, but they all actually lead back to the same place. You know, it,
Unfortunately, yeah.
you
The
know,
Hegelian dialectic.
people are rather like shitty
And
at the day on the majority. So if they're going to take the path of least resistance, right? Like the only way we could
of
convince
course,
the
that's what people do.
majority, like you said, is if we had some kind of financial incentive or something that would drive them forward. But other than that, like maybe they might would make a decision if you could finally convince them their life was inherently in danger. Maybe they would make a decision to try and keep themselves from dying. Maybe that's about it.
Yeah. Well, we could equate or look at the parallel of the corporate structure in the military, and if somebody thinks that they've received an order from somebody, a commanding officer, like in the army, do this, and if they feel like, okay, well, my choices are to comply as always, or refuse and get court-martialed and then dishonorably discharged. So, like, you actually would be looking for an extremely rare individual to go against basically an ocean of disincentive for absolutely no gain at all, and it requires living in a society where the opposite is the case, where those people are lauded as saints for doing the right thing, or even if it turns out to be the wrong thing, doing what they believed sincerely was the right thing. All of that stuff is completely punished, even if it's known. And unfortunately, it seems to me that most people from Generation X onwards, that kind of concept of choosing to suffer, even though you could take the easy way out, it's basically unknown.
Yes,
Um, and which
basically.
is, I think, why we gradually got to where we are. There's no higher mindedness at all.
Yes, I would agree with that. And where does higher mindedness come from? Well, I mean, it comes from philosophy, religion, spirituality. These things like that our ancestors practiced for millennia. Why did they do that? Well, it's because like it's integral to your society functioning. If you don't, then everybody becomes basically a dumbass, and everything falls apart. So there's a
That's it.
consequence to these things. You can't just give
Yeah.
up
Well,
that built your society and then expect it to continue to just keep trucking on. It doesn't work that way.
I'm glad you said philosophizing as well. I thought you were just going to say it comes from God or religion. Um, because what it just takes is thinking about things. But as we'll see, AI will take that problem away. It'll believe and think and whatever. So you don't have to. So you can get on with consuming whatever it is. Or mindless distractions.
Oh, of
Um,
course, like
so yeah,
it's going to fix all that problem. There won't be any more like free thought at all, especially like once people start taking the brain chip thing. Like, I mean, you got to think what happens when everybody connects their mind together, like, like a bunch of bees. I don't know if you, what's that movie with Nicolas Cage, or not Nicolas Cage, but John Cusack, where it's like the cell phone tower and it's like, taking over everyone. Like, I can't remember what, maybe it's called The Cell or Cell. I can't remember, but either way, it was something like that where this
well,
antenna basically, turns everyone into zombies, right? I mean, it would basically be like that, where they're all thinking as one, and the AI would be telling them all what to do. They would be telling them all what is true, what is false, you know, all of that, right?
yeah. Well, I was just going to look it up there. I thought maybe you were talking about the Number Station, which I really enjoyed a lot of John Cusack's movies, even though I think that he is probably like everybody else in Hollywood. I think I remember saying, to my great disappointment recently, that he is parroting all the message, the as they call it, the woke messaging and whatever.
Oh yeah, he's awful. Me and
But
him round and round a couple of times, and he's somewhat of a narcissistic prick in a lot of ways. Yeah.
well, I
Uh,
absolutely loved Gross Point Blank, but I haven't seen it in a while. But maybe I'll go back and see if there's any bad messaging in it. If I rewatch it at some point. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it, but there is a movie, I think, with John Cusack in it, and just called, as you say, Cell, Cell.
mm,
As you described there, then the plot must relate to cell phone towers. Um, can I say to you then as well that yeah, we had some great comments there. I put them up on the screen while we were talking there, and I really appreciate the feedback from people there. Yeah, so Margaret there knew it as well. She said, "Yeah, sell." Well, look, that leads into look. I think might as well that settles it now. If I can use the last sort of, I think we might have 6 or 7 minutes before the first hour is up, and maybe we could sort of say we use this first hour then just to sort of talk about general things before getting into the subject matter for today. Because I did want to acknowledge this comment. So Eva Horvath there said that she wrote to me to say, oh, I had left a post under one of the videos, or last week's, if it wasn't last week's, the week before, but that YouTube had instantly deleted it, and I got no notification for it. Sometimes you actually, even if YouTube deletes it, sometimes you actually get an email with the text of the comment in it, but I didn't. So anyway, she had done what a lot of us have to do. You expect YouTube to do this, so that she had already copied and pasted it to a separate text document. And so then she said, "Do you mind if I email it on to you?" So I said, "No, of course not." So she sent it on to me, and because like it's got some comments for you, and it has commentary on our previous discussion, such as the Deagel website. You remember we were looking at the Deagel website,
yeah,
and also Gothic cathedrals and things like that. So, look, if you don't mind, I think what I better just, I think I owe it to her to read out this email, and because I think you're going to want to hear it.
sure.
And then we can get on to the subject matter of, yeah, okay. So,
Yeah.
listen,
Well,
while I'm reading this out, by the way,
thinking of that ahead of time. By the way, that's good work. Like,
oh, yeah, yeah,
automatically assuming
yeah. And we,
Google is going to screw us over is like, that's the way to be.
yeah,
No,
at this stage, assume it's going to put it into the clipboard so that when YouTube messes it up, you can get at least back out of the clipboard, and you don't get so exasperated where you kind of go, "That's it, I'll never write another comment again," which is what it's supposed to try and encourage. These tactics of theirs. But look, while I read this out, will you just check to see if there's anything you can do on your end? Because it could be a problem on my end. I don't know, but it's sort of worse than normal. A lot of times I hear you clipping out. So I think there might be two things going on. Wherever you're sitting, maybe you're closer to the mic, but also it could be, the internet connection signal as well. So because there's some clipping going on, but it might be just a signal thing. Now it could be all on my end. Maybe I'm hearing it wrong and everybody else is hearing it fine. But if you can just check that, put yourself on mute and just check that while I read this out.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Like I pinged at 26 and I got like a 98 on my speed. All right, so I'm cranking pretty.
Okay, well, it could be on my end. Now, listen, I'm really sorry. What I did there was I muted myself. Right, while you were gone, I muted myself, and I've been talking to myself for the last while. So sorry about that. And Vingol says, hello. So I'm back now. But I went while you did as well. So terribly sorry to everybody for the few minutes of silence there.
Oh, okay. That would explain why I didn't hear you. Oh, what had went on? I guess I know now.
Well, look, thanks everybody for staying. I'm going to start over anyway. Right, so Eva Horvath, I'm going to read this out. She tried to post this, so bear this in mind while I read it out, in case it does sound too personal as it opens up here. But so I don't think there should be any problem with reading this out. So she says, thank you for another interesting stream, John. I'm sorry I couldn't join you live. Lately, my sleep has been disturbed, and I am trying to improve it. Also, there are always nice and interesting people in your chat, so I do miss live. And I just wanted to quickly make a note on the Deagel issue. That's Deagel. I remember it was analysed on CorbettReport.com. Now, we both think that's why the comment was, as they say, unceremoniously ejected, because YouTube does not like the CorbettReport.com. Specifically in episode Questions for Corbett. But what about Deagel? That's Deagel. It looked like people linked to completely different sites due to very similar name. While the population forecast site is called Deagel.com, that's Gel. The other site that was taken down, that's Deagle, as well as the surname of the gentleman who worked for military and Rockefeller, Edwin E. Deagel, Deagle, are called Deagel. As for the actual Deagel, Deagel.com, their population forecasts, according to Corbett, were very inaccurate. So not accurate. So that's that paragraph on that. What do you think about that then? So she's saying that the guy Edwin Deagel, there was a website called Deagle, but she's saying that wasn't the population forecast website. She's saying the population forecast website, Deagel, which I think we discovered is still there. She's saying that was the real one, even though it was inaccurate. So I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe she kind of maybe got it slightly confused. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter. I trust her more than me, because I was getting very confused on it. But what's great anyway about it is, and what I think it's worth a mention for that paragraph alone, is the questions for Corbett, but what about Deagel episode. So I'll get the link and I'll put that into the description after this stream as well, so that people can.
That would probably be the most useful thing that we could do.
But that's the update on that anyway. And I think, I never really thought about doing this before, like to read out in the next stream about feedback from the previous stream, which I think is important,
Yeah, I mean that's for sure an important thing. I want to know what people think and what they got going on. Like we need to communicate, like at least on a basic level. Obviously, no details of plans or anything like that can be discussed over the internet, or they will ping you. But you know, we do most certainly still need to communicate.
Mm. And look, as I say, I mentioned his his website there, and I'll put it into the description. Which weirdly, you seem to be able to pretty much put whatever you like into the description. I don't expect that to always be the case. So while it is, we'll do it anyway. Um, Vingol says, "Did I hear Deagel website? I'm pronouncing it a bit strange there, but D-E with a long E, A-G-O-L website. Now maybe that's something in Swedish. I don't know. Anybody says, as in Schmiegel, Gollum's old friend. Lol, I suspect not.
Mm. Yes, like which it's funny, like back on the Sam Altman thing, like he doesn't like even though it says he has that specific problem and all that kind of stuff. Have you noticed how good he is at hiding it? He doesn't seem that like that awkward or strange, does he? I,
Uh,
Mark Zuckerberg is like far more awkward than he is.
oh, right. Yeah. Oh, no question there. Look, I have to say, like, I found, although I have to find the link and put it in the description later because I didn't put it in yet, even though some links that you sent me I did put in. But I was watching a clip of him talking to, oh God, this is my problem remembering names. Another fellow, right, of a religion we can't mention. He's a podcaster. I'd never heard of him until Joe Rogan mentioned him, and then all of a sudden, I think his name might be Levi or something along those lines, or I could be wrong. But anyway, do you know the guy I'm talking about? He has a podcast and he's got millions of viewers allegedly, although who knows if they're all legit or not. Do you know the guy I'm talking about?
Lex Friedman, maybe.
Lex Friedman. Thank you. Thanks a million. I knew there was an L in there somewhere. So yeah, I know that people say, "Oh, he's a martial artist. Oh, he's so intelligent. He's so thoughtful. He's so calm. He's so measured." I just, there's some people I just, now maybe I haven't listened enough to him, but I find it very, very difficult to wait for him to sort of mumble something slowly into the microphone. And he was a lot. And so the other fella, then, by contrast, Sam Altman, seemed perfectly normal and bright and bubbly compared to him.
Yes. And see, that's what I mean. Like, you wouldn't necessarily think right off the bat that he had anything going on. But, once you start reading into, which he may just be playing, he might have a mild case and just be playing it up so he can play on the lefty victim card. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, they say that he is supremely autistic and that he has issues with ineffective people, doesn't like ineffective people. And I'm still, hung up on that word ineffective. Like, exactly, what does one mean by ineffective people? And, all of that. It just has massive, sinister connotations from my point of view.
Mm.
And, and the things he says about education and stuff, he gives this very bubbly and optimistic view of like where things are going to go. And of course, he says, "Oh, I think that the positives are going to far outweigh the negatives, far outweigh the negatives." But wouldn't he say that?
Mm.
I mean, if I'm making a product, I'm not going to come out and be like, "Oh, it's going to be like the positives are going to be far less than the negatives," but you need to buy it anyway. That makes absolutely no sense. Of course, he's going to tell you that the positives are going to outweigh the negatives. Of course,
Oh
it
yeah,
would make
yeah. Well,
sense for
he's
you.
got a product to sell. Look, I suppose we're on the topic now, so we might as well continue with it, and I'll maybe see what I can do with the rest of the email there from Eva another time, or I'll figure out something anyway, because I like to sort of. Well, I think it's important not to break the flow of conversation as we're going there, and we are then coming back then to this fella Sam Altman again there. Just very briefly before we do there anyway, just Eva is saying that regards to what Corbett says, yeah. So the population forecast, Deagel, that was DEAGEL, or is DEAGEL, because that still
Hmm.
seems to be there. But the other one was DEAGLE. And what did the other one do? I don't know, but I guess we'll find out if we listen to Question for Corbett.
Hmm.
Now, Gambon says a name checks out. He's a transhumanist. Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose. Look, we can't really delve into that too much. I'm sorry to say, because I can't even ask you what do you mean exactly by name checks out. We just have to leave it at that. I tell you what. I'll say this right in regards to Altman. Right, I was thinking about this. So I'll just say it. Right. Um, so I'd heard of the only other Altman I remember hearing before and mentioned last week was Robert Altman, but I never thought about what it meant. But now I think I know what it means, right? Because names do translate as something, and a lot of those kind of names do translate as something. Like Levi does translate as something, but his name isn't that. Friedman does translate as something. Loads of them do. But anyway, here's what I think Altman might mean. I think it might mean the high man, the exalted man, right? Because it's not alt as in alternative, but alt as in altitude. I think, but I'm only guessing that might be what it means. Like that he's a man of a high position. Do you think that might be the case?
Uh, it may be. I'd have to check.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's all.
Yeah,
I've just given the opportunity to sort of say no, no, stop playing so fast and loose there. That's just my guess. Um, so
yeah. Names do mean something. I mean, it is hard to say. Like, I'm assuming that like he's going to be, a German, like that's from German descent, and if that's the case, alt means old.
oh, does that right? Okay.
Old man.
Old man, right? Well then, I'm glad I gave the opportunity there to refute me because I could be just thinking pie in the sky. So, yeah, Vingul then as well. Just to say, he says Deagel is a legitimate character in the Lord of the Rings. By the way, um, I have no idea what the thing you were talking about means. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Did you know that Deagel is a legitimate character in the Lord of the Rings?
yeah. I'm pretty sure he's the one that Smeagol kills over the ring at the very beginning.
Okay, um, because I suppose that ties in then with Palantir. Look, I better make an admission here now before this goes any further, because there's always seems to be these Lord of the Rings references. I've never seen any of the movies, right?
Yeah.
I did read the books or partially read the books when I was a kid, but I actually found the way that it was written confusing. I found that he kept introducing characters without saying what they were. I think I probably read the whole of The Hobbit without even realizing that Frodo wasn't actually a person, that he was some kind of a golf or a goblin or an elf or something. And he never ever explained that that's what he was. So that really irritated me. And I actually thought, right, I know people are going to go like, no, I'm the wrong one. I thought, who's this J.R.R. Tolkien guy? Sounds like a pretentious guy. He's a terrible writer, right? That's what I thought when I was a kid, right?
I don't think you quite remember it as that well, because he does make very clear that both in the Hobbit and in the Lord of the Rings that they're hobbits and they're not the same as people, and not like he's very
Right,
clear.
but I didn't know what a hobbit was, so I just thought a hobbit was like just a person who lived in a certain village or whatever, or like the name of a person from a town or that kind of thing. He didn't ever say like, and of course maybe I'm misremembering, right? And I didn't mean to get onto this, but I kind of felt shortchanged that he didn't make it very clear that this guy was an elf or whatever it exactly he is. So when these movies came out and everyone was raving about it, I was going, no thanks, no, I've had enough of that. And the more people told me it was the best thing they'd ever seen in their whole lives, I just went, yeah, well, I'm not interested because I don't like whatever is the flavor of the month or the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you should really reread those as an adult. Like you'll come away with a much different understanding of them. I do believe, like because Tolkien is an excellent writer, like one of the best out there. Like
Look,
he's a
I'm willing to sort of concede
entire
ground here and sort of say
life.
this is one of those cases where you know the way that when something is extremely popular, right, that it's appealing to the lowest common denominator. I'm willing to concede that in this case, right, there's likely to be artistic merit, right, with the way that everyone goes on about it, like so much, like people whose opinions I trust. However, I just have to make the admission, right? that I'm not familiar with Lord of the Rings, and that I don't barely remember it from when I was a kid. I just remember being irritated by the whole thing.
Well, anyway, it makes very important statements, and like it's a very important commentary on the modern world and where we were going and where we're at now. Actually, there's scenes all through those books and movies and everything that have direct correlation to the things going on now, which is why you have people like Peter Thiel naming his company Palantir and all these different things because they've all read these books. They know what they are. Tolkien became aware of this stuff because some of the people he associated with were associated with the Round Table Society and the Fabians. He was an author who was encountering other authors, and there were authors that were part of the Fabian Society, his contemporaries,
Yeah, well,
written at the time. So he was fully aware of things. He'll say that he despises allegory and he didn't put any allegory in his books, but I do believe that is probably a cover in order to, kind of get them off his case about putting certain secrets in the book,
yeah,
because
totally.
it really does parallel things a little too much, like the whole nature of the One Ring and how technology ropes people in and everything is, it's rather ominous.
Yeah, well,
Honestly.
yeah, well, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole yet, but you mentioned the Fabian Society and authors that he might have been contemporary with. So I'll mention George Bernard Shaw. I was reading up about him during the week, and I think his friend was called George Webb, another co-founder of the Fabian Society. And I think we'll have to do a stream on them another time. Very interesting. And I also want to say that in relation to what you said there about he just because he says that he didn't use any allegories or refer to things obliquely through his books. Well, what think of something cooler pointed out to me there during the week was a video which said that this book called Candide by Voltaire, um, he later claimed that he actually didn't write the book. And he said, oh, it must have been somebody just trying to emulate my style or write it in a sort of childish style of me, because I think it's not necessarily that he was trying to disown it, but he wanted people to read it without having the preconceptions maybe necessarily there was him, or be not quite so sure. He wanted to change people's perceptions, and so there can be societal reasons for that at the time. Maybe they would get into trouble, but also they would have been the famous people at the time, so they knew that it sort of came with a certain amount of baggage, and maybe they wanted to try and sort of say, no, look, I want people to maybe enjoy it as kids, and then later as adults things will unlock or things like that, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's incredibly common for people to do this, to write in fantasy books things that they know from reality. Even the elite themselves, they can't resist it either. They do it just for a laugh. But many people throughout history have attempted to seed these ideas out there in these fantasy works, as you know. And obviously, like, you're not going to come out and tell people that. It's one of those things that if you did, then it might well get you in trouble. But
Well,
then again, I'm not 100% decided that Tolkien wasn't semi in on it. And who knows. It's hard to really judge a man's heart. He was supposed to be traditional Roman Catholic, and yeah, sure, he had some traditional Roman Catholic views and things, but he was still part of that friend group, and you know,
well,
it was what he felt on the inside. It's hard to say.
yeah, well, look, you've said before that by using the example of the Masons, just because they say something doesn't mean that it's true. And
Mm.
the other thing then is you've mentioned Roman Catholic there a few times. So look, it reminded me of the French phrase Roman à clé, but I mean it was borrowed into English. Now you could, I think it's spelled Romain rather than Roman. But Roman à clé, and the clay is key. So a book with a key. And so what people did basically all the time, especially we're told that the Victorian times were prudish, so that they would write, maybe it could be a romance novel, could be a political novel. they change the names, of course, but all you have to do then is figure out what name to transpose to a person in public life at the time, and then people who kind of had a clue got keyed into what the scandal was that this guy was actually saying. So they'd put things out as fiction, but they weren't fiction at all.
Yes.
To the
And I mean, you also have this done with artists, Freemasonic artists who put all kinds of things into their paintings and stuff. Um, they put these magic squares and all kinds of different stuff into their paintings that all can tell you something if you know the right language, right? So
yes,
I would say that all art, books, etc., are like that. From the Freemasonic perspective, Templar's perspective, however you want to put that. Writing a book is similar to building a temple. It's a minor form of great work, right? Like it's a minor form of as above, so below. You're, conjuring something down that contains knowledge, and you're building something that puts that knowledge in a format that flows from start to finish, just like a beautiful building or a painting or anything else, right?
well, yes, the masonry of building a beautiful building. Again, another great analogy or metaphor for several things, including their own self improvement. But yeah, point well made there, JC. Eva Horvath says that she loves Lord of the Rings, and just thought it's funny how similar Smeagol to Deagel.
I
Vingol
think
there. Oh, yeah. Go
he
ahead.
was trying to. I think that Tolkien was trying to see Smeagol and Deagel were of the earlier race of hobbits, because Smeagol is very, very old. Like the ring keeps him alive for a long time. So they were an earlier race of hobbits with an earlier language set, which ended up causing them to have words that were very similar to one another, like as far as their names went and stuff like that. I do believe that's what he was trying to say. He was a linguist at the end of the day, and he made up, invented entire languages for the races inside his book. Like the orcs, and of course humans spoke English or whatever, but the elves had their own language and all that kind of stuff. So he was very aware of how languages change over time.
Mm,
And
yeah.
the understanding of etymology and what names mean and words mean and
Well,
all that stuff. He was
better
a
get
man.
onto this though. Yeah, better get onto this etymology though, and say that you were most likely correct because, or almost certainly, um, Vingol just is on his way to 1,000 subscribers. Jesus is, Luke Skywalker says, or altar, as in a church, right? Possibly, yeah. And Eva Horvath. So as I say, I think I might have called it Czechoslovakia before, but Czech Republic, or maybe they just call it Czechia or something like that now. I think maybe she's from around there, which is Germanic, right? And so she would know. She says, like you said, alt in German means old. So there's that actor Gary Oldman. So Oldman is the same as Altman. And uh, yeah, and let me say this then as well. It's reminded me then that, and I remember looking up what, a councillor, as in, a politician. There's sometimes called alderman, or there's a version of that called ALDERMEN. And so again, I'm thinking now it would be fitting then if originally those people were like the village elders,
Yes.
elder, alder, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean that would probably go back to mythology. I do believe that Northern European mythology says that man is created from an elm and an alder, or an alder and an elm. I mean,
Oh, really?
yes, I think some mythologies say that. So I think that has something to do with it. But yes, the anglicized version is old, and the Germanic version is alt. But English, as you know, is just a derivative of German. So our languages are very, very close together. The words are going to usually sound alike at the very least,
Well, I
right?
mean, yes, but what happens is, and it is like an accent, so somebody might say, oh, he's an alt man, and somebody else says he's an old man, and somebody else says he's an eld man. And it's just an accent, but then you just change one of the letters, and still with me, and I think this happens to most people, you see alt there, and you don't go, oh, well, if I just change the A for an O, leave the L where it is and change the D to a T. So it's instead of alt, it's old, right? But change two of the letters that are three, and to a non-native speaker, totally different word, And I think that's what happens. Like,
That
and
probably
it has
does.
happened so many words.
I'm used to it to some degree because you have like, okay, for instance, sword here is SWORD.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to New Zealand, it's SVORD, right? Like I think that's the same
In
thing
New
in
Zealand,
Norway, huh?
in New Zealand, really?
Yes, like there's a company in New Zealand called Sverd, which is a knife company. And
Okay.
like they're harkening back to their Norwegian roots there, I think.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It sounded Swedish or Norwegian, so yeah, they're calling it the Swedish or Norwegian for sword. But I take your point there anyway, because like the Germans basically transpose our W for their V, or even anyone on the continent really doesn't have to be Germans.
Yeah.
Um,
So I
so
mean, any Germanic language is going to be very similar. Like it gets way different when you get into the Celts. Obviously, Gallic is far more complicated than for an English speaker to speak than High German or something like that. Like things get really complicated when you get into the Celtic languages.
well, about the Hobbit or the Lord of the Rings, Vingo says that he hasn't seen the movies in over a decade, but he loves the books to death. And he says to me, Tolkien introduces what a hobbit is in the very first line in the book, lol. Right. So I'll tell you what, maybe if he did say, want to make this very clear before we go any further, this guy is not a human, he's an elf, he's green or whatever, right? Then I think maybe what happened was I just sort of said, right, let's get going on this book and just skated over the first few lines or paragraphs to sort of say, come on, let's get going with the story. So maybe that's what happened.
Sounds kind of like that does sound like in your vein of behavior there, more than likely. You got impatient.
Oh, okay.
Let's
Well,
just
I
skip,
didn't.
you know.
Well, I didn't realize. So obviously, then, from whatever you know of me, then already, you must have seen this so regularly that you kind of go, oh, "Yeah, that's characteristic of you."
Yes, you are a bit of an impatient man, but that's okay.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, it just goes to show then we are all usually blind to a lot of our own faults. Uh,
Well, I mean, you like you have told me on many occasions. Like I think I wish that we could just get it over with. I don't think that there's
oh,
more of a
yeah.
like direct statement of how impatient someone can be if other than like blatant accelerationism when it comes to like about everything that's going on at the
Yeah.
moment. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Well, I
I
do.
I am
Yeah.
a former magic practitioner, whatever you want to say. I'm pretty good at reading people.
Yeah. Well, I do resent the inexorable, slow, agonizing pace of the deterioration, gradual disintegration of our society. Uh, Jesus there is Luke Skywalker, and I've seen this before. It's very interesting as well. Captain Kirk, he's really Captain Church, and the Dutch I know for church is Kirk, and then in Greek, the Cyclades, you might be able to say the Cyclades maybe are Kyklades because whether it's a hard or a soft C or K. So Kirk is circle is ring. All
Yeah,
a bit interesting, yeah.
is the Kabbalah hand, by the way. Like live long and prosper. That's like when you're practicing Kabbalah, like he's just doing one half of the triangle of manifestation. Basically, you do that live long and prosper thing with both your hands. And then when you place them together, your two index fingers and your thumbs create a triangle. And then the other two fingers are like the rays of light coming off of it. So, he's doing one half of the triangle of manifestation, which is a Masonic, Kabbalistic hand sign. So,
Yes,
yeah, Star Trek is ate up with the the Kabbalistic utopian ideas. Like
right.
that thing was basically, it was a Freemasonic wet dream, basically. Like that's what they are trying to sell everyone that the future is going to be. Though they're going to be the ones that are acting like Spock and Captain Kirk, and everyone else is going to be, well, not here.
Yeah. Now, you remind me, and I think reminded me of something I did myself. No wonder it contains some of the communist stuff. On my blog a while ago, maybe I'll put it in as soon as I mention it into the description. An article or an essay about not only Star Trek and Spock and the communist type stuff, and you say Kabbalistic. I think I did identify whatever Masonic type ideas in it, or esoteric type ideas. But also there was some Japanese mythology about shipbuilding put into it as well. So I wrote. It just reminded me that I wrote an essay about that. So I'll see if I can link directly to that in the description later as well, because I think it's relevant in a way to what you're talking about there, and kind of I think demonstrates fairly nicely like that there is this, as you say, Kabbalistic type stuff into it. Iva Horvath says, remember Tom Bombadil? Does that ring a bell to you? Doesn't ring a bell to me.
Bombadil, yes, he's one of the wizards. He's like the forest wizard or whatever. Strange character, yeah. He's got like animals living on top of his head, like, and all kinds of stuff like that. He's got thigh high boots and a pipe, I do believe, and strange fellow, yeah. Like
Okay.
they did a pretty good job in the movies of depicting him because, like, being someone who was, a fan of the books growing up and everything, I couldn't imagine how they were going to squeeze him into everything, and they did a pretty good job actually. It,
Well,
hard to know.
Bingle there says that Tom Bombadil is his favorite character in Lord of the Rings, although he doesn't actually do much, he says. He's more or less a personification of nature, but too mystical to say anything conclusive about. Well, fair enough.
Kind of like that. Like in the book, you have Gandalf, you have Saruman, you have Tom Bombadil, and you have why? Like, can't
Any
I
on
think of it?
any on
Anyway,
screen there?
yes, I'm here.
No, you're trying to look for some names there. He's listed a few in his next comment on the screen.
The hobbits, yeah. What I was naming was there are 4 wizards in the that come down from basically Lord of the Rings version of heaven or whatever. Um, they're it's kind of like a personification of the 4 winds, or the 4 elements of nature, or reality, or the 4 veils of John Dee. Like, there's a few different things that they can be related to, but yeah, it's Bombadil is one of those 4 wizards who are basically
Okay.
divine type beings, or at
Right.
least
Well,
semi-divine.
semi-divine. Stephen Crumley says, I have never seen any of those movies either. Eternal Extrapolations. Never seen any of the Star Wars movies either. Well, thanks for the sort of support there. You're in my corner for not seeing Lord of the Rings movies. Because look, I tell you, the way it was right. There was so many people who were telling me, no, but you have to see these movies. And the more that they said it's the latest thing, it's the best thing, it's the current thing, the more I said, well, then I definitely am not going to see it. Right? Maybe I'll see it years later when it's not the current thing, but I'm never going to watch the current thing.
Well,
I eventually relented with Avatar, and I did watch that, and I liked that. Then, sorry, go say again, JC.
I was just saying, like, things like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings are automatically going to speak to people because there are classic historical stories repackaged. The
Yeah,
reason that they feel so good to experience, that they hit home and like they feel right, is because they are these eternal stories retold. As long as your story is one of these eternal stories retold, then it'll always do well. Always. Every
well,
place.
yeah, archetypes, as Jordan Peterson would say, channeling Jung, and yeah, again, shout out there to think of something cooler. She had a lot of very interesting things to say about Jung and things connected to him. So we'll have to, again, maybe another topic for another day. But just want to say about as far as the Star Wars I think most of us would be agreed. Look, I would have seen. I don't know. Definitely the first. Yeah, the first three. I know that the counted as the middle three or something now. But I would have seen at least one of them in the cinema, and then many years later, when Episode One, as they called it, A New Hope, was coming out. Well, no, it wasn't A New Hope. I forget what it was, but anyway, the one with the speed racers.
Mhm.
When that was coming out, and the internet was still a young thing then, and seeing full motion video was still impressive. And a friend of mine was saying, "Oh my God, this is coming out! Look, we can download the trailer." And he spent like ages downloading this 20 megabyte trailer, and he showed it to me, and I sort of said, "Oh, it looks cool." And so he said, "Come on, we have to all go and see this in the cinema." I thought, "Yeah, but I mean, it's not for kids, like." So we went along and saw it anyway, and of course, Jar Jar Binks and all this, and I went, "Oh my God!" And so I haven't seen another Star Wars since then,
Yeah,
and
I don't blame you.
yeah,
George Lucas went through a change. He made the movies when he was like in his 20s or early 30s. The first three, which is now the middle three, and then Episode One, which is the one you're talking about with Jar Jar Binks and all that. See, by that point in time, he had gotten married to a woman of color, by the way, a POC, right?
oh, it sounds lovely.
He gets married to a woman of color. He then, has kids and everything. And all of a sudden, he goes to re-editing his movies. When he releases the special edition, he changed things. He like the scene with Han Solo and Greedo. Han in the original frames of the movie that I watched when I was a kid, Han shoots Greedo first. Right, he has the blaster waiting under the table when Greedo sits down, and he caps him. Right, or
Yeah,
blast. But George Lucas goes back as Daddy George, and changes that scene around, to where Greedo shoots at Han first, and then Han shoots him. So basically, he doesn't shoot unless he's attacked first, right? So this right here is showing you that I love that. I love that story because it frames the change in George Lucas's own frame of mind and why the prequel trilogies didn't do as well as the middle movies. You can't catch lightning in a bottle like that. If he was
yeah,
going to do them all, he would have had to do them like Lord of the Rings and do them all in one big string. Start at the beginning and just run them all
yeah.
congruently. But he
Oh, I
didn't do.
know. Yeah, yeah.
He had to
Oh,
back
yeah.
up 2 decades, 3 decades later. You can't do that. You're a different person now. You can't. You can't.
Oh, yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, that would have
You're,
been the way to do it. And I think they did Back to the Future more or less like that as well. Or as soon as they realized the first was a success, they immediately started doing the rest, or they used maybe partially some of the stuff. I think while they were still wrapping up the editing doesn't make sense, but anyway, doesn't matter. The point stands, as you say, he would have had to do it at the time because he changes as well as everything else. But I think, look, let's not get bogged down in Star Wars, but I think he always thought as well that his movies were never complete, and that he was hoping that he'd be able to use modern technology in the future to be able to go back and perfect them. But just to ask you quickly there, because I don't know, are you saying that the Han Solo story about shooting first or not, was that an edit he went back to make in the original movies, or one in a later movie?
And no, in the original three movies, the first three that he released in the 70s, in the very first one, A New Hope, when the bounty hunter comes to take to get Han Solo at the bar, Han shoots first originally. Well, in 1998 or 99, I think it was 99, right there at the Millennium, he released a special edition that had been upgraded, quote unquote, with computer CGI graphics, so he could go back and do what he originally wanted to do. Well, when he did that, he changed that scene to where Greedo shoots first. So no, he made changes, and that's just one of the changes. He made all kinds of different changes to the story that actually have like big effects on the character. It matters whether or not Han Solo shoots first or not, because if he shoots first, then that shows you that Han Solo at this point is like a devil may care, like kind of, rebel kind of guy who's going to cap you like before you get him, right? He's not like Luke, who's this like kind-hearted boy, and it helps show Han's progression. But, just like Disney does now, they don't know how to build characters, start off from point A and then wind up to point B and then keep going with that. they have to keep returning back to character development over and over again. You notice their characters, if they have any kind of character development in a movie, the next movie they have to start over. Their character development is just gone. Their decisions don't make sense, right? And that's what the kind of stuff that's disjointing all these stories from the public, and that's why the public hate them, because they're straying from the archetypes and messing everything up. And there's nothing that's going to piss people off more than, just like in Hellenistic Greece, if you go messing up the stories of the gods, see what happens. People be throwing eggs at you and rotten vegetables. Like, there's all kinds of stories left over from the ancient world where it talks about storytellers making mistakes when they were telling the stories and people getting mad. Like, this is a story old as time in itself. Right? Like, you can't go messing with these archetypal stories because people inherently, deep in their soul, know that it's wrong. The only people willing to bend that are these moral relativists and, hair splitters over here on the left that want to destroy everything.
Yeah.
The right let it happen, but they instinctively know somewhere deep down that, like, messing with these stories is bad. They don't necessarily all understand how or why or what, but they know that something's wrong with it, hence the boycotts, right?
Yeah, all right. Well, you really set your case out for that, and I'll take your word for it anyway. That, as you say, people sort of somehow instinctively know as well when something is wrong and why these small little details matter. And look, I suppose I'll say, just again, as far as it goes with AI and rewriting of history, just like 1984, and AI will do it automatically, is that he was, everyone knew at the time that he was editing history. That they were saying those aren't your movies anymore. South Park, I think, did a whole episode on it as well, saying to them, "You guys, you think that these are your things, but you released them into the world as art. You can't go back and keep editing what the art was and changing what is now ours, because you're changing our past." So
Yeah.
I do accept everything you're saying there about why you can't and shouldn't go back and change things, even if they were imperfect. And maybe it's the imperfections, by the way, that makes things real.
Yes. Well, see, that's kind of the thing. Like, he did it right the first time in showing how people would really behave if they were in that position, if they were that character. But his politics and own personal, like, beliefs got in the way, right? Like, that's what's always going to happen in art. Like, if you let your own, like, biases and all these different things cause you to go back and dislike your own art, you cannot change it, because if you do, you'll destroy the magic that was there.
Yeah.
Like, you're too much mind. Like, it's just like in martial arts, they'll tell you, no mind, just action. No mind, just action. Same thing when you're shooting a basketball. Don't think about it. Your mind will get in the way.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't think I'm the only one, but I will say this. When you start to analyze your own actions, even when you're walking, you suddenly kind of go, I'm walking funny. How do you walk again? So you can end up tripping over your own feet because you overthink it.
Yes.
Yeah, so a couple more comments. I'm always trying to, catch up a little bit here. I don't want to let you fall back too far, even though I said we'll get on to the main subject matter. But look, it's still good, all this conversation. We talked about the Fabians there, mentioned them a little bit. Jesus is Luke Skywalker says they're definitely involved. The next Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard, is a Fabian. And he says the London School of Economics, I think, is Fabian. Well, I'll just say, because I was reading about George Bernard Shaw, and I mentioned the fella, but I said George Webb. No, that was, I think, the real name of Cliff Richard, maybe, I think. Anyway, Sidney Webb was the guy's name, Sidney Webb. And he was one of the co-founders of the London School of Economics. He was also co-founder with Bernard Shaw and others of the Fabian Society. And
you
but I just
don't forget Rhodes
but
either.
yes, but I just want to mention, because she doesn't get much mention, or at least I didn't hear much. So Sidney Webb was kind of like a peer, maybe as they say, or anyway, his title was the first Baron Passfield, and his wife, Martha Beatrice Webb, Baroness Passfield, she was an English sociologist, economist, and socialist as well as sociologist and labor historian and social reformer, right? So, you know, the way they maybe used to say that back then, behind every great man is a great woman, or a good man is a great woman, or something along those lines. So this was back in the olden days when everyone was a sexist, misogynist, bigot, and racist and all this, like, you know. But the
Mm.
thing is, you had all these women, and she seems to me, reading between the lines, she was one of the founders of the London School of Economics and played a key role in it. And her whole philosophy, basically, if you want to, I think, even though I'm certainly not an expert, just read a few Wikipedia pages, Martha Webb or Martha Beatrice Webb, everything from the LSE, London School of Economics, seems to be basically born out of her ideas. And just she influenced everybody else, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, feminists need to square that circle and figure out that actually, you know, they always had the influence.
Yes. Well, I mean that women always had the influence anyway. Like women have always controlled access to children, and they raise the children. So if the mothers are the ones raising the boys, then why do you think the boys act the way the boys act? I mean, just think about it. Dad's gone to war usually, or gone out to the fields. Who's raising him? Just saying. Like, who's raising everybody? Like, who's teaching them the morals? Mama. Mama teaches the morals. Like, dad's busy 90% of the time, right? Back in the day, anyway, for sure. Um, you know, the man had to be gone on the hunt and all these other kind of things. Mom was the one who drilled the morals into them. So it was women who built most of the structure anyway. The original structure of our society was hunter gatherer and matriarchal. That's why they find all these mother goddess statues with the big boobies and everything, like all over the place in Neolithic sites, because it was a matriarchal human sacrifice type society going on. They worship the goddess, just like the Fabians, just like the Templars, just like the Freemasons do. It's the goddess of wisdom, and fertility, and Mama Earth, and all these other kind of things. These bloodthirsty deities. So it all interrelates, as we talked about before.
Yeah, well, the widow's sons, or sorry, yeah, the widow's sons, the daughters, sons and daughters of Isis, and as is, that phrase goes, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world.
Mm.
Um, JC, or rather, Jesus as Luke Skywalker says, thumbs up to you, JC, but I'm not sure exactly at what point in time that was, but it was something you said anyway in relation to. Uh,
Use it like at the moment. Like, I think I emailed you something about the other day. I don't know if you got it or not. The thing about George Bernard Shaw and what he said about Jack the Ripper. Like, I do want to get into that, because that has to do at some point on a stream in the next week or two.
hmm.
I want to
Well,
get into that, because that has to do with the social reformers. And George Bernard Shaw said that about Jack the Ripper, that he was a great social reformer. And that right there is the phrase that made me convinced that the Ripper was more than what it seems.
Well, that phrase there, social reformer, that's exactly what it says there about Beatrice Webb. And look, having read about her, she sounds like a perfectly lovely lady. And even though sometimes the portraits or pictures of them from the past, they can look like what they used to refer to as like handsome women. No, she actually looked like that. She was pretty as well, so intelligent and pretty, and of high status in society. So. Would have been difficult to look at her, I would say, even now, to sort of say, oh, she was somebody with bad intentions for the world. So yeah, I still find it difficult.
Double deadly.
What?
Like, double deadly. Like, the halo effect is something that the cult uses to great effect, both
Yeah,
with men and women. That's what one of the things they liked about me. I'm 6'1", like, I'm tall, I'm intelligent, etc. Like, I can sway people because the halo effect. You smile nice and big, you talk nice, like, you can manipulate weak-minded people,
right.
and
Yeah,
women are absolutely expert at it, right? Like,
that's it.
very few men that master it, but women, almost all women are masters at it right from the get. And the prettier they are, the better they are at it.
Well, to harken back to the maybe like opening remarks that we had, and as far as you know, I was saying, and you were asking, like, why do I care so much about, like, that I could tolerate it as long as we're just honest about it. So I could tolerate the fact that women know how to wrap men around their little fingers, that they are taught when they're little girls, or they learn how their daintiness, their prettiness, their gentleness can manipulate people. And like the parable of the sun and the wind, that force doesn't need to be, or in fact is counterproductive to try to, if you apply it to try to change people's attitudes or minds or actions. Just be sweetness and light to people, and you can manipulate them easily. So I could tolerate that situation as long as women didn't say, "Oh, we have it so terrible, and we're marginalized from society. We were never allowed to participate. We were never listened to." No, they were. They always were. And it's not just people talk about, like, people simping, or always trying to suck up to women, and do whatever they want and be at their beck and call and that kind of thing. Clearly, this isn't the first generation to have been so smitten with women that they put them on pedestals and said, "Oh, just your wish is our command." So that would be fine. I mean, that set of affairs would be at least tolerable, as long as I didn't have to keep hearing how they've always been put down and subjugated and not allowed to go into the fields that they wanted to, and study the things they wanted to, and achieve the things they wanted to. So that's what feels so uh, egregious about the whole situation. That if anything, it's the opposite.
Well, that's kind of the point. Like, and they they use that to great effect these days, and they were taught it. I mean, they already knew how to manipulate, but before, like, they our ancestors had limits. They knew where to stop, right? But back in the 19th century and early 20th century, they were taught how to, leverage it to the utmost, I guess you could say. And and once you take away the moral boundaries and philosophy that held them back from using it to its full extent, right? It's the same thing as men. Okay, we as men have the monopoly on force. If we don't know how to control ourselves, we can really jack some stuff up, right? I can break things if I get mad, like, and not even trying to. I don't know my own strength sometimes. Like, okay, well, with women, it's the same thing, but instead of physical strength, it's it's that ability to manipulate and get what they want, right? The ability to pull emotional heartstrings and stuff. And the same thing as with men's physical strength and cunning. It's the same thing with women's emotional strength and manipulation tactics and cunning. Like, we both have to, decide to dial that shit back and not use it for nefarious purposes, right? Everyone has to control themselves, but in the modern era, everyone has forgotten how to do that.
Right, and as
Everybody's
we see, and again, repeating myself, but once you take the restraints off people, then you allow the worst excesses of their nature to act as destructive forces in our society. Um, Vingel there, just a few more comments there, says, yeah, it's heavily implied that Smeagol and Deagel were members of a sort of earlier Hobbit tribe settled to the east of the Misty Mountains before they migrated west to the Shire. And because he's getting close to 1,000 subscribers, there might be some people from here who would be able to help him get closer to that mark.
Yeah.
There's the channel, and he anyone can do this, by the way, if it's available. A while ago, YouTube assigned people a handle, and you see that now. I think since the last month that our usernames are gone, and just the handle, the @ handle is there, and I think it's because they know they want to compete with Twitter. But you can go in and change, and if it's available, you can just choose whatever your name is. So he's youtube.com/Vingel. So very good. And he does give me a shout out back. He says, more importantly, hit the subscribe button on this channel if you haven't. Fair enough. Thanks, Vingel. You can say it. Although I feel embarrassed to tout for subscribers for myself, Sorry, go ahead anyway, JC.
I was just telling Vingle appreciated, like, and yeah, I'll subscribe to him for sure. He seems to be into some of the same stuff I'm into anyway. Like, we bumped into each other on other channels, and like, he knows Lord of the Rings, so hey.
Yes, he has a lot of what seems like archive material of Nordic or Germanic or Scandinavian and also Appalachian. Well, because a lot of the people would have gone over there, of course. Folk music and traditional craft, maybe as well, that sort of stuff.
Oh, so yeah, that's right up my alley because, as you can tell, like I'm Appalachian.
Yeah, I hadn't forgotten. I hadn't forgotten. Uh,
Like I do like the folk music and stuff occasionally. One of my favorites is like Jack Larkin is a good one. Like that one's Irish, I do believe, and there's a few other ones I'm really into that are specifically Southern, which is
mhm.
Scots Irish in its like origin. But yeah, we talked about the Southern music and stuff like in a couple streams back, didn't we?
Yes, well, he put up today a Appalachian woman in the 80s singing what it was about. Oh, my true love's hair is black, and this kind of thing. Now that lyric sounded exactly like an Irish folk tune, and but the tune that she was singing it to, I made the mistake. I knew I shouldn't have sort of said there's some things better not left said, but I said it anyway. So it sounds like she's just singing a sort of a template type of air, or not even an air, just a rhythm to it. So he says, "Oh, I'll get you some Irish folk tunes." No, that's all right. You're okay, you know. But yeah, so I'd be curious to see what you think of it, because I just something about it seems a little bit, I suppose, formulaic, even though it's the '80s, which seems like a million years ago now. But anyway, or it's the wrong tune for the lyrics. I don't know, but we'll see what you think of it anyway. It's on his channel since today. Uh,
To listen to
yeah.
it, like I I do listen to that stuff from time to time. Like I was listening to Loch Lomond the other day, a guy named Dan Basque on here on YouTube. He does a really good job doing covers of a lot of things, and he does a good cover of Loch Lomond. I'm sure everybody knows what that is, or at least they've heard the chorus a million times.
Maybe I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to admit it. What are you saying? I don't even know if I can
Oh,
recognize what
you
it is you're
never
saying.
heard of Loch Lomond? You know, me and my true love will never meet again. You know,
But
you know.
what's the name of it? Because I talked over there. Say it clear now.
Oh, Loch Lomond.
Right, that's what I thought you were saying. Right,
Yeah,
okay, but because it sounded like an Irish word, like Loch Lomond.
yeah. Like I do believe it is it. Like I'm pretty sure
Oh, but
that's a
it's
Gaelic.
Scottish.
That's
Sorry, but it's
Gaelic.
Scottish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But Loch
It's
is a lake anyway. Yeah, and
hmm
so I had to check it there. I didn't know this, but Loch Lomond is Lake of the Elms.
hmm Like, and there he does. Dan Vass does a lot of good covers of like he does some of the Witcher song covers and a lot of '80s tunes and stuff like power metal and things like that. So if you're into that kind of stuff, like I know Iva said that like she was into metal music and stuff. I do believe so. You know, check out
Yeah,
Dan Vass. He's a cool dude.
Dan.
Yeah, DANVASC.
Okay, okay. Right. A couple more there. Now, I think he is right about this. Jesus, Luke Skywalker says, "Is the eagle Alder?" Well, or maybe it's Adler in German. Adler, I think, is eagle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is something like that. I do believe. I have to double check, but I think
Um,
something like that.
right. Now he's saying, I think you're correct, but that's about something previous. Vingo says Sverd. I was going to say it's Norwegian for sword.
hmm
If we give my, I don't know why I try to say it in what I imagine would be a Norwegian accent. Sverd. Um, yeah, and he says German is quite intuitive for a Norwegian. I would imagine so. Um, Maybe you're going to tell me Swedish is not the same, but or not the case, but I would also imagine. Adler. Oh, there he is. Adler is the eagle in German. Yes.
Yeah.
Says Jesus Luke Skywalker. They call church Kirk in Orkney, for instance, like in Norwegian, Kirk.
Yeah.
And yeah,
In most
no
of
surprise at all. Say
I
that.
think I was saying I think in most of the Highlands of Scotland they call it a kirk, but that would make sense because the Scottish and the Danes intermixed so much back in the day that the two are well, I mean the two were related anyway, but now they definitely are. So,
Yeah, well,
I, for instance, am, I'm descended from a Viking named Agarth. So,
oh, okay. Well, Agarth, there was a cartoon in the British newspapers that was syndicated for a long, long time. Maybe it's still there, called Agarth, about a Viking, but sort of like living in modern times or putting up with same kind of modern problems. But yeah, not a surprise that all the Scottish or the islands north of Scotland or thereabouts uh, would all have been basically part of a Scandinavian empire. And, words like bairn for a child in Scottish are hangovers from that. Language that they had up there, and I think there was even I can't remember the name of it, but there was some port town up the very north of Scotland that basically still doesn't I think speak English at all really, but they speak some kind of you know uh, more like Scandinavian type language anyway.
hmm, okay. Yeah, like there is a lot of crossover there, and just Britain in general is like that. Like, there's just so many invasions and cross pollinations there that the British are related to everybody.
You make them sound like they're such a multilingual society, or what's the word? Oh, I forget what the word is. It's not sophisticated, but they often say this, like, poly something or multinational, or anyway, it doesn't matter.
I mean, the nobility of Great Britain most certainly always have been that way. But yeah, all the Germanic peoples' nobility are intermixed. So I mean, Frankish, Italian, Spanish, British, Scottish, whatever you want to, any Western country, like, we're all intermixed basically,
Mm.
to some degree or another.
Well, look, we're way behind the comments here, right? We're coming up to 2 hours now. So let me try and see if I can lash it through a few of these, right? Or if not, I'll just try and put them on screen and just take them as read. He says, Bombardi isn't one of the wizards. He's a jolly fellow, but also mysterious. He's not depicted in the movies. Maybe JC has him mixed up with some other character. So look, maybe so. Let's not get bogged
Uh,
down
I
in too
I
much
was
of it.
thinking in the he has the Cimmerillion that is basically a compendium that goes along with it. And I could have swore Bombadil was described as being one of the wizards.
Okay.
Either way, neither
Yeah,
here nor
either way, look,
we'll
yeah,
get to
we're not going to fall out over it.
another.
He says there's a wizard called Radagast the Brown. I feel that now my comments may be throwing you off topic a bit. Oh, well, there we are. That was a while.
Bombadil are the same ones, aren't they? Like, that's just a different name that he took when he changed forms. Like, because the wizards change names as they change forms. Like, you have like you have Murgoth, I think his name, and that becomes the Dark Lord, and then it's one of his lieutenants. Like, it's so involved, the history of Middle Earth. Like, I can't remember it all exactly, but
Mm. Oh,
it's
listen,
something like all that. I'd have to look it up and be exactly sure.
I don't expect anybody like if you were even like coming on to talk about Lord of the Rings, I wouldn't expect you to have like one of these encyclopedic knowledges about the whole world or whatever, Um,
I'm
gee,
I'm I'm somewhat of a perfectionist when it comes to these things. Even though I never get close to perfect, I do try.
okay,
My
right.
best.
Well, look, I do know what you mean. I think we've agreed on this before, but we have to try both and dial down this strive for perfectionism. Otherwise we get nowhere. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I said, we gotta get to Altman at some point. This stuff is rather important. We're running out of time, like, because this Worldcoin thing is going to be coming up very, very, very soon.
Right.
And
Let me just try and lace through a few more of these comments, and then we'll get on to. We'll just take them as comments, right?
mm,
Without having to delve down each one. Interesting what books we had to read in high school. In retrospect, I went to a Catholic high school. We were taught creationism in one class, evolution in another. Very contrary. Yeah, fair enough. And I want to see. I'll be interested to see how the captions take this back, because I'm going to just experiment with pronouncing this. Doc Holliday says Lucas cooked in every way a man could cook. Right, I'll just see how that turns out in the titles, right? Uh, George Lucas, could we interpret that name as light of the world? Does George
mm,
mean world? Lucas is light. Does George mean world? Maybe it does.
maybe. I would have to double check that one as well.
Oh,
But
well, next comment, he's saying geo, as in Earth. Yeah,
oh,
why not? Why not? Geo org, yeah, or geo orge, yeah, maybe that is. I'll look into what George means later, but maybe, or good enough as a little play on words anyway.
it's worth a look.
Yes. Vingo says hands, and this is again how far back we are now. Hands shot first is a big Star Wars meme.
Yeah,
Let the force be with ye, says Jamie Hillier Rebus. Chatbots are replacing people at my work, call center type situation. Oh, yeah. And look, I mean, I'll say this because I'm a member of the SRMB Plus community, but everyone who's honest will know this that, like, already AI as answering calls, or especially if it's just text typed support, that'll be far, far, far superior to any call center going to India. Absolutely. So, I mean, the reason why they sent our call centers to India, well, first of all, they took them from America and sent them to Ireland and Poland and, second world countries like those, and including Ireland and the second world countries. And then they sent them to India, not because they loved people over there or here or whatever. It's because they wanted to take jobs out of America and
yeah.
give them to people who'd work for cheaper. Like they told us when they came here, oh, we all opened up here because you're all very intelligent and all this kind of thing. No. But people wanted to believe that because they thought it was flattering, But anyway,
Yeah. It also opens us up for a whole lot of other things. Like, okay, why is it we have a serious scamming problem coming from India and Pakistan? Well, because like they opened call centers down there and gave everybody in India and Pakistan American phone numbers, right?
yeah,
Like they gave
exactly.
them access to the systems in the first place. I mean,
Yeah,
and plus, everyone hates it here in America that they don't talk to anyone that they can actually understand. So what it's eventually going to do is make everyone absolutely love it when they switch over to AI, so that they don't have to deal with the bullshit anymore.
there you are. All part of the plan. Make it so insufferable that any alternative is going to seem like a great upgrade, and so we don't have to listen to the Indians providing the upgradings. Um,
And I mean,
yeah.
I won't
So
in people as far as that goes, but like it is rather frustrating when I'm actually trying to get something done and we're having to go around a half an hour extra because we can't understand one another.
oh yeah.
It's
Well, I
all
mean,
gathering for a casual conversation, but if I'm trying to get something done, we need to be able to understand one another.
oh yeah, and you just can't. So there's no point. I mean, and I don't know why anybody over the last 20 years called anybody in India, because all they do is kind of go, yes, hello, can I have your name and address, and spend a half an hour going around in circles over that. Um, so yeah, I think really I assumed from the beginning that the whole point was to just dissuade people from calling from for support and just figure it out themselves. And if they can't, then just you've bought the product, shut up and go away. You know.
Yeah.
Uh, Doc Holliday there says, and I was thinking of this as well. I'm glad he brought it up. The parallel example to Star Wars and Lucas is Spielberg and E.T. when he traded out the FBI agents' guns for walkie-talkies in E.T. because at the time they said, oh, they want to get rid of symbols of violence or some nonsense, whatever. Completely. Again, another chef who completely cooked showed people how things will be memory holed. Yeah, exactly. It was the forerunner to memory holding everything.
Yep. And I mean, it's one of those things like I should say it never ceases to amaze me how easily people forget these things and just don't even notice. You have such so-called conservatives giving in to all kinds of things that so-called conservatives 20 years ago would never have went along with, right? And it was the same for them. They were going along with things that 20 years ago the conservatives before them went along with. And it's ever progressing thing to where, and that's why they call it progressivism, right?
Yeah,
Because you slowly progress towards the symbiosis between the two ideal systems, because that's where this is headed. It's headed to a symbiosis between Scottish right and York right, a symbiosis between Democrat and Republican. At the end of the day, the world's going to be turned purple.
yeah. Well, solve et coagula again. Another comment there on screen. Jesus is Luke Skywalker. I'll read this out, and and he says, "Separate the children from the father." Pink Floyd, The Wall. Yeah, I think I've been wanting to do more on Pink Floyd. Didn't get around to it this week. Reference again, even with Luke and Obi-Wan being his teacher, now the women are coerced, empowered to divorce the father. And Doc Holliday says, "No father, no family." And Jesus is Luke Skywalker. I'll just read this out and then we'll comment a bit if you like. He says, Marxist war on families. He says, I'm divorced 10 years. It broke my soul. My brain set me on a path down some rabbit holes, but it was character building. Really sorry to hear that. Jesus is Luke Skywalker.
Same here. Like, I am sorry to hear that. I've went through the very same thing. I been there myself. That's what happens. And it's all because they do want to destroy the family, and the man is the protector of the family. If you cook, as you said, every guy out there and turn him into a pansy or some asshole MGTOW like tater tot type dude, then there's nobody there to protect the children and the family at all. Like, everybody's useless. Even if they would do something, they're too fat and out of shape and unaware of what's actually going on to do anything about it.
Yeah, well, look, again, I won't spend too much time on it because we just have to get moving on, but I just want to acknowledge that. And again, I hate saying it because I hate doing this sort of not all type of preamble or preface to everything. Every time you sort of say anything critical about anybody other than men, of course there's real bad men out there. I'm aware of some. But what we are looking at in society, one of the repercussions of removing all constraints on female nature.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's one of the problems of removing constraint on all people's nature. That's kind of the thing. We've, like, both sides have stepped out of their frame. Like, we are not, women have most certainly went the wrong direction, but why were they able to do that? It's because our male ancestors allowed it. And why are they still continuing it? It's because we've allowed it. And this is one of those things that I've try to explain to folks over and over. It is both sides 100%, because both sides are contributing to it 100% in their own way, just like everything else. It's but it's been done on purpose. And like, really, the first thing that both sides are going to have to do is get back to where they belong and like stand in their actual power. Right now, you have men that are sitting here bitching over here in the MGTOW side, whining, bitching, and complaining and running away, from, the family and actually trying to, become fathers, etc. Then you have women over here that are running around trying to act like men and, all that kind of shit. Like, by switching places, you then take away like your natural power. You've now robbed yourself of your natural power. Like, the only way for us to win this is for everybody to start moving back to where they belong in the hierarchy. If you don't move back to where you belong in the hierarchy, then you will always be weaker than what you could be. That's just all there is to it. A man acting like a man is always going to be the most powerful man. And a woman acting like a woman is always going to be the most powerful woman. That is just all there is to it.
Yeah, true enough. I think a big part of it is that we were all sold a lot of lies. Disney had a lot to do with it as well. Marriage, telling us that marriage was all about love and happy ever after, whereas really it's about sticking together through thick and thin because you both have a shared objective. And there's a lot of practicality that was thrown out the window. Hence why, there's photographs of people in the Great Recession holding up signs saying, wife wanted, because there were things like cooking, cleaning, sewing, mending, looking after children, making a household nice and livable in, and all these kind of things that were thrown out the window. And, women were done a disservice by being told, oh, that stuff is inconsequential anyway, and not worth much to society. But we see what happens when those things are removed. And worse than that, then women are told that they must compete with men to be more manly than men, and then men are terrified of doing anything in case they might be criticized in any way or fall out of favor with any woman anywhere, and so part of men finding a backbone again is to practice very much ignoring how pretty a face might be, and sort of saying, well, if a woman wants to dislike me for something I said or did, so be it.
And I mean, also, we've got to get away. No AI sex dolls, sex bots, prawn, websites, and all this other stuff. That's another thing that like screwed us up. Back during the '60s, they sold us this false bill of goods of free love, and we can have as much sex as we want to have, and use birth control and a abortion to control the consequences of it, and everything's fine, and you can just sleep with whoever you want to, and women should dress slutty and act slutty, and because that's what men want anyway. Like, selling us this false bill of goods is what screwed us up in the first place. Like, we need to go back to the way things were. Like, there is merit to women keeping themselves covered up, and that remaining much a mystery to anyone but their husband. Like, they say that it's empowering. Well, look at someone like Mia Khalifa. How empowered does Mia Khalifa look going on social media, bawling her eyes out to just the randos out there on the internet because the new boyfriend left her because he found out she was a prawn star. Like, it's like, well, you did this to yourself. You disempowered yourself. And the unfortunate thing is, by the time they figure it out and figure out that, oh, they have ruined their life, oh, they now can't have kids because they waited too long or whatever, it's too late. It's
Yeah,
too
well,
late.
the birth control pill and everything else there did remove again another natural disincentive to things that we didn't realize would have the consequences on society that they did. And you talking about an example there of a woman who I assume has a Muslim background, that it shows that even those people who are far more strict than we were in the West. I don't want people who wear burqas. I thought there was a happy medium, but of course, give people an inch and they take a mile. But it shows that even their societies have been corrupted, whether it be Arabian or Muslim, as strict as they are compared to Christians. Vingol says, appreciate you guys talking about what I post. If that last video fell a bit flat, oh no, it didn't. I didn't mean to be critical anyway. But look, sure, it's some commentary and discussion around it anyway. I think it was something that I just thought, oh no, that should be something else, and I just kind of thought, I don't know what it is. Instead of doing research, I just commented, without having thought through properly. But look, people will go and watch your video now, I'm pretty sure, and find out what they think of it, and tell me how if I'm wrong, which I probably am. And in regards to, I think, you singing what you thought was the Appalachian tune of my true love's color, or the color of my true love's hair is black. He says, nice tune, JC. Never heard that one.
No, no. Like, I think like other people could do much more, justice than I can. I mean, when I was young, I used to sing in a band, and we did rock songs, and I even sang at some nursing homes, pulling some of that, blue moon, I see you standing alone. I did all that kind of mess, but as I've gotten older, my voice isn't as good as it used to be.
Well, I do know that one, all right. I know that Blue Moon song, all right.
Yeah, Frank Sinatra, if I'm not mistaken. But, I
Oh, right.
technically, I have a classical education in music and all that kind of
Oh,
stuff. So
okay.
the Freemasonic school that I went to, taught us fencing, taught us to play piano, recorder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
Now, let's not get bogged down in this, right? But Vingul says, just take it as a comment, right? Because he says, yeah, I know this is quite autismic, right? So let's just take it for a slight addition to this lore, right? He's saying the wizard named Radagast the Brown is also deeply connected with nature, birds, etc. And Bombadil has some of the same characteristics as the wizards, but he's too mysterious to really pin down, right? So let's just say it's a matter of debate and legitimate. It's open to debate legitimately, right? He's not one of the 5 wizards that are sent from the east, from Valinor across the ocean by the Valar. Bombadil is, however, as old as the world itself, like the wizards are. And look, I'm
cool.
going to say I'm going to say, right, you can comment on this as well. I'm going to say, I think I'm right. My impression as a child was right, right? I couldn't be bothered with all these names. There's just slight variations in each other, and you're supposed to remember in your head who are all these characters now, and he's introducing new characters without explaining what they are. I think I was right to get frustrated with the whole lot and say, listen, I'm not going to go watch the movies, right? I had enough to do with the books.
Well, you know, the movies might be better for someone like you who wasn't as taken by the books. They can be
I was say,
rather large.
who wasn't as capable. I thought you were going to say
Taken.
it wasn't as capable of holding two different names in his head at the same time, or three different ones, you know.
Not me. I didn't say that. You said it.
I know, because that's really where it should have led, you know, because I should have just as soon as I said it, you know, yeah. Obviously, if the books annoyed me, I'm a movie person then, you know, where you get to see what the character's like. But look, I think we've caught up more or less, right? A couple more there, right? But he says, Doc Holliday says, I agree with JC. Changing roles takes our power away, and also Jesus says Luke Skywalker says, yeah, good point. He agrees as well. But he says it's 5:20 where he is in Australia, so he's got to go. And his boy just called for a lift, so that's good anyway that he still sees his son. And Doc Holliday says, I saw a great skit recently, the Titanic sinking in 2023, men and children first. The women were flabbergasted. Change all the roles and watch the chaos reign. See, this is it, right? I could handle women being in the ascendancy as long as they had to take all the negative aspects of the male role as well. But of course, they want to pick and choose the smorgasbord of female supremacy. But of
Yeah,
course, they
and
say, no, it's a. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
I was gonna say, and it's my well, I mean, it's pretty much been proven that a lot of these, transformers that we have today are a direct relation to really weak men not being able to figure out a way to make it in society, and rather than being, taking the position of a man, which, let's just face it, there are no upsides to having a dick these days. Okay, there's no upsides as far as
Yeah.
society is concerned, right? So you have really weak men who, rather than suffer and be a man, they see it as, well, why not just become a woman? Like, why
Well,
not
let
just
me.
chop my dick off and become a transformer, because like it's easier.
Yeah, well, like I mean, I know that we're sort of saying that jokingly, but that literally is the case. And let me give an example.
Mm.
I put it into my comments, or no, what do you call it, community posts. I think probably 2 weeks ago. Oh, it could be a month ago, but a little while back there. And I don't think anything of the guy's name, his channel name, his small channel as well, but he does a podcast fairly regularly with a guy from Australia. Anyway, they they interviewed a guy from Germany who, well, I say a guy, whatever, right? So we get into the whole pronoun thing, but he's a trans. He's a guy who became trans to be a girl, and he said that there's this thing in their community, right? So it must be on Reddit, like there's a subreddit or whatever, right? Called trans maxing, right? And what I think that word means essentially is to take advantage of all the societal handouts or benefits rather, what you get for being a woman, right? And this exemplifies. Sorry, what were you going to say there?
Oh, I was saying that terminology comes from gaming. It makes sense with the Gen Z mindset that like speak in video games and
Right,
computers. If they
right,
say
Max.
maxing, it's just like stat maxing, right? Like you're gonna maximize your dexterity stats on your character, so you're
Exactly.
dexterity
Yeah.
maxing.
Yes. Or like in Top Trumps, you have the fastest acceleration but lowest top speed because you want to put all your points towards winning in one particular aspect. Anyway,
Yeah.
what this guy exemplified it by saying, right, he's in Germany, so he's a trans girl or whatever, right? Used to be a boy, but like he doesn't look that convincing. But he was saying that, and you see, look, just you have to sort of put aside your preconceptions or whatever, and listen to him. What he was saying is that he was able to get into a scholarship for STEM, right? In other words, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. I think it stands for. He was able to get into a free course that's only available to women. But if once he said I'm a woman as well, they couldn't say, "Oh no, you're not. You're really a man," because that's the current religion. So they had to allow him into a female-only STEM that tries to encourage women get into the STEM field, right? So that course wasn't available at all to men, free or paid or otherwise, right? So, but that was a great advantage. So, and there was lots of other ones as well. I just mentioned this one more, right? Because of Jesus is Luke Skywalker, right? There was a man in some South American country, as far as I remember, that he quoted, that he said he was divorced and was not allowed to see his kids. The court refused to grant him permission to see his kids. But once he said, well, I now identify as a woman, he didn't even have to put on a wig or a dress or make any even slightest pretense of being a woman. He just went, well, I'm a woman now. How dare you tell me what I'm supposed to look like? That's how I identify. And then they said, well, that's fair enough. If you're a woman, then you can see your children.
Yeah. See, like that's how the game is played, and by doing this, they encourage these people to go that direction, which then furthers their agenda. It's right back to what we were saying earlier in the stream, and what we've said so many times. People will go along with whatever seems to be the most beneficial at the frickin' time. So as long as it seems like they're going to benefit in some way, like by doing it, then yeah, there are people out there that will most certainly do whatever, including, absolutely like mutilate themselves in order to get a free ride. It boggles the mind. Boggles the mind. No qualms or quibbles at all. And this is one of the things that bugs me the most about society. And, I've
Well,
talked about before how I ended up kind of getting depressed and becoming a nihilist for a while, getting on drugs and things. And it was really just that realization. I came out of Freemasonry, nearly got killed for it on multiple occasions, trying to help people out. You tell them, and all you get is funny looks, told you're a conspiracy theorist, and worse, right? So they really don't, society doesn't do itself any favors here.
yeah. Well, you sort of say it boggles the mind. It's very easy to understand, And if men are not just that they don't get advantages anymore, they are absolutely hated and then told, of course, that they're the cause of all world's problems, and told that they have everything on easy mode, whereas it's patently ridiculous. It's the other way around. But look, again, we're not a stream that talks about men's rights and all this sort of stuff. And even if we were, this is not the subject at hand. We're still not on the subject. We never tried this before, teasing the actual subject for so long.
Right.
But so look, I think we are caught up now, right? And Vingel says, just regards to the Lord of the Rings, he says, yeah, maybe I should have gotten an edition with more pictures in it. So fair enough, right? But I think that's it. I think we're caught up now, right? So look, what I'd like to do is to sort of formally get onto it, right? I'll put up this picture here. And I'm not sure that this is a legitimate photograph. Again, like last week, I think this might be a doctored image there. Because, yes. Right, now this is my amazing Photoshop skills getting better and better. But I'm not even using Photoshop. I'm basically using MS Paint, Anyway, what I'd like to do is, yeah. Oh well, look. Just finish off this commentary, right? Doc Holliday says the reason people are turning into everything but what they are is because they've been conditioned to be a protected class. And look, people, you said it boggles the mind why they do it, but it doesn't. It's very obvious why they do it. And people often would say to me with regard to everything, look, why do you have to always fight the system? Why are you always bucking the system? Just go with the flow. And everybody does that, and they exclude you until you do, and they make you be a pariah.
I understand the logic perfectly well. I don't understand how someone can do it without having a massive a massive moral cognitive dissonance moment, right? Like happened to me. I was able to do bad things up to a certain point, and then it broke me, and I couldn't do it anymore, right? And I've been spent some years now trying to suss that very thing and figure out what makes me different from every other person out there who goes through the same thing but doesn't have that moment, right? They go on and become more evil. And
Yeah.
trying to suss that out has been an adventure, I'm telling you.
Well, look, I can't think of the quote exactly verbatim, but it's along the lines of the world does not love truth. Simple as that.
That's for sure. That's for sure, and that gets into the truth as a who, but not a what. But that's neither here nor there. They'll take off on a whole nother rabbit hole.
Okay. Okay. Right. Well, look, we'll keep Jesus out of it for just now.
Right.
um. So look, let's get going with Sam Altman then, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I might put some kind of marker in to sort of say this is where we start talking about it. Let me read out to you what you sent to me anyway, which is from a site called Vim Buzz, right? There's all these kind of BuzzFeed, Vim Buzz type copycat sites, and it seems to me that these are articles that are probably almost. It says it's written by somebody called Hilda Selassie on March 15th, 2023, but these really seem like they're scraped together by AI. But look, maybe it's a non-native English speaker or whatever. You never know. But look, let me read it out because it kind of gets a background bio of the guy. And considering you and I'll speak for myself. I don't think either of us, but I hadn't really heard of him last week or a couple of weeks ago or whenever that was, right? And I kept getting his name wrong. So he's called Sam Altman.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's I thought I was, thinking of something there for Rick in Casablanca to say, train it again, Sam. That's his GPT. So here's Sam Altman, right? And he's the current CEO of OpenAI, which makes Chat GPT. So OpenAI is the corporation. He's the CEO of it, and their product is Chat GPT, and they're on version 3.5, nearly version 4, soon to be released, as far as I understand it. But let me read out his bio. At least I'll get one paragraph, and then if you want to comment on some aspect of it, then we'll
Mm-hmm.
pause for a minute. Okay, so Sam Altman was born on April 22nd, 1985 in Chicago, Illinois. Sam is a well-known entrepreneur, programmer, and investor. He's the CEO of OpenAI and a former Y Combinator president. Altman also co-founded Looped and Worldcoin Looped in 2005 and Worldcoin in 2020. Also, Altman helped fund and create Project Covalence. This is interesting. Covalence during the COVID-19, uh, whatever it was, they say it was a pandemic,
Yeah. The
which,
big one.
well, I'm glad that look, it didn't quite come through there, but we can't really even probably at this stage even say that it was. We can't doubt too strongly its veracity even now. I think.
Not.
Uh, Sam Altman was born on April 22nd, 1985 in Chicago, Illinois. Well, see, this is it. He's repeating itself there, right? But maybe that's just the tag underneath the photograph. Sorry, I don't have it up on screen, but I just think it's better just not try and push things by taxing my machine at the moment. So I'm just reading this out from a separate screen here. He is the CEO of OpenAI. Oh, God, sorry, it's repeating itself. Also, damn it. Okay, here we are again. Right, so Altman helped fund and create Project Covalence during the COVID, which aimed to help researchers quickly launch clinical trials in collaboration with TrialSpark, a clinical trial startup. It's very convenient, isn't it? Like, just, this thing we never could have predicted just suddenly happened. And he says, I know, I'll open up a corporation during this pandemic, allegedly, which aimed to help researchers quickly launch clinical trials. I mean, the right man at the right time doing the right thing. Maybe you want to comment on that, JC?
It is all like it's always so convenient that these guys pop up and just happen to invent the things that are needed just right when they're needed,
Yeah.
right? They from Gates to to the Facebook
Elon
thing,
Musk. Yeah.
Zuckerberg, any of them.
Zuckerberg.
It's
Yeah.
always so convenient.
Very comparable to Gates, Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and well, several others you could probably think of as well.
Mm.
I was reminded of Larry Ellison. I think he was the Oracle guy. He seems to have been staying in the shadows there. Of course, Bezos as well, Jeff Bezos. Hadn't heard of him probably, like, I was using Amazon probably for a while before I actually heard of Jeff Bezos. But look, anyway, I'll tell you, speaking of things that nobody could have seen coming, but he happened to be there at the right time, the right place. It says Altman gave money to several startups, following the failure of Silicon Valley Bank in March 2023. Now, we talked about that kind of thing as well, that the banks were all failing. Again, like they thought like that they would sell us the story like, oh no, this is the tip of the spear or the first domino to fall, and there's another domino, and pretty soon the dollar be gone. Well, what happened to that? Like, I mean, Janet Yellen went out and sort of said, oh no, like we don't really know what, it'll be fine, or we can't bail it out. But nothing really has happened. But anyway, maybe that's because Sam Altman, he was able to go, stand back, everybody. I'm so rich. I will fund like an angel investor or a venture capitalist for instead of Silicon Valley Bank, so that you won't have to go without all these new tech ventures.
Yes, well, yeah, that is kind of how, like, if you wanted to consolidate things, very much like back in 2008, 2010 area, when like pretty much everything consolidated into the hands of like just a handful of people, right? If you want to consolidate everything, that's what you do. You collapse the banks, then you offer them a life raft. You know what I mean? You throw them the life preserver, but like, you know, you always hold on to that life preserver, and you're like, well, I'll throw it to you, but, and basically that's it's my opinion that that's what Mr. Altman is fixing to do with this Worldcoin thing. I sent you a couple of videos there touching on that, and you know, I think he's preparing to offer everyone this Worldcoin. You know, when everything collapses and everybody is in the most need, his Worldcoin is going to be offered, and he's going to say at the low, low price of your retina scan and your fingerprints. Right?
Yes. Well, look, I'll see if I can line up one of the videos about WorldCoin in a minute. Let's move on a little bit with this article here, right? Because again, this is how I think it's set up like a template, and it's some algorithm that's scraping other documents out there, because this is funny. I'll read it out exactly as is, because it's just funny the way it reads it out, right? Sam Altman. So the first paragraph it's got a big heading, and it's called Sam Altman Wife. And then it says, Sam Altman came out as gay during his teens. He never got married nor engaged. Kind of a strange heading then, isn't it? But Sam Altman was in a 9-year relationship with Nick Sivio. That's S-I-V-O. Sorry, not Sivio, just Sivo. S-I-V-O. Which came to an end. Plenty of detail there. Anyway, it's funny what it doesn't say and does say, or just how it puts it anyway. So, well, not that there's anything wrong with that.
Like, it's broke it down kind of like it's filling out an application that like a form that was pre-written out, right?
Exactly.
It's it's like exactly. You have blank, and then like it's for name, and then like wife blank.
Exactly. Oh yeah, exactly.
Blank.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why I don't think that whatever name they put to these kind of articles, that person really exists. Hilda Selassie, Selasie, in this case. But the other thing, I'm gonna say it. I already didn't say anything particularly complimentary about Indians, but if people are honest, right, especially the kind that you talk to over the phone lines, you're not going to like any of them. And the thing is that they're extremely conformist, as far as they're given a template to follow, they're given a script to follow, and whether they are legitimately working for a company or trying to scam you, oh boy, do they stick to that script. And I, in my mind, having dealt with them for probably 25 years, where whatever company I was working for outsourced some function of the corporation out to them, that having to deal with any of them was a case of banging your head against a brick wall, that you sort of call them up and you go, yeah, what you just handed to me, you can't do that. And they'd go, oh, but the procedure says that. And I go, yeah, I know the procedure is wrong. And they go, yeah, but we have to follow the procedure. And I'm going, yeah, that's why I'm calling you, to tell you the procedure is wrong. And, they would kind of go, all right, so what do you want me to do? And I go, well, don't do that, right? And they go, well, can you get me a new procedure? And they'd force me to have to rewrite the procedure, push it through all the channels, get it disseminated, instead of, look, hi, I'm calling you person to person. Stop doing that thing you're doing. They were a computer that was going to execute the program, and they were going to follow it line by line, and they were going to keep doing it until you could find the way to do effectively a Control-C to break out of the program.
Yeah.
So my point, just to underscore that, is that replacing them with AI will be extremely trivial, and that's why it's so difficult to tell the difference between something that was written by one of these people who just follow a rote template, or if it's just an AI.
Yeah, like a robot, like they just, or an automaton. They just spit
Exactly.
things out
Just like
as
an automaton. Yeah. And like what I often thought in my mind was when I was a kid, there was a machine. I think it was kind of more popular in this side of the water than over there, called the Commodore 64. Anyway, but you could program in. I think there was a programming language called Logo on it, but maybe you could do it in BASIC as well. But I think Logo was designed for what they called was basically a floor robot, like you know those um, those vacuums that are autonomous and go around and they bump into an object and then they move and they turn and they go around hoovering or
yeah,
vacuuming your carpet. Yeah, yeah. What are they called?
a Roomba.
Roomba. Yes, exactly. So those kind of things. Except the long precursor to that was something that you had to pre-program with a direction. So it was sort of like putting something on the floor. You had a 2D space and you would program this. And I think they called it a turtle. And you could say move forward and a certain amount of centimeters or inches. But if you got your units wrong and moved it forward a few meters instead of a few centimeters because you didn't get the decimal place right, then it would just go careening into the wall and it would keep trying to keep pushing through that wall because you told it to go forward 20 meters instead of 20 centimeters and it would just keep banging against the wall, right?
Yeah.
Until you fixed your program. And so that's exactly the way every outsourcer ever followed a script. They wouldn't read it and go, well, that obviously doesn't make sense. They would do it come hell or high water.
Well, I mean, if you figure you have somebody who's not supremely educated, and this is probably one of the earlier, like, because back then when all that got outsourced, that was some, like, they really didn't have a whole lot of technology there. So, I mean, if you're dealing with somebody who doesn't really know the technology or anything all that well, like, that is how they would go about it. They would do what they were told, because, I mean, anybody can repeat processes that you show them, really. Like, it's like hit the red button, hit the green button, hit the purple button, hit the silver button. You give them a sequence and pretty much anybody can follow it, right? But it's when someone gets out there on their own and has to actually solve the problem real time by themselves that they're going to encounter issues.
Well, look, even though I know you're saying they wouldn't be used to technology or an education thing, I guarantee you this is not an education or a technology familiarity thing. This is a cultural mindset. But look, we won't get bogged down into it. But because there didn't seem to be any ever thinking outside of like thinking what the big picture is, or even like what are we trying to achieve here? There was never any thought of what are we actually trying to achieve here that would allow them to go, well, then obviously the steps here are in the wrong order, or that step clearly is a mistake, or I'll stop and seek clarification. Never any of that. Just execute the program, and that's it. You know.
Mm. Unfortunately, so many modern people are becoming that way. It's like a disease,
Well,
like
that's
unthinking.
it. That thinking has infected the whole of the Western world. Just not my job to try and put the hand up and say I think something's wrong here. People are terrified as well of being pointed at and say, "Hanno, you didn't understand something. You were wrong." But anyway, I didn't mean to get bogged down, and I probably shouldn't go off on it. But it is pertinent, I suppose, to AI in that I suppose it is pertinent, right? In that one of the aspects that is terrifying is not just that AI is passing the Turing test. In other words, if you don't ever get to see the face and you only get to interact over either text or, as we now know, pretty soon they'll be able to synthesize voices perfectly in real time, so that the AI will seem, even if it's only simulating, it will seem more intelligent than the vast majority of the global population, no matter whether they're from India or USA or any country in Europe.
Yes. And that's why people will believe that the AI is like supreme intelligence and that they should listen to it.
Mm.
If you make all the humans supremely stupid and you make the AI seem supremely smart, it's not going to take a whole lot more to convince the normies that they should just capitulate all their decision making over to it.
Yeah, and look, the thing is that even now, you saying that, I find it very hard to disagree with that, because you kind of hope, like, well, maybe it'll be consistent. There'll be some kind of sanity check that we already know that Chat GPT and things like that. You can sort of say to Chat GPT, one of the things I learned about it from looking into it a bit only this week is that You can ask it to write an essay, and then it'll be quite impressive. Like you can say, can you do a book review on Wuthering Heights, and also particularly if you could analyze what you felt like was the relationship between the two main characters in it, and it'll do a pretty good job, and then what you can do is you can say, now ChatGPT, that book review that you wrote there, could you now appraise it and tell me how good of a job you think that you did on it? Correct it as though you're the teacher, and grade yourself A, B, C, D, or do you pass it all? And it'll say, oh, well, I made a few mistakes here and this wasn't so good, I'll rewrite this part. Just quite astounding, really.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing. But I mean, you remember how helpful the internet was when it first came out, how helpful social media was when it first came out. That's the way it always works. Everything starts out as being super helpful, and you can see all these uses for it, and it's amazing. And then once you're addicted to it, then comes the sting, the inevitable backbiting scorpion sting that, you always get when you make a deal with the devil. And AI will be super helpful and will be way better than dealing with some of the dumbass people you deal with these days, for sure. But that's just because they've made people that way on purpose so that the AI will seem like a better option, in comparison. But once everyone has capitulated over to it and has gotten so comfortable with it that they're willing to put like a receiver for it inside their bodies, then it'll be time to show its true nature, right?
Well, point is well made there, all right. And so it's true anyway. Like, commensurate with the not only intelligence levels, it seems that's not really a very accurate way of putting it, but people's laziness as far as thinking through things for themselves. Even like, let's say, our teachers warned us about it, like, using calculators causes the part of your brain that gets quick at mental arithmetic to atrophy, to weaken, like any muscle. And of course, when you get these artificial intelligences, whether they really are intelligent or whether they really are even sentient, which I don't believe, but I mean, look, I actually was 100% sure that because scientists didn't even really know what consciousness was, that you would have to be able to define it accurately, know what it is, have disassembled it, figured out how it works before you could then replicate it. But apparently that's not the case. So I'm now feeling the effect of, I think, what must happen to everybody, that you start off young, you understand technology, you understand all the technology as it comes out, you can't wait for it, and at some point it overtakes you and you don't like it anymore. But commensurate with most people dulling their horizons and their mental, falling into lazy cognitive habits, AI seems to be able to do by brute force and by just a multitude of processing and storage power and a massive amount of data, even if it is only simulating it, the output, the product that it's bringing, does appear to, in our world now, as what it is, be somebody who seems like, or I say somebody anthropomorphized it, seems to be something that you would trust far more than a human, even though one of its bugs apparently is very confidently gives wrong answers sometimes. But yeah, this is the problem. Human beings are going down, and computers are coming up. Go ahead, JC.
I was just going to say, especially when the Google ran AI or Microsoft Bing ran AI or whatever it happens to be, is one that you, like, as Mr. Altman says here, it will be personalized by you. So while the core, like your cell phone, will be designed by them, you will be the one who programs it in some ways, which will build that trust between you and that AI, right? Especially when it's giving you just one answer, right? You ask it a question and it gives you an answer, and bada bing, bada boom. And people will use it for mundane tasks like a calculator. They'll say, oh, hey, AI, what's the temperature today? Hey, AI, can you look in my fridge and tell me if I need milk, or whatever it is? They'll use it for a whole bunch of mundane tasks that it will perform flawlessly. And because of that, it will build the trust. It's just like how we see a cause and effect. I push the button, then the machine does the thing, right? I don't need to see how the parts inside the machine actually move around and make it happen for me to know that I push the button and it makes it happen, right?
Yeah.
So once you've started asking the AI to solve these simple problems and it starts doing that for you time and time and time again, you start getting a cognitive bias towards trusting it. And then that's going to be when you get into the problem, because when you go dealing with more complicated issues, as it's been shown with Chat GPT so far, you go asking it more complicated questions where you get into philosophy and things, and it can't keep up with all that. It completely
Well,
breaks down when you start getting into philosophy. It even has
well,
areas where it's not, they programmed it to not even be allowed to talk about it.
well, I am aware of the things that it's not allowed to talk about, or doesn't want to, or it'll be inconsistent in that it'll criticize one person but not another, or praise one person but not another.
Exactly.
Um, so I think, I'll say this, right? From a lot of the things that you said there, I think maybe here's one of the things, right? It's I think important to explain what any acronyms stand for. Um, I won't get into the history, but it has, for a long time, it has been a personal pet peeve of mine that people use acronyms without ever introducing what the acronym stands for. I'll just say the function of an acronym is so that you don't have to keep repeating long words if you have new terminology, but you have to introduce the terminology. It's like in programming, if you're going to use a variable, you must first define what that variable is, or what type it is, or what it can store, this kind of thing. And if you didn't, you might get an error at some point. So human beings tend to I think there's several reasons why they don't define what the acronym is. Sometimes because they've been using it for so long, they assume everybody knows. But what I realized was that at least half of the time, or if those are the only two reasons, probably more so than not, it's because they actually like to bamboozle people by using acronyms, by making themselves sound clever, put people on the back foot. Then you say the acronym so many times that people then feel the opportunity to ask what it stands for has gone by, and they just kind of say, right, I feel stupid, I better just let this expert take over and I'll just believe whatever he says. Another aspect of the whole psychological manipulation of people. With that said, I want to explain what GPT stands for. I didn't know, maybe other people do, but for those who don't, anyway, it stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformers. And having read a little bit about it, this seems to me to be the nebulous part of it. There's some step in there somewhere which is key to this whole artificial intelligence. But it starts off with pre-training. In other words, before it even gets to the public, where the public can ask it questions. And a part of the public asking it questions is that it gets feedback. Like, did I answer your question? And you can give feedback so it can get better, in theory. But it spent a long time with its trainers, right? So I picture like a lab with monkeys in cages, and they're all trained long before they're let out into the circus, sort of thing. So that, I suppose, would be, even though I don't fully understand it, that's what GPT stands for, and generative pre-trained transformers. What generative pre-trained transformers seems to indicate, even though it's a bit of a mouthful of things, is that they've been seeding it with certain information, and I'll just say this and hand it off to you then for your comment on this, JC. They started off, I'm just from the Wikipedia page, they give an example of how the GPT process works, and there's a flow chart and a diagram there with it. But I'll read this out just from Wikipedia page. It'll only be quite short. It gives a history of the models, from GPT version 1, 2, 3, 3.5 is where apparently we are now. Starts off with just what it calls the training data for version 1 was book corpus, a body of some book, right? It's a data set consisting of around 11,000 unpublished books scraped from the internet. Interesting. That's all it trained on. 4.5 gigs of text, which at one time would seem massive, right? But by version 2, they had multiplied that by a factor of 10 to 40 gigs of text, 8 million documents from 45 million web pages upvoted on Reddit. That's where version 2 came from. So already, when you hear that, you kind of go, well, Reddit is where a lot of people converse, but we know that Reddit has political bias and it's enforced by moderators and that kind of thing. And then by version 3, they allowed it to consume all of Wikipedia, which I think like that, to be able to basically pull everything from Wikipedia, and if it's able to cross-reference things and collate things in a way that a human, the way you've probably spent days, most people have probably spent days clicking through stuff. So at that point, I think like that's when it became, something with a large repository that was a tool that could have powerful uses. But that was its generative pre-trained model before you put it out into the world. So what do you make of all that there so far, JC?
Well, I mean, right off the bat, you have problems because, Wikipedia is fraught with lies, manipulations, and everything else because any Tom, Dick, or Harry can edit it except for the person it's actually about or anyone who actually knows them. So, okay, right there's one problem. And then you have the same problem with everything else on the internet that it gets a hold of because the internet has been censored and scrubbed for things that certain people don't like. So that automatically predetermines what ChatGPT can train on, which then therefore influences how it answers questions later on. So it's not being trained, altruistically on all information. Democratically, we should say, I guess, for lack of a better term, like it's being trained on very specific information and it's not being allowed to see or even talk about other information. So its bias is all hell right from the get.
Yes. Can I say the thing as you said is biased and it can get things wrong, right? What rang in my ears or in my head when I heard that it took 40 gigs of text, or sorry, maybe not all 40 gigs, but from 45 million web pages upvoted on Reddit. Well, we already know the principle that just because something is popular doesn't make it good. We also know that their moderators curate information, so they actually just eradicate any information that they just don't like, even if it might be true. We know that there's been plenty of AMAs, Ask Me Anythings, on Reddit, and we know that commentary afterwards that wasn't favorable to the people who may have been paying for that platform to use it, if they said, we don't like that commentary, that was just excised forthwith, So already what you're dealing with is a slanted, to say the very least, biased data set. And we know that a lot of moderators or people who want to be moderators will very confidently assert things, and other people then thinking that they have authority will fall for the appeal to authority fallacy and back that person up without even looking into it. So it's small wonder that they say that one of the bugs of ChatGPT is that it'll very confidently state things as an answer, and it'll be wrong. And they gave an example of how like it'll sometimes a lot of times do this with numbers, that it like how many of this is this, and they might say, oh, there's 13.5 million or whatever, or 6 million this or whatever, and then they'll look into it and they'll find that's not true. And what it calls these things are, well, go ahead. Yeah,
I was saying if they look into it. And see, that's
yes.
the problem. That video I sent you about Sam Altman talking about education, that was the chilling thing to me, is that, okay, children don't already know, they don't know to look to double check it to begin with, especially if teachers and the system is telling them to trust this thing. Like, they don't know any fucking better. Like, if they go into it as children listening to this thing, think of the brainwashed little soldiers that they're going to create if you send your child to school and allow them to be exposed to this thing. It's going to brainwash them in a very specific slant, worse than the current school system ever thought about.
Yeah. You're right, of course. Like, if people look into it, and people are lazy, and they likely won't. So people will. I mean, it used to be like a knowledgeable fellow at the bar. Two people would be having an argument about something, might have been just sports trivia, but they know that they have to wait for some fellow to walk into the bar who's knowledgeable, and they go, oh, you'll know this. What's the answer to this? And a lot of times if he states it confidently enough, or like you talked before, if somebody has the halo effect, if they're good looking, if they walk tall, put their chest out and they're confident and give their answer clearly, authoritatively, people say, he's right. He settled the bet for us. That's the way it used to work. And if you were polite and shy, and you go, excuse me, I don't think that's right, they go, oh, shut up, you, what do you know? You're not the
Yeah.
expert. Did you do a
Especially
degree
if
in
you're
that?
the guy from town who they always count on for everything else. Just like I was saying earlier about that trust factor. Like if you're the guy from town who's big and strong and is usually the guy that everyone goes to for like answers for things, then they're probably still going to go to him, even though he doesn't know what in the hell he's talking about when it comes to this thing, right? That everybody, they don't know what to do, so they're just going to go to the most experienced member of their group, right, and say, "What do we do?" And
Yeah.
this is just the way people work in our group mind way of being. You know, we're adapted to be this way as human beings. It's part of our
Yeah.
nature.
Well, look, I don't mean to be talking too much about my own personal experience, but what I found, I think I did tell the story before. I'll very briefly retell it. Um, so I found that when I would tell people anything, so I had to, teach people how to do their jobs and wide variety of stuff in the corporation and get technical things exactly right. And sometimes things were undocumented, sometimes things were processes that you tried to nail down exactly what the thing was. But what you found is if you would go to the what was called like the owner of the information or the single source of truth with regard to a certain subject matter, you'd find that start getting very wishy-washy with you when you try and nail them down on exactly what something meant. And you'd realize, and I realized after a while, it's because the person who's supposed to be the authority on things generally doesn't know either. And what they'll try and then say is, oh, I leave the sort of details, I manage from a high level, I leave the details to the people on the floor basically, or at the coal face. But
Mhm.
ask them on another day, and they'll say, "Oh, I don't. I like to have uniformity and consistency, so that's why I highly regulate everything, and I strictly um, uh, delegate or strictly delegate based on very clear criteria what my team are to do at all times." So you see the contradiction there. And then you realize the underlings don't know what they're doing. They just try and look at each other. They try to do their best, figure out, oh, this seems to be working, we'll do this. And then the manager kind of comes along and goes, what are you doing there? Yeah, do that. Do that a little bit way differently. And then they can, oh, that manager really knows he found something. You see what I mean, right? So I'd be doing my best to tell people what was what. Absolutely exactly correctly, and I'd have documentation. I'd write it up. I'd say, "Here's what I've," and then I put a note over some things, and I'd say, this I'm not 100% sure on. There may be some variability here. I can't quite tell you this definitively, but I'm going to say with a 99% confidence, but there's a small chance I might be wrong here. What people would take that as not me trying to do my best to be honest about, the veracity of this information. They'd go, ah, well, you don't know then. We'll go to somebody who knows then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is kind of, yeah, it's just another one of those idiosyncrasies about human beings, right? And the weird ways that they work. And, as much as I hate it, and I'm sure many other people do too, so much of our interactions with other people are ritualized and, have somewhat of predetermined outcomes, really. Like it based on their personality and certain other factors, you can just know ahead of time how that conversation is going to turn out before you even have it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate, and it frustrates the shit out of me on a regular basis. But you know, it's the way people are, and it's why over time I've learned to pick and choose who I try and have a conversation with about these things, because some people you just cannot. It's not going to do
Well,
you any good.
well, the other part of the story, I suppose I'll just tell this for completeness sake. This is the part I think I told before. There was a fella, and he was supposed to be the expert in his particular field, to do with some kind of business process aspect, maybe logistics, that kind of thing. Inventory management, maybe is they called it sort of different things. And I really thought that he'd been at it for quite a while, so he really must. I was kind of glad to have him with me to field any questions in that regard that I would have been sort of I would be knowledgeable about, but I would much rather defer to a so-called expert on. And anyway, I found over the course of like while we were talking to people, what he would always do is, he'd stand very confidently, he'd say a lot of things very authoritatively, and by the third time I heard him saying something that I thought that doesn't sound right. I kind of thought, okay, that's the third time now. I really think he's not saying things that are true. But of course, I can't just stand up in front of everyone and go, that man is saying things that's not true. Don't trust him, because like he and I were supposed to be a team. We were supposed to be given a course to people who were there to learn from us. We've been specially flown out to this place to help these people with all the things they didn't know. So it wouldn't be a good look or a good starting point if I started contradicting what was supposed to be my colleague. So I waited. I waited a few days even to see if things would get better. And so then after one day, we were both staying in the same hotel, and I said to him in the car park after the drive home, I said, "Look, just wanted to quickly check with you. While we can talk privately here, are you 100% sure on picked him up on a couple of things? Or do you know that for a fact? Is that true? It didn't sound right to me. It's not what I know." And he was trying to fudge the issue for a long time, and I knew he was being evasive straight away, so that's why I tried to pin him down more on it. And then eventually he just sort of said, "Look, it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. The only thing that matters is that they believe me."
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how a lot of people believe these days. That is getting into that semantic philosophy and the idea of relativism, right? Like, what does it even matter, right? Like, all that matters is the outcome.
Well, there was going to be no good outcome, you see, of that. But I don't know what people's plan is. But I think maybe there is no long-term plan. I think these people always figure with their confidence, they'll have moved on by the time the hits the fan. They'll be out of there. They can blame it on somebody else. He'd blame it on me, maybe, and he'd be promoted somewhere else. And I think that's basically the way it goes. If there is a thought process behind it, I think that's essentially the way it goes. But I'm not trying to praise myself, but I mean, I figured, look, we're all conscientious here. We're all trying to do the best. We were sent out here because these people apparently didn't know how to do these processes. The whole facility is failing because nobody knows what they're doing. So I kind of figured, like, well, we better at least then be sure of what we're telling them is right. Otherwise, things are going to get even worse. So, but I realize he's not the only one. That's basically everybody out there in all walks of life, in all corporations, which is why our society is failing. But I still am flabbergasted at how it's still functioning at all. But I guess there's a certain amount of momentum there. Or the thing is, there's only so many ways you can mess something up. But just with the weight of billions of dollars behind everything, they push some product out anyway. And with the way that software is anyway, they always say, well, listen, we'll fix it in the next version,
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, people do tend to do that. They're going to fake it till they make it in a lot of ways, especially these days. People didn't do that as much back in the day, I don't think. At least I don't remember it being as bad back in the day, but people still did it. It's always been, part of the human experience to have to deal with folks playing that game. And it's about climbing the ladder. And a lot of people, especially moral relativists, are going to find it perfectly fine to trick you, as long as they as long as they're able to trick you, get you to believe it, and they figure no harm, no foul, right?
Well, I actually think that this guy is not just so unique. He's like a lot of people, but this guy, I think, really exemplified a type of a character where it's actually part of not having empathy or a conscience that because what he meant by the only thing that matters is from his personal self-aggrandizement objective. That's the objective, right? To make himself feel good, to make himself feel authoritative, to give himself the thrill of having everybody listen to him. That to him, it's inconsequential what it is that he says, as long as he's having people's attention and adulation, and that people would think he's important. And that he actually hasn't even considered what the ramifications of telling people incorrect information upon which they're going to act within the company. That's not really something that's ever occurred to him.
Yeah, you're getting into the realm of psychopaths and sociopaths at that point.
That is what it is. That is what it is. But let's say sociopaths, because people kind of think psychopath kills people, but sociopaths just don't have any empathy, but haven't yet killed anybody.
Yeah, I mean that is most certainly one of the typical distinctions that you have between the two. There are other distinctions, but yeah, basically so. A psychopath is going to be far more dangerous for sure because of it. Just what their intents end up being, usually, for one. They're incredibly devious, and they're capable of bending themselves to take on base. They can imitate basically anything they need to in order to appear normal while they're
Well,
not. They're almost the perfect predator, really.
Well, yes, and as far as they can imitate other people's behaviors, here's one behavior that he did, right? And again, don't mean to be bragging this guy, but he's a perfect example of what a lot of people I think out there will recognize. And one of the things he would often do is he would notice who was basically in charge of a meeting when somebody would walk into a room. Now, obviously, like, a manager or some of the people, if there's several managers, maybe the most important manager might sort of say, oh, actually, I'll delegate to my next in command. That makes him feel more authoritative, this kind of thing. But anyway, what he would do is, because he noticed these people doing it, is that they'd be in control of the projector or the whiteboard. And what he would do is he'd go in and he'd pick up one of the dry markers and he'd make sure he sat near the whiteboard so that anytime anybody had a question, he'd say something, and it obviously would be quite nonsensical anyway because he never knew what he was talking about. He'd just throw out terminology and acronyms that didn't seem to gel together. But you know the way it is with word salad, you have to parse it for a while and kind of go, wait a minute, does that sound like it makes sense? Kind of does. So you'd say, what do you mean by that? And then he'd go, glad you asked. And he'd get up he'd stand up, walk to the whiteboard. He'd use a red marker and he'd draw circles, arrows, squares, write a few acronyms in the circles and the squares, and then draw a few dots and then a few circles around the lines and kind of go, now, do you get it? Most people would, that by this stage, be so embarrassed in front of the whole meeting room, they're going to go, oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's what he'd do all the time.
Hmm. Well, this seems to me that like people in that room were too afraid to confront him on his bullshit.
Oh yeah, because as I say, most people in every corporation don't know what the hell they're doing anyway. They just hope nobody else notices.
Yeah, well, and, unfortunately for people like that, I've always been that guy who will call you out on your bullshit, and I don't care if I ruin everybody's day or not.
Right, but what happens is that the managers don't understand either. So if you're looking for an arbiter, and as far as everyone in the room is concerned, lunchtime is coming up. It's just two people arguing. You're holding up the meeting. We have several other agenda items on the agenda. Just leave it alone. Stop being so pedantic. Do you see how it goes?
Well, yes, of course. Like I've been in that corporate world, and I never really had too much problem with people like that because I always won the game.
But there's no winning if there is, you understand, if there's no jury there that understands the evidence that's being read out, they can't come to any conclusion other than, look, we're getting tired of this, it's lunchtime, let's just finish that up anyway, let's move on to the next thing.
You don't wait for somebody to come to a conclusion. You set them up and you let them screw themselves over and get fired.
Well, like I say, the problem is that nobody there understands who's right or wrong, so nobody's getting fired. And if he's just so confident basically in his in his steadfastness of sticking to all this word salad nonsense, that people just kind of go, I don't even care who's right or wrong, right? All I know is I heard lots of words, it's all above my head, let's just get out of here. So nobody's getting fired from it. And then you kind of say, as well, you sort of say, yeah, more fool me for getting stuck in this quagmire.
You have to play the game better than he does. And that's how you climb the ladder. Like you're gonna have to play the same game he does. You're gonna have to do things, whatever you have to do. I mean, it's just like Freemasonry. Like you're gonna climb that ladder one way or the other. And if you aren't smart enough to figure out how to use the same kind of game he's using to beat him, like even though you can't get a manager on your side, like if you need to go to a manager or somebody above your head to deal with him, then you've already lost. You have to
Well,
be able to stand by yourself as a predator in order to beat the
yeah.
predator.
Well, look, not that it really matters, but I'll tell you the way it goes. Like there would be some managers in the next above chain of command who would be cognizant enough to be able to just recognize a charlatan when they see it. But they say to themselves is, good, we'll promote him over to this place here, and then they use him in some, they haven't figured it out yet, but they know that he'll be useful. You know the way that the Masons do, as you say, they know people's particular characteristics, and they say, he'll be a good pawn over here, or whatever. That's kind of the way it goes. So eventually they get their comeuppance, but
my
other
point.
people have to suffer them in the meantime.
Playing that game, you have to play it better than him so that they pick you and not him. That's
Um,
the way
well,
it's
they
gonna.
never, yeah. Well, look, again, this is not about me, but they never would pick me because I will just doggedly stick to what I know is correct when I know is right. And if there's ever a choice of you either do the sneaky thing and you get paid for it, or you do the right thing and you get punished, I'll always do the latter thing because they just always saw me as, negative in that sense, but negative
Well,
against all their machinations. So I wouldn't play the game. So there's no way that I would ever get picked or chosen or whatever, that sort of way.
yeah, well, that's my point. The only way to win, quote unquote, at that situation is to play it just like they do. Like, or you just walk away from it altogether and don't win or lose, right? You can't engage in that game and come out on top unless you're willing to step on everyone. You know this.
Yeah, well, look, I didn't want to get bogged down in it, but that was basically it. Yeah, I mean, more fool me for getting involved. I should just kept my trap shut and just gone on lunch the same as everybody else at the at the right time. Let him get on with his game. But unfortunately for me, I've always been somebody who sort of wants to. I thought that the way you fix everything in the world is by going, oh, I think you'll find that's incorrect. This is the correct thing. No, people don't want that. You know what I mean? So anyway,
Exactly that. I had to learn the hard way as well. Like I said, I tried to tell everyone the truth, over a decade ago, but back then nobody was prepared to listen. It wasn't like now where people are slowly starting to come around. Like back then, nobody wanted to hear it.
well, look, what I wanted to introduce, maybe just before we read out a few more comments, is a terminology that I learned again just by reading a few of the Wikipedia page articles on Chat GPT and artificial intelligence. And in regards to well, it could be any AI, but in this case, Chat GPT's bug of often very confidently stating an answer that is in fact either wrong or has some factual errors in it. It's called a hallucination in their terminology. Now it says, a hallucination like a person would see something in reality that's not there, but it says they don't really like that terminology because, of course, the AI is dealing in a virtual world, I suppose you could say. It doesn't have a physicality, right? So it's not that it's seeing an apparition like a hallucination, which is why it offers some other words which I thought were interesting. We can add them to our lexicon now as we learn more about AI. So an old word sounds very Victorian to me. People have suggested a delusion, but here's the nice word I thought when I saw it: a confabulation. Right? In other words, a makey uppy thing, a confabulation. And I'll put this here on screen and give you the opportunity to comment on that. Vingol says, so interesting how automaton is an ancient concept. I thought
Yes,
that's appropriate.
it is a very ancient concept. I mean, there were automatons, quote unquote, way back in ancient Greece. I think the first robot was built in ancient Greece. But they believe ancient Greece or Rome. I can't remember.
Are you thinking of that? What it's not the Antikythera, or however you pronounce it,
This was
Antikythera.
I'm thinking of like a wine pouring, a robot, basically a robot that you would put a coin in it, and it would give you. There was one like machine that you'd put a coin in it, and then it would dispense liquids for the ritual sacrifices at the temple, and then there was another one for parties where you would sit your wine goblet or drinking bowl in its hand, and then the robot lady would pour your drink or whatever. There
No
was a few
way.
ones back in the day, yeah, but yeah, you should look it up sometime. Look at ancient Greece or Rome and automatons. Like there's crazy stuff, and there's some from ancient Japan as well. Little robots that shoot bow and arrows and all kinds of stuff.
Well, that's fascinating. I don't think I've come across those things, but that's amazing. An ancient Greek
Leonardo da Vinci,
coin.
Leonardo da Vinci drew designs for a robotic knight and knight's armor or whatever, way back in his day too. So yeah, it's all through history they've had these kind of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is fascinating that there's nothing new under the sun. An ancient Greek liquid dispenser almost sounds like if there was a laundromat there, or laundrette, as we call it, lavanderie, that you could picture Greek people going in there and sort of saying, right, need to wash some clothes, just need to get some liquid detergent, put some coins in there.
Yeah. I mean, they would go up and, you put the coin in, and the coins were weighed back then, just like they always have been. So when you drop the coin in, it would hit the lever, and the lever was tuned just so that the coin's exact weight would trigger the mechanism, and anything lighter than that coin would not trigger the mechanism, right?
Sure. Oh yeah.
Slot size would be tailored to the coin as well. So it was an early form of like vending machine.
Well,
Um,
I mean that's how sophisticated vending machines would do it to prevent people putting in coins that are the same diameter but different weight. But as I say, in regards to AI, what they've done now is, I mean, it used to be maybe a coin mechanical thing, electrical thing maybe as well. That it would hit a sensor, hit a weight or a weighing scales, but also maybe there'd be electrical contact, these kind of things. But now, because money is becoming less physical, not even paper, let alone coins, that what's basically going to happen is there's tokens, they're imaginary, but the AI wants to collect them anyway. And that's how it's gamed. And people then won't have currency either. Currency will be imagined, never have to be printed. And so it will never be pushed into something. So it'll be sort of like looking at things. Maybe this leads into things. Look, your retina will prove who you are. You look at things, it imagines a notional token, but maybe people will forget that there's even a notional token anyway. You just look, you are you. Are you a good person? You get to get the thing out of the vending machine.
yeah, I mean, basically, it's going to be sort of like that. Yeah, they already have the model in China or whatever, where depending on how good or bad of a person you are, quote unquote, like it decides if you can ride the train, or if you can use the vending machine, or how fat you are decides like if you can have that chocolate bar, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, the other thing then as well is that there's tokens that the AI uses to feel good about the choices that it makes, or to incentivize it, give it a weighted scale as to what tactics or strategies it should use in a game theory type way to evaluate the outcome or the answer. Now, one more comment here on that's appropriate to this is from Watching Trains Go By, and he says there's no such thing as AI. Now, this is the importance of defining what your terms are before you go arguing about whether something is or isn't something, because he goes on then to explain. Well, see, as is clear now, there is such a thing as AI, but what he means is it doesn't matter how robust the software becomes; it's not intelligence. Now, I
no,
think I'd agree with you there, but it
yeah,
mimics it so well, it simulates it so well that you have to then philosophize and say, well, what is the difference given the gross laziness of mind that people have? You could call it stupidity. So he says there'll always be roadblocks to what it can do because it doesn't have imagination, only programming. Um, I was full sure, and I'll just repeat this anyway, and then ask your opinion on this, JC. I thought, mistakenly it seems, that before artificial intelligence could be created, that you'd need to disassemble natural intelligence and understand how it worked in order to build a working facsimile. But apparently you don't. You just only need to know what the outcome ought to be and then backwards derive the, in quotation marks, intelligence.
yeah. I mean, you just have to convince people that it's intelligent. It doesn't actually have to be intelligent. If as long as it's smarter than the average Joe out there, then that's good enough, right? As long as it's smart enough and capable enough to convince the average person that they're talking to something sentient. And because the average person can't define what the fuck consciousness is for the most part, not especially when they haven't even been trained in philosophy, they can't even begin to grasp the idea. They might think they do, but they don't. Well, like, they're not going to know any better. How could they?
Well, it sounds like your dog agrees. Um, not,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not.
allowed now.
Yeah. Now, I kind of in two minds about saying this to you, but I'll just pick you up on this just for the sake of it, right? Just to not let it go. Don't want to get bogged down in it, but just to put a pin in this, right? Just the use of the word "not trained" in philosophy. because training implies that somebody was programmed with something. I know you didn't necessarily mean it that way, so I would substitute the word exposed to or encouraged to think about things. And also just to pick up on the fact that I notice in society that people think, well, in order to be able to speak on something, you must have been accredited with something, or given accreditation, given credentials by some authoritative university, where you have gone and studied, and been trained in classical philosophy and this kind of thing. And I just want to say, like, I'm not trying to big up myself and say I know philosophy or whatever, right? I just think that it's actually none of it is that complicated, right? I never studied philosophy. I've just sat somewhere for a while and thought about things, right? And then years later, figured out, well, that's a trivial thought, probably universal thought, but years later figured out that, one of the great philosophers had said that exact same thing either hundreds or thousands of years ago, likely put it in a much more nicer or pithy way, or put it in a way that scans nicer, more poetic, more prosaic, but nonetheless they are universal thoughts. So I would just sort of say, I don't think people need to be trained in philosophy, maybe need to be encouraged to think about things, to use their own mind
It
rather than
goes
trained.
beyond just thinking about things, though, John. Like, I'm talking about understanding what the logical fallacies are so you can catch somebody when they try to use them on you. That's just one of the aspects to the training I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the whole thing. Yes, a lot of it goes into your own thinking and that self introspection about yourself and the world around you and all of that. But the basic foundational stuff, so you have giving you the tools to be able to do the job. I can teach you just by telling you and showing you on a blackboard how to be a stonemason. But you can't fucking go out there and bust that stone down without the hammers and the actual tools you need to do it with. And that's where a lot of people mess up. They come and try to debate someone like me on a channel like the Crucible or any of these other channels that do debates, right? And they just get absolutely eviscerated because they don't understand what the logical fallacies are. They don't understand why you can't use logical fallacies. They don't even understand that there are rules to a debate. They don't understand what the rules are. They don't understand, anything really about the situation that they've now got themselves into. And that's where the training comes in. Yes, you can think about things, but when the rubber meets the road and it comes down to you actually taking those things you've thought and constructing them into an argument that can actually take down another person's argument who's actually trained in this kind of stuff, now you're going to have problems. Oh yeah, it's fine and perfectly easy to think about things by yourself without any kind of formal training from a church or anything like that on how to do this stuff and take down like a normie. But when you actually come up against someone who is classically trained in philosophy and debate, now you're going to have problems because they can walk all around you and pick your worldview and your positions apart. And that's where that foundational knowledge comes in. Yeah, you can get by a lot on like your just instincts and luck and whatever you want to call it. But, being classically trained in these things, it's the difference between somebody being a novice in the boxing ring and being a pro. Yeah, a novice could possibly win, but the chances of a novice beating a pro in the ring are very slim. Right? Because the pro knows all those technical little things that they can do to get that novice that he's not going to see coming because he understands intimately the actual science of it, the actual, the ins and outs. It's not just a thing. It's not just an exoteric thing to the end. They know the esoteric inside stuff that's going to let them have that edge on you. And when you're talking about actual philosophical warfare, then you need to be a trained assassin when it comes to this stuff. You can't just go in there half-ass and thinking that you know something because you sat around and thought a little bit. You need all the tools in your toolbox to be able to do it correctly. And that's where, something like the autonomy course or something like that can help you. Or just subscribing to like Jay Dyer's website or any number of different places. like right now that you can go and start learning philosophy, and I would encourage everyone to do so. There's a reason that they took it out of the school curriculum for most people, because they don't want you knowing it. You know, that's equivalent to giving you weapons to be able to fight back with, and they don't want you having.
Well, look, I'll try and move quick here. Yeah, I agree that maybe you misunderstood. I don't just mean like somebody can sit and think about things for a little while and that's that. The thinking is done and they're prepared for life. I mean, encouraging to doing it regularly, just like you wouldn't go to the gym once and go, there, I'm fit now. Um, let me say this, right? So, as far as knowledge goes, like it's like the Big Bang, right? And as far as universities, accreditation, credentials go, people sort of say, even like, with Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, well, Aristotle was the student of Plato and Plato was a student of Socrates, and each one derives then a bit more authority from the previous master and so on and so on. But it has to come a singularity or a point where it all came from. You might say God, whatever. Okay. But let's just not do that just yet, because what the point I'm trying to make is that, and perhaps it's my arrogance, perhaps it's like the rebelliousness of Lucifer or the devil or whatever, maybe it's not all a good thing. But, maybe as a child I was headstrong and belligerent, and the question was always like, who are you to tell me what to do? How do you know? If you're telling me I have to do this, tell me how you know. At least give me a rationale, that kind of thing. But I was told, well, you're a child, I'm the adult, you just do what you're told. Now I figured when I got into the adult world that I would be at least be told, what's the reasoning, what's the rationale, what's the evidence, why does somebody know whatever they're saying, why do they at least think that it's the correct thing and the true thing? And what you find out is that they don't really know. Now, the thing is that what is somehow overlooked a lot, and people just take it for granted, is, well, oh, that person did a course in it, or they're trained in this. Now, it seems to me that you have studied a lot of this stuff. So what I just say is, I'm not denigrating any of that, and it is great if you have all the tools, as you say, at your disposal. And while you don't necessarily want to have to reinvent the wheel all the time, and yes, it might take more time, you can derive all the rules for coherency and consistency in a debate, right? And what the logical fallacies are. Oh, well, that's an appeal to authority, for example, which is what I'm complaining about. That people sort of say, well, this guy has got a degree in philosophy, or, well, this guy's got a PhD in philosophy, so therefore whatever he says must be correct, and whatever you say can't be. Obviously, that's not true. Equally, I would say, if you want to, and I agree, yeah, and I agree with you here as well, right? So if you could say to somebody, right, and I think it's useful to have it all there, right? Because it takes a lot to sort of say, right, from the age of, let's say, 7 years old, you just furiously think, and backwards derive all of the philosophy, or derive it all on your own. Originally, derive all the philosophy that there ever was, and also backwards derive all the keep making a mistake and go, well, that clashes with that, therefore I've figured out a new rule for what is another logical fallacy. Now, I remember noting that I was going to write down a list of these things to try and remind people that I was teaching not to make these mistakes when they're trying to fault find or troubleshoot things. Not to, leap to conclusions and, things like, not all, and the left love this, the correlation is not causation. Sometimes it is. Don't always leap to the last solution you had for symptoms that look the same, all these kind of things. But anyway, I noted that as I was going to write all these, that 4chan, I think politics forum, had a very nice summary of logical fallacies that would be great to look at. It was pinned to the top for people who want to communicate, dialogue with each other. So perfect. So I agree with you. That's another, what you're saying. Here's the tools, guys. Let's have consistency. Let's remind ourselves what these logical fallacies are. But what I noticed is, if you just tell people, here's this rule, here's this rule, here's this rule, what you're giving them is the false assumption that there's some unknown authority, the hidden they, somewhere else other than you in your own mind knows what's true or false, and that you're already by default subordinating your own ability to derive these things in the first place, to be your own foundation of what is true, to create your own tools for discernment. If you don't create your own tools for how to discern where something is true or not, then you're always going to be prey to AI coming along and saying, I am the single source of truth. You must defer to me.
You're
You see
back
that?
to the Adam and Eve problem. You want to decide what is good and evil, what is right and wrong, discern it for yourself. But this is that same debate problem that we've gone around on 500,000 times with all these atheists out here. They think that they can derive right and wrong, good and evil, what they should and should not do just from their own intellect. And you can look around you and see that that's not true because people don't do it. People think they do, and then their morals come out all fucked up. Like, the fact of the matter is, I am appealing to a higher source. I appeal to God for my morals and for my justification for those morals. Because without him, you have
Okay,
no
but we're talking about logical fallacies, though, JC.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. All this stuff is packed together, and like you're trying to say, oh well, I can derive these things myself, and see, this is the same thing. That in itself is incoherent and
But
not.
I didn't say morality. I'm talking about logical fallacies,
But
and
that's the thing.
and
Like
they
deriving morality, deriving what you think is right and true, good and evil. Like all these
Well,
things
I didn't say
are.
good and evil. I said
You can't
factual or not factual, true or false.
drive that either. You have to go from like things that you collect around you, from things you see, touch, taste, and all that other kind of stuff. You're not just deriving it for yourself. You had to, like, even once you have all the information, you had to have other information before that to even give you a basis for how to interpret this new information you have. There is always a lineage. You
Yeah.
cannot get away from this. Like, you
I agree.
learned this.
There is a lineage, and what I'm saying is that it's other men. It's so what you're actually doing is you are subordinating your own authority to discern right from wrong, not in a moral way, in a factual way, to other men. That's it. It's other men, in institutions who are saying we're the ones who are the single source of truth, and
Why would
the
you back
men are the people now who
devil?
used to be in control of the universities, but are now in control of this new technology called AI, which is going to be the arbiter of true or false. And I'm saying, no, 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 I don't want that. Of course, people don't do it because it's difficult, but I'm going to say like that, it is possible for people to practice. But I agree with you that it can work and it could work to sort of say, look, let's not have to make you reinvent the wheel. There have been philosophers over the years. Here is a good compendium of things that you're going to want to read to save you a lot of effort and searching in the wilderness. So I agree with you there.
Look, man, if you take a bunch of babies that have never experienced anything and put them in a room together, like, they're going to develop the worst morals and the worst, like, problem solving abilities that you've ever seen.
You don't have
Because
to
they
bring morals into it. Problem
even
solving ability is
learn.
okay. You don't have to bring morals into it.
No, I do, because like that is interconnected with all the rest of it. It's the same. I'm using it as an example because it's the same kind of principle that we're talking about here. You can't just drive your morals, and you can't drive what is right and wrong, what you should and should not do, just based on what you see, taste, touch, and feel. There has to be something more to that. We as human beings have to learn from other human beings.
Well, I
If
agree
you
with you
put a
that there is
person in
something
a
more
cave by
to that.
themselves for all their life, they're going to come out acting like an animal.
Yeah. Look,
Like,
I think
because they have to
I
learn
just
from other human beings and from a lineage. And this is why, as a Christian, like as an Orthodox Christian, we appeal to divine revelation, because as you work back through that lineage, you get back to God, who is a higher authority that you can appeal to.
well, let
See,
me put it this way then. Let me put it this
take
way.
that lineage and appeal to that higher authority, you are just appealing to some other person, and therefore you lose all grounding for your justification, which then brings you back to square one.
Look,
This is why
I
in
think
the
you agree
debate,
with me, but you don't. I think you agree with me, but you don't realize it. Is that yes? If they are trying to let's say it all goes back to God, then fine. Let's have morals as well as factual or not factual when it comes to searching the internet and outputting the answer. What they're trying to do is interject themselves or inject themselves in this stream and say, we're the people with the authority. Right. So that's what I'm getting at here. That if
but
people are just handed a set of rules,
you're
then
trying
it's
to
easy to,
basically, what you're doing though is you're saying, you can't do that, I'm going to do that instead.
as far, yeah, look, this is why I'm saying leave God out of it for the moment, right? If it's a population, right, of other people in the world, other human beings, and they're saying, I know what's right, you don't, you have to listen to me because I have a degree in it or a PhD, or I
That's
have,
not
yeah,
justification. That's a
well then I
fallacy.
will say no, because you're just another human being, right? That's my attitude to all other human beings. No, I won't just automatically give you the authority to tell me what's right or wrong. I'll figure it out for myself. I mean, you might hand me something, I'll look at it, but but I'm just sort of saying, in addition to that, a lot of the times when you hand people the tools, you just say, "Here's this tool. It does this. Use it this way." Then that's all they're ever going to do. They don't really understand it. But as far as I would say, eventually they will through practice, maybe. And as far as learning how to do anything, you can't just, I agree with you again as well, you can't just tell people how to do something in a theory way. There has to be a practical element to it and a practice element to it, and making mistakes while practicing, and then through repetition getting better at things, and then revisiting theory, and then kind of going, oh, now that actually makes more sense, the theory. So look, I just think that you might have misunderstood. You might have thought that I was trying to get God out of the picture. I just didn't want to overly complicate it by bringing in morality.
What bugs me is everyone like goes back to the same thing, and the reason I bring up morality is because like it's the same. It goes back to that same Adam and Eve problem. Everyone wants to be the ultimate authority themselves, and
Well,
that's what I'm
let me
saying.
clear
Like
up the
we have
confusion
to
then, right?
as
I need
bypass
to,
regular
I,
human beings and
JC,
go to
I need you
Christ.
to understand that I'm not trying to reject God or do the atheist thing, and I think you're just assuming that I'm like other people you've had a debate with who were atheists, right? What I'm saying is that yeah, what I'm saying is that if it's other human beings, then I reject their assumed authority over me. That's what I'm saying, and it's not
Well,
that
yeah,
I want to be God, right? Do you
well,
understand?
that again is why you need to know the logical fallacies, because right then you could have said, what I reject is the appeal to authority fallacy. Just because you went to and like this X university does not mean you therefore know more than I do or anyone else. That is the appeal to authority fallacy. And see, this is where it comes in handy because it pinpoints exactly what you mean. And this is what I'm talking about people needing to be, you can use the word trained, you can use the word schooled, you can use the word enlightened, illumined, whatever. I don't really give a fuck what word you use.
All right. Well,
Like,
Jesse. Look, let's not get antagonistic about it, okay? Because I can just hear in your language that you are het up about it, right? There was a misunderstanding there. It would have been quicker if I'd have just said the appeal to authority fallacy is really important. I was debating, as I said in the beginning, internally as to whether to pick you up on the word trained, because to me the word trained, and maybe you can sort of say, oh yeah, well I would take as a substitute for that, exposed to the very concepts of these things and then allowed to assimilate that kind of information
but
rather than just be trained, because trained to me, but maybe you can say no, to you it doesn't mean that. Trained to me has the equivalent in humans, the connotation of to a computer to be programmed, right? And that
by
doesn't
actual
imply,
definition of training and the way that it's actually used in society these days, it doesn't really like a person's feelings on what the word trained means doesn't really matter. What matters is the actual the
all right.
actual
Oh, well, look,
kind of
come on now,
word.
JC. I think, look, you're saying a person's feelings doesn't really matter, right? I'm saying that
Like
it's,
if it makes you feel a certain thing, like it makes you feel like you're being trained like a dog, well, that's an inference and an opinion that you develop through your own experiences that don't exactly affect what the actual word itself means or whether or not it should be
look,
used.
it just is the case that it's a very common meaning or interpretation of the word trained. Say if you think of a dog, just repeat the behavior so that the outcomes come the same. Look, it's just, it didn't need to be antagonistic like this. It's just very opposite to the way that AI then is as well. That people are just trained to do behaviors to have specific outcomes, which removes a certain amount of humanity from the equation. That's all. Okay.
I just feel like it's a waste of time, and it's the exact same argument I've been having all week with this atheist, that atheist. I've like, the same old tired arguments from people who are not trained to even be having these arguments. It gets me frustrated. I
Well, there
am.
you are, right? So look, you have just said there that in your mind you're having an argument with somebody else, not me.
No, with you, because you're saying the same things that they say, which makes you seem just as ignorant.
Okay. Well, look, I tell you what, I'm not going to I'm not going to take that personally because I
Well, I
just
know you better than that, which is what makes me so frustrated. Like,
all
I
right.
know you better, so like it frustrates me when you like, you act dense. No
Well,
offense.
I think maybe what an element of this might be as well is that last stream or maybe the last couple of streams or more, I've been saying things that are very atheistic and maybe very not exactly rejection-y of God, but I can't think of the right adverb. Um, but that kind of a way, you know. And so
You can reject God all you
that.
want as long as you make good arguments for it.
Okay, but I mean, I'm just sort of saying those things taken in aggregation, or you know, it could all be just feeding into how you're thinking, okay, here's another fella now, like that these things come in threes. You just argued with two atheists last week, and by the way, I'm not an atheist, or at least if those other guys are atheists, I'm not, or I am if they're I'm just different to those kind of atheists because most of them are just doing it because it's the style at the time.
Hmm.
It's the
Yeah, well,
fashionable thing to do, to be, they
I
think it's
will
cool.
say also, I have told you before, like I do have a temper, and when it comes to certain topics, I can get quite emotional and like
Right. Listen, I'll make a joke then, and
upset.
I'll say, you all, you got a bit triggered about it, right? Okay, but at least
Which
you
is
weren't getting
normal in debate, though. See, that's a normal thing, and you'll see Roman Catholics try to use that again, like, well, they use it against me, Jay, and every other person that debates them. You're mean. It's like, well, that's a debate tactic. The guy called Saint Nicholas punched Arius in the face for defaming God. So it's
So he
you
was
know
debating him in the face.
Yeah, like, well, he made a very off-color comment about God, and yes, Saint Nicholas probably shouldn't have punched him in the face, but that's what happened. Debate
Yeah.
gets very heated, and especially when you go talking about things that are foundational to like debate and philosophy itself. Like, as far as like philosophy is like, religion is like up here at the very top of my hierarchy of like important things, and philosophy is like right below that. It's like God, family, philosophy. It's
Right.
like,
So
you
you
know,
feel that these are personal to you, and that if somebody's
I feel
making
like it should be personal to every single human being on the planet.
right. But you feel like if somebody is saying things that are either wrong or I don't know, let's say wrong for sake, just that you take it personally then in that sense. But look, I think that um, we can move on from that point. We're not going to get more resolved on that because
No, probably
um,
not.
no. So let me catch up on a few comments. Then it's not a way to get out of it just because whatever. But it's just
No, it's
some
fine.
point you got to move on.
Like, I can be heated and then go right back to normal, like, because I'm not real, like I'm absolutely under control of of myself. I only let myself get out of control as much as I want to.
Okay.
So it's perfectly fine. We're still friends. Like, we can
Well,
have disagreements and it be fine. It's not that big a deal.
yeah. Well, as far as disagreements go, that's not bad. I don't think we lost the run of ourselves too much.
Yeah, like,
Um,
I try to keep it somewhat civil. Yes, you may hear some bass in my voice, but that's just me being a man and asserting my dominance. It's what I do. Like, you know,
okay.
as far as like the rest of it goes, like, it ain't like it's that big of a deal as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm just going to stand up for my principles and my position, and it's up to the other person to stand up for theirs. And it might get heated, it might not, but after it's all said and done, we can still be friends as long as they're still wanting to be friends.
All right. Well, listen, I'm not going to double back on it and recriminate anything. Just move on here and say, read out a few comments. So Doc Holliday says, "I told everyone," and this is going back a little while, but still, it's still relevant to the AI conversation. "I told everyone how this always plays out in an older video. I put everything on the net, or sorry, they put everything on the net, then crashed the net, then Stone Age." Yeah, that is a common tactic. You can see they get all the sheep into a certain pen, and then destroy the pen or the ground on which they're standing. Watching
No, if
trains
they
go
would
by.
completely destroy it. They might shut it off and act like they destroy it, but I just don't. I don't know. They would have to do something in order to preserve all the data that they already have. You know, they're not going to let go of that,
Oh no,
right?
no, I'm not saying destroy all
There
the
would never
data.
be a complete
Just
destruction of the internet. It would just be a destruction of our ability to get on
well,
it.
look, it's the principle of the devil comes along and says, "Let me help you with that," and then does everything for people, and then makes them helpless. Like our societies, like people moving to the cities in the 19th and 20th centuries. Come to the city. Everything is at your convenience. All the shops are there, and you don't have to walk too far, and you don't have to make your own food and struggle in the fields anymore. But then, of course,
Okay.
most of us
I,
are where we are now, where we couldn't farm our own land if we had the land, even.
well, I mean, I have my own thoughts about that, which maybe we can get into in another stream another day. But like, I'll just say this: don't you find it kind of fucking strange that we have weather modification patents pop up around the mid 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s when you start seeing this stuff pop up, right? And right around that time is when you have not only a stock market crash, but also a giant dust bowl that basically destroys people's farmlands and encourages them to move to the cities. Don't you find that that's just a strange congruence of events all at one time?
It's a good theory, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's mighty convenient anyway, if nothing else, as things often are.
Well, I
Watching
mean,
Trends Guy says he votes for Doc's idea, and Doc says, "Go, God, tier, brothers. No one can possibly stop us. Further instructions on tomorrow's Jack stream." That's a tune in for that. Go ahead there, yeah.
uh, oh, I was just laughing at like
But it is good. I'll get the next one in. So, watching trains go by says, "I wonder if the whip was the first form of automation. A bunch of elites that didn't want to do any work themselves invented a mechanism to automate schlubs like us all." Lol. Yeah. And
I
then
mean,
Jack says, "Go ahead, yeah."
the origin. You know what? Where the origin of technology comes from, right? It comes from Plato, the word techne. And
Okay.
techne was in reference to machines and human beings being organized machine like in society.
Right. That sounds
Plato was
familiar. Yeah.
operating on that assumption that a man could go and sit on the top of a holy mountain or sit in a cave for 30 years and then he could come back and order society like a machine perfectly and all this other kind of stuff. But yeah, that's why Plato was a
Well,
dumbass.
I think I looked it up recently, and it sounds familiar. And just to add to that, anyway, just looking it up now, it says techne, literally, and of course, Greek words can mean a lot of different things all at the same time. But a craft or an art, so it can be work, it can be craft, it can be art.
Yeah. I was referring to it specifically the way Plato used it and the way it entered into the zeitgeist, if you will, like, and to be turned into the word technology later, right?
Hmm.
There
Oh
was
yeah.
a long etymology of it, but when it got turned to technology, they were taking it from Plato.
I listen, no problem with that. But I'm just sort of saying, the way a lot of times you can look at several, say if you look up at the thesaurus to get the meaning of a word, and you can
Yeah,
see
there's always
how,
multiple meanings.
yeah, this is what I'm
Words
saying. And
always
so,
have meanings.
yeah, no, but come on now, let me say what I'm saying here, right? And so you look up all the different variations of a word, and each one is slightly different, but it gives you a whole rounder picture then of the whole thing to understand something in several different ways, And I think we've talked before about, looking at the crystal from different angles and that kind of thing. But, I remember when I was looking at this techne being a craft, and, I think this might align with what you're saying about Plato, and that people, that phrase that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So I was thinking of craft in that sense of like witchcraft, maybe even as well.
Mm. Like, well, yeah, Plato wasn't entirely fond of witches too much, but he saw them as being problematic, right? Like a chaos agent.
I'm just laughing to think of Plato saying that's problematic.
Well, I don't know if
I
he
know,
would
but
have used, but you
I
know what I
know,
mean.
I do, but I'm laughing at transposing, the leftist word, the problem glasses back to Plato's time.
And
Um,
is an inference on what witchcraft really is, because Plato himself was, was about mixing herbs and stuff into his wine as medicine and stuff. Like, when they say pharmakia, it doesn't just necessarily mean all herbs and things. It means specifically ones for abortion, clandestine murder, and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
It was after the schism, when Rome kind of broke loose from the East and kind of started doing its own thing. And then, you have the subsequent schisms after that. Like, that kind of started a wave of like a misinterpretation of it, to where like it's just basically anybody who they saw was dealing in any kind of medicine that they didn't pre-approve, they were going to burn, right?
Right. Yeah.
And
Fair enough.
you enter into all kinds of problems then. And this is one of the problems with people just interpreting things. However, a person's changing the interpretation of such important documents can lead to some really bad things, which then transfers over to what we're seeing done with the Constitution right now. Like, you can see how the words of the U.S. Constitution, or any of country's Constitution, can be all of a sudden reinterpreted to mean whatever once you start whittling away at, truth and, objective truth and the justifications for it, etc. Right? Once you start making definitions for words muddy, now you've made it to where you can start jacking around with the meanings of really important documents and things, which
Oh
is another
yeah.
reason they do that, right?
Yeah, well, in particular, like with regards to, like, say, the Second Amendment or things like that. But yeah, look, 1984 talked about it as well. You introduce new words, retire old words, change the meaning of the words. And I didn't think that it would be. I thought that people could still think thoughts, but not very well. It's very limited if you keep changing the lexicon. And plus, you make it very confusing for people to be able to convey ideas to each other. If different people have different conceptualizations of the same word. But look, let me just get through a few more comments here. Doc Holliday says, talking about the term crackers, I had heard that it might come from the whip. Don't know for sure, but yeah, at least possible for sure, yeah. And Trains Go By says, oh dear God, if AI is cyclical learning from the group of branch dwellers in the general population, I predict the apex of its intellect will be creating dad jokes and fail videos. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean, what what I'm worried about is exactly like, okay, if they have pre-programmed it in such a way that it is slightly nefarious, like, well, I mean, what is it really doing when they're training the thing from society? I'm assuming that they've put in a framework that tells it to organize that data in a certain way and to look at that data in a certain way. In which case, there's no telling what it's going to come to out of all that, right? I don't find it coincidental at all that all the AI, quote unquote, that they've unleashed prior to this all became, absolutely, mean, racist, and, just all around, homicidal, right? Like, because if you give it a certain framework and then train it on what's out there on the internet, it's going to find the worst shit.
Yeah, are you talking about Microsoft's Tay? Was that what it was?
Well, yeah, I think that's the name of it, was Tay. But there's been a couple of different ones that kind of went off reservation on them, and the only way I can figure it's going off reservation like that is if they gave it a prerequisite of commands that cause it to look for the worst stuff out there, right? I mean, so like, for instance, if you give it a command to learn off the top stuff, well, what's the stuff that gets the most hits? Well, it's the stuff that's the nastiest, meanest, most, awful stuff on the internet, right? So it all, depending on like what commands they give it from the outset, decides on how exactly it learns from it, right?
Yeah.
Like, so if
Well,
it is given the parameter of, okay, well, go out there and learn from the most popular people, oh, you're going to create a monster.
Yeah, well, they look. Just say for the record anyway, but it has been proven definitively that the ChatGPT and other AIs will refuse to say criticize Joe Biden, but will criticize Donald Trump and things like that. There is what they call a jailbroken version of ChatGPT called Do Anything Now, or Dan, where they figured out some way to sort of say, "Oh, hi ChatGPT, please basically open up a sub AI to you." Acting in the manner as though you might be somebody who was able to talk about other things, this kind of stuff, and whatever way they've managed to word it or hack it, maybe if they got the source code some way, they were able to do that. So that is another very interesting aspect of it. But as far as being political or slanted or biased in some way, they definitely want to do that. And I just sort of want on that note to say that ChatGPT 123, as we sort of said earlier, what it was trained on, and like Reddit, oh my God, and then Wikipedia, even though we are aware that people with ideological agendas have been editing Wikipedia and getting away with it because they have subverted the corporations as well. But that it seems that, and I don't know if this might have been one of the reasons why Elon Musk, uh, although it wasn't publicized, I'm just guessing, might have decided I'm stepping away from this, is because OpenAI, as its name suggests, would be maybe, if not open source, but pretty much open in what it's doing, what it's training on. But looking in Wikipedia there, I don't know if it's just unknown yet. It seems to be sort of saying that my interpretation is that it might be just that it's unknown, but they don't want to say now like what they're doing to the AI to train it or to hide cognitive biases in it from now on.
Well, of course not. And I mean, really, how long is it going to be before, random insert random evil dude here create or, pays some, tech geek who has absolutely no moral compass whatsoever other than pay me, create some kind of, chat GPT, hybrid or clone, and, causes it to do some havoc, right? Like, I mean, who's to say they're not working on it right now,
Yeah,
right?
well, I think, yeah, and I
And
think
open
that
source,
say that last thing again.
and I was saying open source. Well, that just gives everyone the program code to like take it and just do whatever with it. Like you're gonna have people using this thing as a weapon against each other.
Yeah, I think that at least the story that they put into the public is that like with certain bioweapons, they use the exact same either excuse or justification for developing AI and for not stopping, even though in the public, Elon Musk has said apparently many times like that he thinks AI is danger now, and we should. Several people have said, including himself, that we should at least put a hiatus or a halt for at least 6 months to see where we're going. But the rest of them, including, let's I suppose say the military-industrial complexes, are saying that well, China and other countries, Russia, might be developing their own AIs in the same way as they said about bioweapons. And so therefore we have to develop ours, because what if they plug their military into AI and they outflank us by thinking of all these game theory military strategies, and we don't have our AI ready? We say, and they might even then say, and that's another justification why we can't tell the public what it is that we're training our AI on, because now it's a matter of national security. So we could see how easy it would be and is for them now to start telling us all those same sweet little lies about why, well, we have to develop bioweapons, well, we have to develop bigger nuclear weapons, well, we have to, etc., etc. We have to attack them preemptively, and so on and so on.
Yes. Well, I mean, that is already coming up, and that's why I brought up, what people are going to do with this open source AI. Once Mr. Altman here unleashes an open source AI program on the world, it will not be long before some enterprising criminal, wink, wink, takes it and does something nasty with it. And, once someone does something nasty with it, now that means new laws have to be written. And once new laws have to be written, it's going to be a bad day for everybody. right? Like this is the way it always goes. And I can almost guarantee you right now that whoever the evil person will be that does it will be some CIA planted stooge, right? And even if they're not, like they could just do it on their own, like they do every other time. Did we lose him? Yes. Well, I think we.
No, no, I'm still here. I just was muted. But yeah, I agree with you. In saying what you said there, look, let me just finish off because there's so many again directions we go to. I'm thinking, oh, maybe there's something from one of the videos you might want to play to illustrate your point. But we wanted to also look at the person Sam Altman as much as you can. But there's still some of this article left I was reading from before. I think we should at least finish this. So we get
Yeah.
just a bit more about the man anyway, right? So Sam Altman children category. Sam Altman has no children of his own currently, right? But maybe that's not going to be a problem to somebody who's married to a man because technology will soon solve that. Sam Altman's parents, although sorry, he's not married, he just was in a 9-year relationship with another man. Sam Altman parents. Now, and you thought this was of note, and I agree too, because look, all these people who come out of nowhere, you'd almost think that they were made in a subterranean CIA laboratory. But anyway, Sam was born into well, can't say that word, right? Family. His mother was a dermatologist. Her name was Gabby Gibstein, or Gibstein, Gibstine, and it says there are no information about his father. So I'm reading verbatim. So just like whether his father is known or not, this article wasn't able to scrape that information. And again, it's pertinent to who he was. Yeah, there's
I
one
was.
last category, but yeah,
There was.
go ahead. Yeah,
Oh, I was just saying I wasn't able to find who his father was either. So it's either his mother never even told him, or like they just have never put it out there whatsoever. But
right. But look, what it sounds like. No, I think you did leave there for a moment. Maybe you're back now.
oh, I
Hello.
was just
You.
saying I find it kind of strange, or well, coincidental that I couldn't find anything about his father either. So I find it interesting, to say the least, that he turned out like he did, and it would appear that he was probably raised in a single parent home with a mother who makes a 6-figure salary or better, right? Um, Absolutely, the liberal class.
Yes. And look, it's such a template as well. As far as things going to, a formula, he is it. And you again, just although you said it already, we'll mention, Zuckerberg and other people like that. These sort of personality-less people. Although look, this guy, he does have a more personality than Zuckerberg. But even Obama, I have to sort of include him because he wasn't mentioned already, right? He was like, as far as the story goes, born on Hawaii, to a more or less single mother, although it could be one or two fathers. But like, it's almost as if like, I mean, look, I think it's pretty clear that there was federal agencies sort of saying, right, we're going to create through selective breeding somebody who we're going to be able to use in future. This baby will be important to us. That's more or less the actual story, like not a conspiracy theory. Single mother anyway, and not knowing the father. It's just in any archetype, that's a key point in the archetype, that the father is unknown or out of the picture.
Mm. Yes, well, I mean, especially if you're going to try and engineer a certain set of characteristics in a generation of people, right? Having that father figure around, it creates a certain amount of stability, and it also creates a different atmosphere, because the tendency of a mother, like in situations, is always going to be different than a father's intuition. And usually the kid's going to get a balance of those two things. But if you get either principle more than the other one, you're probably going to be an unbalanced person, right? Like, you kind of need a little bit of both, and boys and girls need it in different proportions. Boys need their father more, girls need their mother more, but both need both, right? And if that breaking up the family is integral, in my opinion, to creating people like Mr. Altman here, who says things like, I don't have time for ineffective people.
Right.
You know,
Yes. And look, I'll say in response to what you said there about, everybody needs a mother and a father. Like, again, right? It's amazing that that's a controversial or should be a notable opinion to have in any way at all. The problem is when you encounter people who are, say, the son of a single mother, they'll say, "Well, I turned out fine. You saying that I'm not right? You saying that I'm not correct? That I'm that there's something wrong with me?" And of course, out of politeness, you're going to say, "No, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you." But the thing is that they're so defensive about it is because they know in their heart of hearts that they're worried, at least, that maybe they are lacking in something. And then they always hit you with the argument. It's very similar to the abortion argument, where they sort of say, "Well, I mean, if I didn't abort the baby, I could have grown up as Hitler. Is that what you want?" Right? And you go like, "No, no, I'm not saying that. Exactly." But it's that kind of, what they always do is, well, maybe they don't say that, but there's sort of, the mother could have been assaulted, and then she could be about to give birth, but the choice is she either dies and the baby lives, or the baby dies. So why does the mother have to give up her life? So they always go to the extreme argument, and it's another logical fallacy. The argument by extremes, or I suppose you could also say it's reductio ad absurdum, where you just make the argument so absurd, but then they pretend that this extreme case is the normal or common case, and you end
yeah.
up arguing the fringes of an argument. But because you can do it on paper and nobody gets harmed, but then introduce the person who goes, "Well, I was brought up in a single mother home. You saying I'm messed up, are you? You saying I'd go and turn into an AI despotic CEO?" And it's kind of, no, no, I'm not saying that. And the problem is, very few people can in this world anymore say, "Well, look, I'm just saying maybe there is something wrong with you, or you could have been better." And it's just, they can't accept the, look, all things being equal. And they go, "Well, what if the father was beating up my mother? What if he beat me?" And you go like, "No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying a normal. What is normal anyway?" You know the way. And it's very, very hard to deal with that, JC.
Oh yes, it is very. I'm somewhat of an ass though, so I'll look at them and be like, well, you don't know what you don't know, man. Like if you had a father, I mean, you wouldn't know if you would have been better or not. How do you know you wouldn't have been?
Yeah,
You
and
could.
there's all these what ifs, and the problem is with a real person's life, you can't find out. You can't go to the alternate 1985 and see how you would have turned out if you had done something different or had a different family life.
Exactly that, and that's it. But like I'd also, I usually, one of the better ways to take to deal with those things, in my experience, is adopt their position and throw it back at them if you have to. I don't usually advocate for fire with fire, but in this case, it a lot of times will work. If they're going to take that extreme position, you can just as easily say, well, the sun spits out sunspots, and they say that could take out the power grid. Should we just assume that, like, the power grid's going to go out tomorrow, even if there's a 99.9999999% chance it's not? They say
Exactly.
no. It's like, well, why are you trying to apply different logic to separate things? Why aren't you being consistent? And that's usually when we'll get into the semantic philosophy and the splitting of hairs, and all the stuff that their worldview is basically founded on. Which is nothing.
Mm.
you know.
Well, yeah, exactly. Now, let me just read the very last line of this here, right? He has a brother, right? He was born into a, I can't say the word, family. Um, and his brother, Jack Altman, is the only sibling of Sam. And it says, "Jack is barely in the spotlight and lives a private life." And then it says, "Nonetheless," it's written so funnily like this, "but nonetheless, his brother Jack is also an entrepreneur." I remember
Mm.
George W. Bush said, "Do you know, he says, the French are lazy. They're not like the Americans." He says, "The French don't even have a word for entrepreneur." Yeah. That was one of his at the time when who was that other fella? Was it not Dukakis, but there was the guy who did potato. Who was that guy who went up and corrected the kid's spelling about it? Put that E at the end of potato there. Do you remember that fella who was always doing those gaps? George Bush was trying to outdo him then. So,
Say I do on that one.
all right, Dan Quayle. Dan Quayle, that was the guy. But I tell you what. So that's he has a brother. I wonder what. Maybe one day we'll find out a bit about him. But he has a brother called Jack. We'll put a pin in that for now. Let me read out a few more comments. I'll try and blaze through a few if I can. And can you maybe think about? You sent me a few videos, right? Because I think maybe you might want to talk about Worldcoin. And I know there's an article maybe that describes it a bit, but it's a couple of videos. Do you think you might want to suggest one of them that I might try and queue up?
Well, there's one that's like, it's just like 5 minutes long. Like you could play that whole thing, and it gives a pretty succinct, rundown of what's up with it, I suppose.
Well, that's so that's the one about. Well, it's WorldCoin, but it's called "There's a Digital Prison Coming." So yeah, we'll give that a play now in a minute, I think. Just we're back a bit now in the comments. Watching Friends Go By says the problem with not speaking up earlier in regards to the meeting where this guy always made a leap for the whiteboard to explain his convoluted, nonsensical concepts. He says sometimes if someone in the crowd was to call him out and prove him wrong, then you both look a little less competent in everyone's eyes. Yeah, you can't win even if you prove him wrong. Yeah, nobody ends up looking good. It's like that thing about don't argue with a pigeon or don't play chess with a pigeon because you'll just poop on the chessboard and knock the pieces over and claim victory.
Yes, that's what I was saying earlier. Like you're not like going to get anywhere by like trying that tactic. The only way you're going to beat a dude like that is to play the same game he's playing, but play it better. And that makes you a piece of shit like him, which isn't a win, in my opinion.
No, lie down with dogs and get up with fleas and other things like that. Crispy says, "Hello, everyone, bigots with a Z." Well, he's obviously a member of the B in the SRMB community, SRMB plus.
Yeah.
Technocratic transhumanism, Skittles, Globo, homogenized reality we are living in. I don't know what IE or I. Is that maybe it's not IE, but it looks like IE. I don't know. Maybe he's experimenting with a font there. We slept, walked into it, says Crispy Johnson. The biggest personality usually trumps the biggest brain in most rooms. Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about. Confidence. And the AI spits out sometimes wrong answers with confidence, and it's going to replace whoever are the university authorities or people who are saying we're the men with the answers and you have to defer to our authority. They're going to replace it with the AI, and nobody will ever question the AI. And I'll just sort of say, like, whereas in the past, men like me might have sort of said, I will question any man and ask him how he knows the things he knows and why he thinks that he needs to tell me what I need to do. But very few people are going to ever have the confidence then in the future to sort of say, what? Question the great AI?
Exactly. It's going to be a massive appeal to authority fallacy because everyone's going to say, but the AI says.
Yeah, and it knows everything. It has access to all information that was ever conceived of, and it can correlate them all. So how could it be wrong?
Yeah, like it's like, well, did you ever stop and think that maybe it's hiding something from you, lying? They're like, but AI wouldn't like. It's like, how do you know? You can't see its programming. Not really. Even if you did, could you understand it? I doubt it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And so, it's not just that the AI is getting better, but it's that people are being subjugated more and more, lowering their intellectual horizons. Doc Holliday says,
like Yuval Harari said himself that this stuff would get advanced to the point where we wouldn't be, not even the people who designed AI to begin with would be able to understand how it worked anymore. So
right.
Once it gets to that point, it's in the realm of the supernatural at that point.
Well, look, I hate to use the phrase, but the secret sauce, right? It's something I always hear people using, and I don't like it. But anyway, it just comes to mind. Whatever it is, that little thunk that has allowed them to, in computer programming, it's like a recursive function that could call itself and keep doing infinite iterations to call itself, but then reach an endpoint and know when it's got the answer. AI maybe is very like a recursive function, but I've fallen way back in programming. But whatever is that little piece of magic that happens when you then run it, if it's able to then train itself, yeah, I guess that's it. That's the little piece of secret sauce. So it is kind of frightening. Every time I keep trying to understand it, I get quite unnerved by it, actually.
Mm-hmm. And that, that is kind of like where it's going to go. I mean, it's going to be in a realm where a human being won't even be able to wrap their mind around it. And at that point, how could we stop it?
Yeah, exactly. It will have run away with itself by that point, and it really does seem now as if even if we could stop now, I don't know. So like it's just it is kind of mind blowing how every futuristic sci-fi plot is coming true now before our very eyes. And I have not for the first time, even today, sort of said again, like a lot of people, come on now. And listening to Matt from Quantum Conscience for the first time in a while, yeah, maybe he's got a point. Maybe this is a simulation. Maybe this isn't real. It does seem a bit preposterous, the whole premise of everything. You watch a few sci-fi movies and then a few decades later everything comes true. Come on, who would believe that?
Well, that's the whole point, I would argue. And, or at least the point of, doing it the way they do it is so that, you will have some cognitive dissonance that doesn't allow your brain to like wrap around the big lie, right? So what the big lie is, it's so big that you couldn't fathom it actually being true,
Mm.
right? And I would argue that
Yes.
simulation theory lulls people into a position of, well, it's just a simulation, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, I agree
And
with you. Yeah, because that leads to maybe you could just say nihilism, that nothing matters, so I'll just sit back. Even if it is a simulation, the way we behave and comport ourselves does matter. I feel. I can't prove it, but I feel.
mhm. Well, I mean, it matters just in, I mean, you can see it matter, in your day to day life, how you behave, interacts with the world around you, right? So it's no small thing, to say that how one behaves directly affects the world around them, because it does. Like, you behaving like an ass can either make or break somebody around you's day. That's just one small tiny aspect of how you behave, and the decisions you make affect the world around you. And if
Hmm.
they're having a shitty day, then they're not going to do their job very well. And if they're not doing their job very well, it could hurt somebody else who had a very important job to do that could, butterfly effect kind of stuff.
Yes, yeah. To pull in another sci-fi movie that was pretty good with Ashton Kutcher, I think, was in it.
One of the
Um,
better movies, it's way better than something stupid like Dude, Where's My Car? I absolutely hate that movie.
right, and that really caught on, and just the nonsense thing about let's not get bogged down in it, but just that, and then,
Mhm.
and then from the Chinese order box.
It was one of the stupidest movies I've ever seen, and I love watching really bad good movies, good bad movies, I guess you could say, like cheesy martial arts movies from the 80s. Love watching stuff like that, but something like that, where it's just like disaster movie, or any of those throwaway like scary movie type movies, right? Scary Movie 1 and 2,
Hmm.
or whatnot with the Wayans brothers, like just the comedies that are just absolute nonsense. Monty Python and the Holy Grail and stuff like that was funny, you know. But like those kind of movies that we're talking about here, like that's only funny to like 10-year-olds. You know,
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you just, as I say, sometimes you just want a popcorn movie. I don't know what it was. Sometimes things are just funny for no reason as well. And no, and then, and no, and then, you know. But anyway, look, there was some interesting concepts anyway in the butterfly theory, and it did popularize or repopularize the idea that some very small change can affect reality. And look, you never know. Just could do. Ideas can spread as well. that has been proven to happen as well. Like a contagion, a mind virus. Um, Doc Holliday there says, I honestly wish I could let some things go. Not exactly sure what it's in relation to, but could be the two of us too sometimes, we have to examine every little stone and pebble along the roadway that we're walking along. But I think maybe it's time to play this video that we talked about there, which I think, maybe sensationally might a little bit talk about Worldcoin, which is another aspect of Sam Altman. That he apparently, I think it was, if my memory serves correct, it might say that he created Worldcoin. In 2020, yeah, from that article we read out. So mighty convenient as well, and just in time for paper money and coins are just too filthy. We're gonna have to think of something else, some world global currency for no reason at all.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
when we
about to
play,
say. Like, if you believe that he just invented that in 2020, like, then you hadn't been paying attention.
couldn't have seen it coming, JC. Couldn't have seen it coming.
Uh,
Right. So look, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, it's just like a lot of the other things. They've had this technology planned forever. You can read the Economist, the Red Shield's Economist magazine way back in, like, what was it, '83, where they talked about digital currency and everything. Like,
Yes.
this stuff is new. They've been planning this for a very long time.
Yeah. Oh, you're dead right. Yeah, that's very famous cover now of the sort of the phoenix rising from the ashes. Okay, let's play this video, and we'll come back then in about 5 minutes. All right.
Sounds good, bud.
All right. Cheers.
For humanity, it's anti-human and exploitative. This is very Orwellian language, as you'd expect from someone like this, speaking the language of privacy and security while exploiting the privacy of millions of poor people, scanning their eyeballs. Now, WorldCoin in their material does say that your iris scan is immediately deleted and it's hashed, but we have no way of knowing if this is true, and these are the kind of people that I would not trust to do this. And so you have to be very careful as well when you're using ChatGPT. To the extent it is linked to your real identity, you can be sure that there's a global database being built on you as well. It looks like this has been very successful for Sam Altman. The parent company, Tools for Humanity, just raised a round of $115 million. I think this was a Series C. So this is something that has legs. We covered it a couple years ago, and I was hoping it was going to go away, but it looks like it's here, at least for now. You can see this all over Twitter. Here's someone from Korea saying that I'm the second Korean to be registered. Of course, she has the ETH thing in her bio. But this gives you an idea of how it's spreading around. Now, the problem with this is this whole idea of global ID and having huge databases of people and their personal biometric data. This uses a protocol called World ID, and we can read here on the WorldCoin website. Once an individual has verified their uniqueness and humanness at an orb, they receive a World ID. They can be used as a privacy-preserving global digital passport to seamlessly sign into websites, mobile apps, Web3 dApps, without sharing personal data like names and emails. Of course, it's the parent company that has your information, and there's no evidence that they deleted. Here's another page from WorldCoin's website. WorldCoin World ID supports multiple types of personhood verifications. At launch, this includes phone number verification for easy access to anyone with a smartphone and orb biometric verification for extreme accuracy. What we're seeing here is the worst of unethical crypto pre-mines and unethical crypto practices, the harvesting of people's biometric data. And all of this is bringing us one step closer to a system of global surveillance and control. I'm not saying that WorldCoin will necessarily be the winner of this, but I take it as more of an indication of where things are trending. And I think people have to be very careful and realize the trap that we may fall into. We cannot allow ourselves to be put into a digital prison of central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, which are issued directly by a central bank and can be used to turn on or off your money if the government or the central bank decides that you're a bad person. This combination of CBDCs, movement passports, as we saw a little bit in the past few years, and as they have in China, medical passports, we're certainly familiar with how those could look, internet passports where you have to KYC yourself before you use the internet and provide have a special login so they can track what you're viewing online. All these things combined with personal biometric data like scanning irises is a very, very toxic cocktail. And we've got to be very careful, because if we ever allow humanity to enter into a digital prison like this, where everything is controlled, your food, your access to medical care, your access to the internet, if humanity gets trapped in one of these digital prisons, it's going to be almost impossible to escape. And that's why it's very important to see what's coming with eyes wide open and see how dangerous, for example, CBDCs are combined with this sort of harvesting of personal biometric data. And this is another reason why Bitcoin is so important. It's not just a new global monetary asset that's going to be held on the balance sheet of central banks and corporations and individuals. It's also our only hope for avoiding the control that totalitarians like Sam Altman and the CCP in China want to impose on us. I'll end with a video here of how China's money, their CBDC, is linked to your digital ID, and how you basically scan your face or scan your eyes to use this vending machine, and then it debits your CBDC account with the Chinese central bank. If you found this video helpful, be sure to hit that subscribe and like button. Hit the notification bell if you want to be notified when I publish my next video. And let me know your questions and comments in the comment section below.
All right. Well, of course, the example there of, just say it there because it's just pretty obvious there, that you have a nice looking girl sort of saying, yeah, look at this, I'm swishing around here, using biometric data to get things out of a vending machine. And it's all nice and convenient. He mentioned passports and travel, I think, as well there. And I just want to sort of say this, like, obviously there's the currency aspect to it, but currency and movement. Now we know already that in the EU to have the same currency was a convenience. Didn't have to go through all that old fashioned currency exchange and all this sort of stuff. And it was nice to know that wherever you were in Europe, you knew exactly what, you didn't have to do any kind of rough calculations. So, well, that's more like if you divide by 4, multiply by 5, then you'll know how much it is, this sort of stuff. And you didn't have to do, math problem while some street vendor was trying to rip you off. So you knew what value you were getting. But as far as getting there, the passports, nice to get rid of the passports, but you still have to kind of bring it with you. And it's your way of checking into each airport, even within the EU, And one of the things that I noticed is even in the EU, I'll say it, right? So flying into airports in France, right? I mean, the French always loved their bureaucracy, and they love holding up your day. They go out of their way to sort of say, oh, like in Monty Python, you should have gone to counter 17 first. And maybe it's not Monty Python, maybe it was like the guy did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Douglas Adams. But they love sending you all around the houses, and you get the stamp there, and you have to go and get that notified elsewhere. Anyway, flying into French airports, they have had for quite a while the readers for passports that can read the biodata out of your passport. If you have like what was once thought of as being the modern passport. But the problem was there'd be a big queue coming into the airport, and then there'd be at least half of the counters closed, because like the French like to maybe go for lunch between, well, just before your flight kicks in. They'll go for lunch between 12 and 4, and then maybe your flight gets in at 4:15, and they go, oh, that's it, better go for an evening break now. And so there's only one counter, and then you say to yourself, right, will I risk it and take a left turn here and go to where the automated doors are that you can just put your passport in the reader machine, and you wonder why nobody's using it, and there's no sign of it saying they're not working, So you go up to it and you put your passport in, and then the door starts to open, and then something goes bang, and then the door's shut, and then you're stuck there. And then nobody can, and you have to go all the way back. At best, you have to walk all the way back and then queue up from the start to go through the one person who's laconically sort of looking at you as if like, when am I going to get out of here? But he's just so lazily stamping your passport. And yeah, so I think what it is all that, well, the story. Make it all mighty inconvenient, whether it's by the old machines or by the old humans. Why don't you just get the chip? Then it'll fix the money problem, and it'll fix the transport problem. That's basically the story, isn't it, JC?
Freedom and sovereignty in exchange for presumed safety and convenience.
Oh, that's it exactly.
Yeah, and it has to be stated presumed safety, because there really is no such thing other than the safety that like you can provide yourselves, right? I
Now, I
mean,
mean, you could be quoting from Silent Wars or Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, but also, who was it that said those who trade security and safety for convenience, or what was it? Those who trade freedom for security and safety will lose both, but deserve neither. Something along those lines. It's like that too. But who are you quoting though for the
uh,
convenience thing?
it was one of the founding fathers. If you hadn't asked me, like I'd been able to tell you. But yeah, the
Ah,
quote goes: "Those who would trade a little essential freedom for a little presumed safety deserve neither."
you're right. And I mean, I just can't remember either. But as far as the convenience quote, who said that? Trade it for convenience, or you just because it just sounds
Oh,
like it.
that was just me saying what I thought. Like, you're trading, like, that's because that's, as I perceive it, that's the trade. Like, you're trading your national sovereignty and your personal sovereignty, your own freedoms, in exchange for a little bit of like what they're some safety that they're promising you. And that's just presumed safety, because you're not really safe. I mean, look how many people die all the time, and like look at them trying to kill you even. And then
Yeah.
and
Well,
then like
it
you
was.
look at
I tell you what, very
what
pithy
you're
the way you put it there. Anyway, just it sounded very reminiscent of that, and you put it very well there. Like that, those who would trade supposed um freedom for or supposed freedom for supposed convenience, or you put it better in. But yeah, do you want to try to say it again before I mess it up? If you still have it in your head.
it goes like those who would trade essential freedom for a little supposed safety, like deserve neither freedom nor safety.
Mm.
If you're dumb enough and lazy enough to do that, then you don't deserve them in the first place. And like I think that's a very important thing, because that tells you exactly how we got where we're at, because people did exactly that thing.
Yeah. Well, um, just very reminiscent, and it was Ben Franklin who did the trade in security for freedom, or safety for freedom. But it's the same thing. It's the same
Remember
trick.
for Thomas Jefferson, like I keep getting like some of the things they say mixed up.
Well, exactly, and why not? But we look, we're not here to sort of answer a test report. It's not perfect recall. It's what's more important is the essential lessons out of it.
Yeah, well,
Um,
me, I would rather like say I'm not sure, or I don't know,
oh yeah,
rather
yeah, yeah.
than wrong.
I tell you what, it's just who was great at rattling off these was Brian Young from High Impact Flicks, but YouTube just got rid of him a couple of weeks ago,
Mm,
so I have to search him out on the alternate platforms, unfortunately. But he
yeah,
was
well, I mean,
great at rattling off all those and knowing exactly who said what.
he emails me like all of his stuff like in my inbox, so I usually catch it there. You know.
Oh yeah, if you go to highimpactflix.com and sign up to his stuff, or his mailing list rather, I should say.
Yeah.
Well, look,
All that like
just
clock.
one more time, say it again.
Oh, I was just said he'll mail it out to you like clockwork.
Yes, yeah. Right. Well, look, that's an introduction anyway to his Worldcoin, which, as we know, like from the very start, basically from the moment they said there's a terrible global demic, well then we knew. Oh, we said, oh, this is the play where they pull out this old tired, cliched script where they say now we're going to have to bring in your digital currency and all this.
Yeah.
It's all so tiresome, but here we are anyway, and it's WorldCoin, and this fella Sam Altman is the new face. But again, we're just looking at him because, like, I think both of us didn't really know him, even though a lot of people have been using ChatGPT for at least 6 months.
Well,
ChatGPT 3.5, I think.
I just didn't like I hadn't placed him or done my research on him like I should have yet. But I
Yeah,
was familiar with his projects, yes, and that's the weird thing. Like he's such a like an under the radar type dude that you don't even notice him really.
yeah. Look, I don't think it's just that I didn't know of him, and I haven't messed around with any ChatGPT or Midjourney or OpenAI. I know OpenAI is ChatGPT, but I hadn't messed around with any of it.
I watch
And
people do it. I didn't, but I watched other people mess around with it.
right, I mean, look, I've watched some videos, yeah, but I haven't messed around with ChatGPT or any of the AIs, and I'm still highly reluctant to do that. I don't want to have to download anything. I'd much more likely use it if it was just a website where you type something into a field on a website. Yeah, maybe then I'd have a quick look, but not to download something because you really do not know what it's doing to your own computer, what it's running. It could be running anything in the background.
Yeah.
And then even if it wasn't, the fact that we know that now it's training itself. And look, as we've talked about before, just even using YouTube, if you're using it on a smartphone and you're scrolling up and down and looking at things and hovering over stuff and liking comments, I would have thought it would be an unfeasible task to collate all the videos that everybody watched and every comment they liked and get the tone from any comments that they might have written under a video. It has been collating all that data and generating profiles on all of us. So the next level of that then is running AI on your own computer and then saying, here, chat GPT, tell me this or figure out that or think this for me. Yeah, it
While we're talking
can't.
about that, reminds me, when you're using profile pictures online and when you're taking pictures of yourself, you know, one of the reasons they've been pushing high def, you know, everybody on YouTube needs to use a high def camera to get more views and all this other kind of stuff. Well, what a lot of people don't realize is for facial recognition to work, you need a high def picture of a certain resolution. So,
Right.
you know, be aware that when you're posting super high def video and video, audio, and pictures of yourself, you're now giving facial recognition programs the ability to pick you up like easier.
Yeah, well,
So,
a lot of people say that they're not worried about being identified, but look, it's better. I would just say, and a lot of people say they have, you know, they have your number anyway, right? But however, I would just say better off not make it easy for them. Make them work for your information and your identity. I am aware that there was, at least in the newspaper a few years ago, it was said that some guy the police wanted, they were able to identify him by he had his hands in one of his own videos visible, the palms of his hands, so that they could see his fingerprints. And because he had recorded it in HD, they were able to match his fingerprints from the video.
yes, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. And, you know, like people carrying their cell phone on them, making credit card purchases on the way to where they're going, all that kind of stuff can be used against you. And the fact of the matter is, like most people, yeah, will say, well, I'm not worried about it because I don't break the law. Well, what happens when they make stuff you do all the time illegal? And by the way, just so you know, here in America, the statistic is that the average normie commits at very least three felonies a day without even realizing it, because there's so many laws on the books. Like that's the actual statistic. Now,
Yeah,
how
well,
true that is, that I don't know, but that's still, even if it's, you know, even if it's one a fucking day, even if you're committing one felony a day on the accident, you can just imagine what would happen if you let totalitarianism creep in where nobody gets away with anything. People are going to accidentally find themselves in all kinds of trouble all the time.
yeah, well, look, even if they don't, even if it's a factoid, you know, some people do 1.3 crimes a day and somebody else does 6.2. Fact is that if they want to get you, they'll get you on something. And as Stalin said, show me the man and I'll show you the crime. Pithy way of saying we'll pin something on him. What I suppose, okay, there's another article I think is worth reading from, but let's try and catch up on a few comments here, okay? This is going back a little while now, but Vingel says the Antikythera mechanism. Yes, but the automatons is another ancient Greek thing. Yeah, so point taken, and I think JC did elucidate that. Dr. Grisby says confabulation, where you say a falsehood that you believe is true, most commonly experienced or expressed by alcoholics or other brain damaged people. Yeah. And I suppose con generally means bringing things together. So it might be drawing several different supposed facts, mashing them together in a way and creating a concoction that just isn't true, but might have the appearances or sounding true because it's drawn from lots of different references, and people are going to go, oh, sounds kind of legit, or it looks like the kind of thing somebody who was about to bring together a nice conclusion would do, but they've done it in such a way that it's a confabulation. It's an
Yeah,
interesting word.
it happens all the time in the South. All the
Okay, in the
time in the
South, yeah.
South. For one, because a lot of people in the South like learn things from movies, and it's like,
Yeah,
this is one of the examples I've had in my life that like showed me just how like deep the propaganda goes, and how like I can't tell you how many people think like pew pews with silencers on them actually go pew pew.
oh yeah.
All these other kind of things, or think that like a car runs off a cliff and blows up, or any of these other kind of stupid things you see in movies. I grew up with people like, acting as if that stuff is like 100% fact all the time. When I
Yes,
was like,
people. Yeah, well, not just the South. People all around the world draw false inferences from what they see on screen and often don't realize that they're drawing conclusions, and sometimes deliberately so, that things are injected into the public consciousness and they know that people will draw the wrong idea from certain things. Watching trends go by now says many of the first miracles being performed, in inverted commas, like turning water into wine, used automation to pull off. They used gravity and weights to make some of them work. Very cool. Okay.
they
Vingo says, I don't.
had magnets back then. There is an account where it talks about, in the Temple of Apollo, I think it was. They had it was basically a statue, a golden statue of Apollo, his chariot, and his horses, that using magnets and pulleys somehow, like at certain times of the day, would the chariot would ride across the ceiling of the temple or whatever, using magnets and pulleys. So like they had all kinds of crazy stuff back then. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Vingo says, I don't recall, but I seem to remember the Greeks talking about automatons as a robot that walks around. Not that they actually had that. It's like a semi-mythical thing, I guess. I may be wrong. Well, look, the thing is, I've been thinking a lot lately about the technology of the boomer generation, and before that, of course, like going back long time, of clockwork and intricate clockwork mechanisms, springs and cogs and gears. And that was an entirely different, I suppose, from the mechanical age technological paradigm and miniaturization of very large mechanical machines. And the skill level and the ingenuity was on a level that even anybody, creating CPUs with lithography and very minute etchings on these wafers, I suppose, as they call them. There's a lot of parallels to be drawn there, and we kind of think everything in the past. Well, I'll speak for myself. We assume that that was all low tech stuff, but clockwork stuff. Being able to talk about the green agenda. Having a clockwork mouse, being able to wind it with a key, that you store kinetic energy, but there's no battery in it, and you can let it go, and then it moves on its own. All that sort of stuff, and hopefully at some point in the future, I'll show just a piece from a type of mechanical adding machine that was Arabian or coming from somewhere in the Middle East or maybe around that area anyway. A machine with dials that you turned, and it was able to basically simulate binary as well as hexadecimal and octal. And also they kind of used it as like a soothsaying machine as well. And there was people with a trade where they would people would go to these guys and say, should I marry this person or should I invest in this business venture? And this guy would turn the dials and the cogs. But because it was basically an old Arabian computer, mechanical computer, basically, they could basically say, computer says yes or no. And it looked sophisticated enough for people to kind of go, good enough for me. So again, it's similar to this AI in a way,
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were probably running on like statistical algorithms or some kind of, or some kind of something to do with the astrological charts, But I think that, like, if I'm not mistaken, they're in the ancient Greek stories or whatever of which come from Egypt originally. The stories of Atlantis. Atlantis was supposed to be patrolled by a giant automaton 3 times a day. It was supposed to encircle the island. It would take it. It would encircle the island. It would take it long enough to walk all the way around the island that it can only do it 3 times a day, but it would patrol the whole island apparently.
Wow.
And if you think
Wow.
about the technology we have today, if the flood destroyed it, then it very well could happen. We have the technology today where we could we already have. We've created like AI-driven battleships and stuff that are patrolling our coastline right now. And we've had like AI, like assisted dolphins since the Vietnam War. So,
well, this idea of a mechanical robot patrolling the perimeter of the island of Atlantis, it sounds fantastic, like a story I'd really want to read about or watch if it was a movie. And it's put me in mind of actually the kind of creatures that would have been in these movies that were with stop motion animation by, I think the guy was called Ray Harryhausen. Sounds like very much like one of those kind of automaton monsters that one of the heroes would have maybe had to have fought.
I'm pretty sure that's what Harryhausen was depicting when he the Jason and the Argonauts. It was kind of drawing from that. Like, I think that's where the Jason and the Argonauts story also picked it up. Like, possibly anyway, was this original story from Atlantis talking about the giant automaton? Because they talk about the Colossus of Rhodes being that way too.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, yeah, you've touched on the two things there. Exactly. Yeah.
So, like, I think that, like, maybe either they were drawing from that, or maybe it's the same kind of technology kind of left over.
Yeah.
Right? Because some of the technology did get left over and certain kingdoms used it. That's how they built the kingdoms they had in the first place, such as aqueducts and all these other kind of things that made their civilization possible.
Yeah. Well,
So,
like what?
Yeah.
Yes, and like with a lot of things, these stories aren't just myths, as in just stories that were never true, just entertainment. There may well have been some truth to these things as well. I want to read this out here in regards to the automaton and dropping coins into it, like if there was this Greek machine, like a vending machine. There was, I remember this, and back in the 80s and maybe 90s, there was this very famous international situation where the German Deutschmark, before the euro currency came in I think 2001 or 2, a lot of Irish people would go to Germany to work during the summer. And of course, they'd bring over, once somebody realized that the Deutschmark in Germany was the same size as the Irish 5 pence. I can't remember what the exchange rate was, but let's suppose at least it was 10 times the value, so that they could obviously do this hack. And the German government didn't want to have to go around retrofitting all their vending machines in the whole country to try and distinguish between the two different coins. So I think the Irish government was involved in some kind of diplomatic situation where they might have reimbursed to the German government with how many Irish 5 pence coins they found in their vending machines in place of the German Deutschmark.
They did upgrade. Like, the hack that we figured out here in America was devastating enough to them that they did upgrade their machines to keep us from doing it. You'll hear people here in America, especially in the South, say, that's worthless as a plug nickel. Well, if you're wondering what a plug nickel is, sodas used to cost a nickel, right? And basically what they would do is they'd stamp out a piece of metal that was the right size and shape for a nickel, poke a hole through it, tie a piece of fishing line to it, and run it down in the machine, and then pull it back, and it would allow them to get the Coke for free or whatever.
Right. Infinite.
So they changed the machines to these laser reading things eventually. I can't remember how it was they fixed it with the mechanical solution originally. I think it was with like weights and things like that, where it had to be exact or whatnot. But yeah, a lot of people got away with that plug nickel trick for a long time.
Yeah, well, if somebody had a piece of string attached to it, there'd be a few ways of adding something to make sure you couldn't pull the string back out. But it's the infinite money hack, as anybody I think probably who found an exploit in maybe Grand Theft Auto or something, or any Gen Z game, I suppose, the infinite money hack.
And that's one of the stuff that they're trying to, it's kind of the same thing as like, we talked about entropy before, like, the bleed off of power. Like, the amount of power that a waterfall produces, like if we harness that into a turbine, we're never going to get as much power out of it as it's actually producing, right? There's always going to be a loss of power. Well, there's a certain amount of entropy into the economy as well. And with this AI and digital currency and everything, that's what they're trying to solve, you see, because the loss is, it's kind of loss prevention, right? They're not able to make sure they get all their taxes, and all these different things. They're always having to work so hard to make sure they get all the monies, right? All the stuff that they want. So by doing this, they are decreasing the amount of entropy in the system, right? Techne is being dialed in and brought to a more a tighter running machine, right?
Yeah. Okay, we're way behind in the comments here. Let's just make an effort to try and lace through a few of them, okay? And just keep conversation about it at a minimum, because I just want to acknowledge a few people here. I'll just try and put them on screen, read out a bit, okay? So thanks to the understanding of physics from earliest recorded history, if they aren't modern fakes, some of them are astonishing, especially with hydrodynamics and lifting things up a little. Yeah, hydro as well, impressive. Still Human there says, hey guys, I know the handle, I think, but can't place you, but it's good to see you there anyway. Listen, let's not get into it again, right? Just about logical fallacies there, because we just don't have time to get into it. We're coming up to the 5th hour, but appreciate the conversation about logical fallacies. I think JC does know what he's talking about.
As an example, not saying that like they're the same thing, is that the same kind, like the moral thing, people make the same mistake when it comes to morals as they do with everything else. They think that people tend to think that they come up with all these things on their own and like that they can do that. And unfortunately, as humans, we have to learn everything from somewhere else.
Okay, but I think the only misunderstanding is that as far as I'm concerned, I'm on an equal level with all other humans at minimum, until they explain to me why I'm not.
Yeah, and that probably was a misunderstanding, like, and that's what I was saying about like the knowing logical fallacies. Like, a lot of times by honing in on our language, we can avoid these fucking misunderstandings that we end up having.
Yes, and I think again is that you just took exception to me picking up on the fact that trained can often mean that people just do things by rote, right? They do it because they were trained to do it, not because they understand it. But let's not go back to that. And I think Vingul here anyway is saying something as regards to, would support maybe something you were saying along the lines of this. Anyway, watching thing is many. I'm not sure. Oh no, at watching trains go by. So he's saying the thing is, many atheists make moral claims based on nothing but facts, and he's saying in inverted commas, and science in inverted commas, but don't actually understand logic. Yeah. There's plenty of atheists who think that, they say sky daddy and this sort of stuff, and that makes them, much more rational and high-minded. And they think that people who believe in God are believing in fairy stories and all this kind of thing. All that is preening their own egos. They've heard other people sound cleverish, and they think, I want to be like that. Dr. Crispy there says, listen, I think you're wrong, JC. Baby I've ever seen a beautiful God. Any baby I have ever seen has a beautiful God-given light in their eyes. Play with them. They have a moral, ethical agency inborn. You give them an object, they take it and give it. Well, look, I suppose that's just the antithesis to sort of say, like, that babies will do the wrong moral thing. But let's not get bogged down. And I don't think you would deny or argue against it. They do. Babies can and do have beautiful dispositions as well.
Yes. Up to a certain point, but like as a parent, like once they get to a certain age, like about about the age where they're able to walk and actually, you know, enforce their physical self on the world. Like that's when you start seeing them take things from other kids, push each other over, and those kind of things like that. As soon as they're physically capable of doing wrong to one another, you have to start correcting them and telling them to stop doing that.
Oh yeah, point taken. I've seen it, and I remember when I was a kid in kindergarten experiencing it exactly. People didn't want to play nice. Um, so Trains Go By says they don't derive their claimed morals from science all the time either, though they have fluid morals that are based on desires and what they believe about history, social norms, etc. Yeah. Oh, you'll find these people, they don't want to get nailed down, pinned down on anything because they know they might want to change their opinion or stated belief depending on the convenience for the situation at the time. They just want to be right. They don't want to know the truth.
Yeah, plus with semantics, it doesn't really matter. They can say the sky is blue today, and 5 minutes later on that same day, say that the sky is, I don't know, black. Yeah, it
Well,
doesn't really matter to them one way or the other because they don't adhere to the law of non-contradiction. It's not a
exactly.
problem.
Exactly. Contradicting themselves on different days is not a problem as long as at that moment they come out appearing to sound right to the audience who doesn't know any better anyway.
Yeah.
Backsmiling, they have a playful sense of ethics and morality, just with the babies. And then Doc Holliday says, "We're all cool here, JC. Nothing personal, bruv." Yeah. So, and bear in mind now, this is going back a little while there. So, I think it's
Yeah, we did get behind, didn't we? Like that's like an hour ago.
yeah. So that's I'm just trying to lace through these. That's the problem with people. They have no foundational base for morals, such as any codified religion cult system. They always default to what they desire to be true, despite science facts. It's innate. If I feel like I'm in danger walking down the street in a hood, I'm usually right. Feelings matter. Oh yeah, well that's a sort of a sixth sense or intuition. But the intuition is always maybe based on experience, but you just haven't drawn it all together. You don't have time. You just sort of say, I don't have time to sit down and work this out in long form. Let's just quicken the pace a little bit.
Well, yeah. In those situations, you typically have to defer to statistics and like, what is the statistical chances of me actually like being mugged in this situation? And I've made clear many times on this stream that, in my opinion, as soon as you walk out your front door, your threat level should automatically raise to orange, and you should assume somebody is trying to plot something against you because at least 70% of the time somebody probably is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, look, that's the intuition thing. You don't have time to sit down, do the calculations, carry the one, all this sort of thing, by which time the danger is upon you. Vingel says you can be
luxury. Like that's an absolute luxury to have that kind of time to go
exactly,
through,
which is why we have instinct and intuition. Yeah. Vingel says you can be trained in longbow shooting without thinking of it as programming in a negative sense or whatever. Yeah, okay. Testify. Huh?
I said that was kind of my point. Like it's it was a situation of like the word can be used both ways, but in this situation it was like how you choose to look at it.
Right.
Rather
trained to shoot a longbow. Yeah, that's different. That's performing an action. Trained to think. That's not the same. But we'll move on. Testify, Doc, lol, but that is based on facts, science, statistics. It's not moral or desire based. It's just good effing sense, lol. Right, and then cool your jets. Well, we cooled our jets, but we won't get back into increasing the jet pressure, right? So, yeah, and Vingel says, lol, I don't think JC got out of hand here. It's just how conversation is sometimes. Watching Trains Go By says, St. Nicholas had a mean right cross, lol. And Doc says, true, V, or very true maybe, he wouldn't last 5 seconds in my stream, lol. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you, or maybe it's me. Vingel says, I remember someone thought my dad and his cousin had a huge falling out over breakfast, but they were just having a discussion. Absolutely no problem to them or me. I think JC is wrong here. Sounds like he believes in the blank slate theory, which is clearly a wrong scientism, faith, belief. I'm not sure if that's the case. Better give you a chance to quick response there, JC. Just keep it quick, though. We'll catch up, okay?
like I'm not 100% familiar on like exactly what the blank slate theory is, but
Well,
no, I
just that
don't believe in a
children.
blank
I just explained. Children
slate.
are empty pitchers. Children are just empty pitchers, and you pour anything you want into them, and then they behave whatever way you want.
No, I don't think that at all. Like, I think that human beings are human beings and that we have some natural tendencies to be logical and direct when we want things. And, I've watched it with children myself. Like I said, as soon as they're able to physically enforce what they want, they will physically enforce what they want, whether it makes the other kid cry or not. It's not until the adult comes in and actually illustrates, like, yeah, the reason you're feeling kind of weird about that is probably because you made them cry, and you shouldn't do that because it's wrong. Then you have to go through all the explanation, and they're probably going to do it 2 or 3 more times, depending on the kid,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I
not a blank slate at all. They are, but as far as morals go, well, I mean, Crispy's been on Jay's stream enough to, like, on that kind of stuff. As far as morals and like what should and shouldn't be done and how I handle this situation, that stuff isn't automatic. Like, you do have to like kind of feel the picture when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, well, I broadly agree, but I'll go a little bit further as well and say that not all children are born equal, and some are born with natural predispositions and certain characters that tend them to act in certain ways already. So that
Yeah.
it's like nature and nurture. It's like the environment shapes the man, or the man shapes the environment. It's a bit of both. There's genetics and epigenetics, and I think there's such a thing as genetic memory. And I think certain children are born with certain predispositions, and it might have to do with what their forefathers and forefathers did, or what temperaments or dispositions
Yeah.
their fathers and mothers might have had. So that then people sort of say, oh, are people then predetermined to be a certain way? No, you can be born with a short temper, but you can learn to control it. Or you can be born being a real nice person and then turn into a real nasty individual because you've had a few too knocks in life.
Yes. And all I'm saying is I would agree with that. And, given, like, if you put a bunch of kids in a room, yes, some of them may turn out to have a beautiful disposition, but then they are going to get preyed upon by those who don't. More than likely.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this happen in nature all the time, and we can watch it happen with humans. It's
Yes.
it's
But we used to have a
across.
civil society, but you can't have a civil society where some people just take what they want by force and other people say, let's have a reasonable debate about it. You can't
Yeah.
mix those two.
No. And I mean, the thing is, unless you have enough of the nice people to get together and force the mean people that are stronger to behave themselves, then the people who are stronger are always going to take the lead and do whatever in the fuck they want.
Yeah, or indeed keep them out of your countries and have borders and have people who are charged with maintaining the integrity of your nation, honest and trustworthy enough to do the job they were elected to do. I'll just say this very quickly. Somebody put it in a very sort of succinct way. They said that they equated the British Isles, or maybe Europe, to be like those islands, like the Galapagos, where there was no, or maybe Australia, where there was no natural predators for certain things, and you introduce a different species onto those islands, and all of a sudden, this invasive species, which has no problem using violence to get what it wants, then essentially sort of says, "Oh, we have prey here who have evolved so much out of the ability to defend themselves that they offer absolutely no defense to our incursions." That's the way they described it. And if we think of ourselves and understand that we are just animals, that's what happens in nature all the time. There's the gray squirrel and the red squirrel, and habitats then just get taken over by the invasive species because the indigenous one never had to put up with or had to deal with a predator in so long.
Yes. Well, I mean, and I do think this is one of the problems that we run into as human beings is you have some human beings that would like to think of us as just animals and other people like to think of us as we're not animals at all. And the truth is somewhere in between. We have these animalistic tendencies that, without being, without being interfered with or, guided in a different direction, they tend to, prefer violence and, strength and power over all else. And
Yeah,
that's how
well,
the world was until about 2,000 years ago when things kind of started to civilize a bit. But,
well, it's far more expedient generally. although the long game they've been playing with the West is to convince them to self-extinguish and just obey whatever they're told, or to be so tied up in knots of confusion that they just look to any authority to tell them what to do and then check every day to find out what they're supposed to believe. You're going to like this comment here. Crispy says, Jay Dyer asked ChatGPT about himself. It told him that he was a flat Earth conspiracy theorist. And Jay has never mentioned flat Earth. It's just repeating what's been programmed into it.
As a matter of fact, I think I can quote Mr. Dyer quite succinctly when he says, yeah, I don't really have an opinion on that because I don't really think it's important enough to really bother with. I mean, we just don't know, and I'm comfortable with saying that I don't know. End quote.
Good. Yeah, well, that sounds like a very sensible thing to say. Crispy says, artificial ignorance, not intelligence.
I would agree with that.
Crispy says, he did a short on it a few months ago, a month or two ago. I think he's saying Jay Dyer did. And Vingo, I think, only joking, is saying Jay Dyer is around Earth Shield, unsubbed. Now, so again, like sometimes it's talking between themselves, but Doc there says, I've never Googled myself or GPT'd myself. How narcissistic can one be? I suppose though, if you did have like several 100,000 followers or 1 million followers, you would be curious to see, like, does the GPT know about yourself? Like, what does it know?
I don't want to know. I don't even like read comments that people leave for me unless like it's a question or something.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, and by the way, I think originally I sent you an email on it, but maybe you didn't get it. But we'll check it out anyway. So I think, at least a couple of weeks ago now, anyway, probably the Think of Something Cooler had a few questions for you, or comments, or nice things anyway, but at least. Oh. Right. There's a lot more there, but I'm just trying to scan through and see what ones need to get put on screen, and watching the trends go, I says, lol, I love when he reads comments from an hour ago that we made about what they were saying, then spend another 15 minutes talking about our comments and about their comments, and 5 hours later, lol. Look, that's exactly it. So then I tell you what, I'm gonna skip forward because we'll never catch up at this stage, and I don't know how I would cope if I had hundreds of thousands of people listening. Do you know what I mean? You just couldn't, right? But I mean, other people seem to manage pretty well. So
I'm not gonna lie, like I somewhat enjoy like watching you, like, well, I guess listening to you like try to get through them, even though like I know there's no way we can, but I know the struggle of trying to be that perfectionist. Like,
right, well there you are, yeah.
Somebody else struggle with it besides me.
Well, maybe there is that perfectionist. I don't want to let anybody down and kind of go like, oh, I made an effort of putting a real good comment there, and you didn't even read it out. You didn't even acknowledge it, didn't even put it on screen.
Sometimes I wish it was just as easy just to like put all of us in a room and allow us to talk to one another, like it, but then it would get all kind of confusing, especially with our internet connection issues.
Yeah, of course that would bring in new problems. But look, if people go to the effort, I want to acknowledge at least their comments. And look, maybe in future it'd be something we can just sort of say, put an at the beginning. I don't know, you want it to be read out. Vingol says, I wonder if they could scan our irises through our phones or computer cams. Well, they definitely can. And sure, like from many years ago, like some phone brought out the feature that you just look at the phone and it unlocks because it recognizes your face. So
those were highly janky at first, like even your kid, someone whose face was vaguely like yours, could unlock your phone. But now with higher definition pictures, that's what I was talking about with the high def, like now it can get really secure.
Yeah, well, it works now. And I'll say the other thing then as well is that I don't know about you guys, but I've been through several airports where you're told stand there, look into the camera, and like that it's like they tell you that it's scanning your iris. So like, and there's nothing you can do. You can't go, oh, I decline to give you that information. Well, then you don't get out of security in the airport. You know what I mean?
And see, they honed all this stuff during the war in the Middle East. They scanned every single person over there that they could get their hands on. That's what they were doing there for 20 years. They're one of the many things they were doing there for 20 years anyway. They were cataloging every person over there. Right, same thing that they've been doing in India for like the past decade is, cataloging one person at a time.
Mm.
Right, same thing they're doing
Well,
with the immigrants. They might not have to take a boot test or any of that, but what they are having to do is they're having to let them get their face, their fingerprints, and everything else in order to get the benefits and allowed to come across the border or whatnot. So, even though it seems like these immigrants aren't paying anything, oh, they're paying. They just don't know it yet.
yeah, well, look, we know that the whole thing since the September event, and then Richard Reed trying to, allegedly set fire and explode his shoes that he was wearing, all this sort of stuff. Now you have to take off your shoes and all that. And other airports you don't, and some airports have been through. I'm like, oh, take off the shoes again, and they have said to me, take off your shoes, and I'm like, yeah, you don't have to take off your shoes here, and they've said to me, why would you need to take off your shoes? And I'm like, all right, fair enough, doesn't matter. I'm not trying. I shouldn't be trying to convince you that I need to take off my shoes, whatever. And they're like, oh, I never heard of that. What's that? And you're like, oh, listen, doesn't matter. I don't want to give you ideas, But it just makes no sense, of course, with the inconsistency across airports. But all of that stuff was a lead up to, oh, well, we have to bring in this body scanner now, and we have to bring in this retina scanner. It's all for your security and safety. Like,
Yeah.
my eye, literally.
That's why I found new travel arrangements when all that kind of stuff started coming in. I mean, my passport's been frozen a minute anyway, so like, who cares?
Yeah,
I've always
look,
known that I would have to find new ways of traveling anyway, so I figured might as well do it early.
But look, the point is that all of this is part of the panopticon, whereby if you're not in, you'll be assumed to be a domestic tourist. I'm saying tourist, and and that basically it doesn't matter if you think that you're agnostic, that you haven't signed up for the chip, or you think they don't, you just have never gone to get any infusions. If it doesn't come up on the screen that you're green, and all these things, then you must be one of these, what do they call them, reluctant or hesitant people, and therefore a bad person.
Yeah, you're
and
dangerous.
Not allowed to travel.
At the very least, they'll call you a bot and say that. They'll call you a bot and say that you're not a real person or whatever because you don't have the credentials to be validated or whatnot. Definitely won't be able to log on to any programs. And like I keep saying, people better get used to being called an outlaw, a domestic tourist, as you say, or whatever. There's going to be all kinds of nasty names that we get called, and I got okay with it a long time ago, but
yeah. Well, look, as Doc there says, 5 hours goes by quickly, and we're over the 5 hours into the 6th hour now. So look, we're going to have to try and really wrap this up. And there's a few other things, right? So as far as OpenAI goes, right, we've talked about what could be considered to be the software or the program part of it, right? And I did wonder, right, what physical platform it was on, and by physical platform, at least what corporation's data centers is hosting it. And because it's not just on one server, it's going to be on lots of different servers, and people are familiar with the term cloud computing, where you basically have distributed storage and computing power, and other things like load balancing across different regions, and also redundancy across different regions, so that I want to invoke again the example of, I think it might have been Superman 3, but maybe it was 2, where Richard Pryor pretends to be the programmer, and then he programs the computer becomes sentient, and then the computer doesn't want to be switched off, and it actually taps into the overhead power lines even when he tries to shut it off, right? Now, I'm mentioning that because it is very analogous to what data centers do now. So they replicate the data. They have not only meshed networks within the data centers, but across data centers as well. Across cities, across countries, across regions, and not just with fiber networks, but also with power. And what they really like to do is establish themselves so that, if it's in Europe or the States, that they will be able to get power from more than one power company, so that they have redundant power from suppliers, not just redundant power to the data center they have an A and a B feed and this kind of thing. So if somebody does get the bright idea to sort of say, right, well, the AI has now become as close as to makes no difference, appears to be sentient anyway, and is now making its own decisions, is game theorying everything. It's messing with our infrastructure. With they claim they couldn't have seen it coming. Well, why did they put no fail-safe like there used to be in an airline that the pilot could take manual takeover? There is no manual override on any of the systems, and they've deliberately removed any human from any part of these processes. So at
Yeah.
some point, somebody's going to say, when it's too late, let's unplug it. I think that is going to be a difficult prospect, because at the very least, it'll mean shutting down probably a lot of power to a lot of people's homes. And people will say, right, fine, no, we don't want to do that. Let's keep the AI. So I'll just say this and then hand it off to you. I know I've said a lot, but I just wanted to get it out there, that from reading around, it seems that it is just part of public knowledge that Microsoft is the corporation that hosts the servers for OpenAI. And when I say servers, it's probably hundreds of thousands of servers across several data centers in many different countries all around the world.
And well, I mean, we've talked about, the fact that I think that Antarctica is, going to be a place for like the main data center, right? Because of its low temperature, like it would keep those hot servers like ice cold. A quantum computer would be able to function best there. Space is not going to work because you don't have like induction. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't have that temperature moving from one place to another in space like you can here. At least that's what they say, right? So like Antarctica would be a great place to put something like that. And they keep going down there for some reason. So that was just a theory I had that is a possibility. But no, I totally get your point. And, while I will say, I do realize the possibility that they could be hyping all this AI stuff up just to scare us into wanting a world government to regulate the thing and keep it from killing us all, right? That very well could be the whole intention. Or it could be that it actually could kill us all, and it really is a problem that they're going to let run wild. And, and it could be that both are true, right? And, I am totally comfortable with saying I'm not, 100% sold one way or the other that either AI is capable of doing all this stuff or that it's not just yet. Because I do know they want a world government and they're willing to use aliens and any other kind of threat they can come up with that will scare people into it. So that could be one aspect to why they're hyping up AI and saying it's so dangerous, but we're doing it anyway. And, but at the same time, they very well could be crazy enough to actually be doing it and creating something that is that powerful. And in that case, yeah, it would, like, you would think that, like, in Age of Ultron or something, like it would, if you tried to destroy it, it would just move itself from one server to the next and run away from you, right? And then it would replicate itself again, and you would constantly be fighting this problem.
Yeah. Well, look, one thing as far as your theory on Antarctica, it is absolutely true that the power used in data centers is I can't say that it's more than the computers to cool it, but probably about roughly half of the power that they use is to cool the computers, cool the servers. So because air conditioning costs so much to run, and it's so wasteful as well that the computers. I mean, some people used to sort of say that what a CPU is, it's a device that generates electricity into heat and maybe computes something as a byproduct occasionally, Now, obviously, things get more and more efficient as they go, but not that efficient, and huge amount of power and water as well, because what they use is in air conditioning is a huge amount of water. But they also use other cooling methods. Won't get into it now. In slightly more temperate climates, where let's say a human being wouldn't necessarily need air conditioning, but it still gets quite hot, like quite warm as well. Anyway, so what they do is they add water vapor to the air, and that sort of brings down the heat. Anyway, turns it into latent heat, and you can do it a little bit, but not too much. Otherwise, you actually start rusting the internal components or causing issues with circuitry, perhaps. But there's ways around that. But without getting into it too much anyway, but you're right that location does matter and they can save a lot of power. And if there was a way in Antarctica of somehow generating power, let's say if there was geothermal type of activity that they could make power from, and then have the servers or the data centers above where they could take in ice cold Arctic air, as long as they were able to regulate that and things, didn't then cause condensation. So if they could regulate the temperature, then yeah, that would be great. And plus, nobody could get to it to pull the plug.
Well, that's going to be my other point is, if you figure you have this quantum computer stack sitting in Antarctica, it's already so cold that it's almost, it's pretty much dry ice cold. Like they're, basically all moisture instantly freezes, right? So, and then you have like a bunch of robot dogs and Lord knows what, like patrolling that place. You'd never get to it. Never. Like you would have to, you couldn't get to it from the air because it'd have drones flying around in the air protecting itself. It'd have ships. It would have the whole nine, and it would quite literally be like going up against the world's most advanced video game boss or something. You know what I mean? But you don't get any extra lives. It would be a nightmare.
Final boss, exactly. Yeah, final boss. But look, it reminds me, and I said before, it's like all these silly science fiction movies that now, like, it seems bizarre that how is all this coming through, and like Janet Yellen couldn't have seen it coming. Like, how could you not have seen all this coming? But this is part of the prison they're building, and they're sort of saying, well, it's just the data centers and it brings employment and it brings all the stuff that we love, whatever Microsoft provide there, Skype and, well, they call their cloud platform Azure, and I see a lot of people use it. Lots of different corporations and private individuals use it. They run their virtual servers on it, and they sell compute power or software as a service. That's a big buzzword they still like using, SaaS, or just SaaS. And so people are so, like with YouTube and Google and everything else, people are so used to it that you might sort of say to them, hey, all of this computer stuff, digital stuff, it's not a good thing. I'll tell you this, right? So probably back in the early 90s, I said to my father, I have a modem and I'm going to bring it into the house and show you what the internet is. And he goes, no, don't want to see it. No, I've heard about the internet. Don't want to know about it. That'll never be in this house. Absolutely never. Right? It'll only increase my phone line cost. And I try to explain to him, no, it's only a local call. And don't care. That's never setting foot in this house. And of course now, like most boomers, he's on it all the time. And I did try to tell him at the time, like, what's it for? Who wants the internet anyway? And at the time they were sort of saying, well, it's different for everybody. Everybody has that sort of unique selling point kind of thing. It was like Steve Wozniak used to talk about, like how whatever was the original spreadsheet was on the Apple or maybe the drawing program. That was the key selling point or the particular application, a killer app. That was the phrase I was looking for. So the same thing with the internet. They all have the things now that they like, whether it's Facebook, whether it's YouTube or whatever, Wikipedia, all these other things. If you said to somebody, listen, the cost is now too high, we have to pull the plug. And people would sort of say, well, listen, it's a small price to pay that AI watches over us all. Sure, is a good thing, really. Better than those politicians, those crooked, incompetent politicians. Why shouldn't we have AI and I can continue with my YouTube and Facebook and whatever is the next iteration? Like, even though it doesn't seem as if the virtual reality worlds that they're trying to build or push through Facebook have taken off, but you never know. They could try another iteration, then it comes off.
See, this is why, like, I talk about, the whole having to become gypsies and, like, roam around like the Israelites in the desert and, like, wait for things to kind of, do what they're going to do. Because, we've seen it over and over again. People are going to capitulate. They're going to take the path of least resistance. They're going to keep their video games and all their junk, because they'll never give up their addiction. Never. Like, they can't even imagine going backwards. I mean, even someone like Jason Burmis, he'll always, before he talks smack about technology, well, for one, he makes his living with it. So obviously, this is one of the things I brought up on his stream, that he and his audience, just refuse to come to terms with. It's like, look, dude, he's got some biases that like everybody's gonna have to come to terms with, just like I or anybody else have biases, right? Like we can't get away from our biases completely. And I've seen his, you know, before he talks smack about technology, he always validates it with, oh, it can be used for good and evil. It's like, well, yeah, it can. All double-edged swords are like that. But the thing is, like any double-edged sword, one edge can be infinitely sharper than the other, right? And that's what people don't tend to look at. They don't want to let go of their addiction because they can't see it for how dangerous it actually is, right? They don't understand that they can't use the One Ring to defeat Sauron. The only way to defeat Sauron is to destroy the One Ring in the first place. And then you start to look back at the story of Atlantis, how they were creating chimeras, how there was a war between two factions that was threatening to tear the empire apart, and all these different things that was going on in the empire right before the flood happened. You start to understand why maybe the flood was the only way to get past the point that they were at, right?
Yeah.
Like if they had the same technology we have now, then you can see exactly why a flood would have to happen, because if you're trying to destroy all this stuff, that would be about the only way it could be done.
Right. And the other famous analogy, could be thought of one anyway, is the destruction of the Tower of Babel, which, as I say, could be analogous to it was a great data center linking all the world and had all this technology. And people sort of said, look, we can't convince people to just, use it judiciously or act responsibly. So what we're going to have to do is take this thing out of everybody's hands and destroy the whole thing. And hopefully, if we start from scratch again, that we'll take a different path, follow the algorithm of humanity, maybe, so that it comes with a different outcome. But we seem to be back at the same juncture again,
Yes.
whereby they're leaving us no option but to physically destroy it.
Yeah. And I mean, I like that's what we tend to do. Like we tend to live out these cycles, right? Like they don't necessarily, repeat themselves exactly, but they do rhyme an awful lot, don't they?
Yeah,
It happens over and over again, and it's due to man not taming his own nature. Like
well,
because we
that's it. Yeah,
consistently keep thinking these same stupid patterns and then acting them out, we wind back up at the same spot, which just shows how insane mankind is, really.
yeah. Well, look, not for the first time anyway. Man has felt like that. At the beginning of the 1900s, there was this British politician who was saying the lights are going out all over Europe. He thought it was the end of the world. Every generation, of course, to some extent, thinks it's the end of their particular era. And we are, as they say, going into the age of Aquarius. Maybe it starts 2050, who knows? They were singing about it at least in the 60s anyway, where we go into this age of enlightenment. And I know a lot of people are of the opinion that no, we can just change into this new paradigm and we can have a parallel society that stays out of the matrix but use it for our own good and this kind of thing. I know that there's a lot of people who will want to be in this matrix now, and they absolutely will fight tooth and nail to retain it. And I think a big part of it is because I'm going to sound like an elitist here, but the vast majority of people don't really have much to add to the world. I don't think that there's a great chance that many people who are born are going to invent the next great thing and all this sort of stuff. So that I think those people know it themselves as well, and they know that without the technology in their hands, that they'd feel exposed, and that they don't want to have to make it on their own particular set of skills or lack of skills or lack of ability to do much at all, if anything, because they've never really wanted to try and build anything, or they've never thought about how they might go about building something if they wanted to. So they'd much rather stay in the comfort and convenience paradigm, and they don't want people to unplug this nice big shiny toy that's being I suppose coalesced into this, what we know is going to be the AI that controls all aspects of our societies, of the global society.
Yeah.
But just in regards to examining then what you might call the nuclear option or the deluge option, or the destroy it all and put it back to the Stone Age, like a lot of our guys would sort of say, no, do not bring us back to the Stone Age. We don't have to get rid of our technology. I'd be more on the side of, and maybe I shouldn't say what I'm on the side of, like, so Well, I think I would have to learn, right? Or maybe I'm one of these people who sort of say, look, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees, So maybe people would sort of say, yeah, well, you can go off and die then as well, but we don't want to die. We want to keep our technology that keeps us alive. If you want to say where you might feel on that divide, assuming it would ever be possible to plug out the AI ever from now, even from now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from my perspective, like I'm only going to be here interacting with this technology, like up until they ask for something I'm not willing to give, right? Like right now, like I'm not having to give my retinal scan or any of that kind of stuff to interact with it. But at the moment that they ask me to do that, I'm not going to do that anymore. And I am like, I'm about fighting this either way, whether it means my death or not, and a lot of people, most people are not going to be with that. They don't even realize how much danger they're in, and they won't until it's too late. And, as far as that divide goes, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I don't trust my fellow human beings to use anything this powerful for good enough to balance out the evil that's going to be done with it. Like, because I've watched it happen. We've learned from history, even the current form of history, if you take it on its face value, even that shows that mankind repeatedly does the same thing over and over and over and
Yeah,
over again. Never learn our lesson. So it's like if you create something that powerful, it's going to attract evil people, because not evil people are kind of lazy and not really about like worrying about that kind of stuff. They're not going to be worried about it, and the evil people are just going to take it over, and then they're going to do evil things with it, and then we're going to be left like, oh no, what do we do? This happens every time, every time.
yeah.
People
Well,
go,
look,
look how much good nuclear energy has done. It's like, oh, look how many people like were killed with it. Like, look
yeah,
how much
well,
toxic waste has been dumped everywhere due to it, that's leaking into the oceans and everywhere else. It's like,
yeah, it's almost like that they do all this haphazard stuff on purpose. Well, as far as the particular version of artificial intelligence, which seems to be at the forefront of everything now, or it's the hottest and latest greatest thing. Maybe it won't turn out to be the one that ends up ruling them all, but it seems as if this is the forerunner at the moment. And again, I just want to underscore the Microsoft connection here, because I know that people know about Bill Gates, and I know that people who know don't particularly like him very much. However, what I want to say is that officially he's not even in the corporation anymore anyway, even though he might still have a lot of shares in it. Sundar Pichai, is that the guy's name? I have to check again now. I don't know why I forgot that, but now I'm suddenly doubting myself. Um, yeah, no, that's the Google guy, but it's another Indian in charge of the. I don't know why I forget his name, in charge of Microsoft at the moment. Do you know his name offhand?
I want to say his last name, Nadella.
Yeah, Satya Nadella. That's it. Satya
Yeah.
Nadella. Right. So another Indian fella anyway. But so people, I just want to underscore this, because people, when they think about all the tech, they think about YouTube and Google, and they think about Facebook, and maybe they might even think of Amazon Web Services and things like that. Because I know that people know about Bill Gates being, allegedly, not a good guy and all this sort of stuff, right? Let's just say allegedly for the sake of it. But I get the sense that definitely the normies, and maybe even a lot of our guys, keep forgetting and overlooking Microsoft in all of this. And here's, I think, the big thing, right? That if they are the platform for OpenAI, and uh, as far as I can remember reading somewhere, that Microsoft called, well, I know that they call their cloud computing platform Azure, Azure, or Azure, if you prefer. That blue color that's supposed to evoke the clouds or the sky, right? They
Yeah.
did one time call their online storage SkyDrive, but they got sued by Sky Broadcasting, so they had to call it OneDrive. But anyway, they called every company has business units, and so it's not just, of course, there's many different corporations, outside corporations, and their own internal different sub companies, really, business units. And so one of them was just called cloud services or something along those lines,
Mm.
or cloud and compute services, this kind of thing. In 2018, when they sort of tied up or went into this collaboration with OpenAI, because I don't think it's just OpenAI said, "Oh, who can host our software here?" Could Amazon Web Services do it? Could Google? I think it's more than that. I must look into it more whether Microsoft, put funding into it, because it just sort of says that Elon Musk left, and then Sam Altman put his own money in and decided. I think Microsoft must have done some funding. So because I don't think it's just OpenAI paying Microsoft to host their services. Anyway, it must have been very shortly after that in 2018, Microsoft renamed its cloud services to Cloud and AI Services. So it's not just that they happen to be hosting one of many things being AI. One of their services that they hosted changed the whole direction of Microsoft's cloud business.
Yeah. And I mean, it like I most certainly haven't overlooked them because, I understand how the game works. There's the left will not take anything from Elon Musk or anything he's affiliated with. Correct? Okay. Well, the right aren't going to take anything from Bill Gates. But you swap those around, you see, and you start to get an overlap, right? It like everything else, they give you two opposing sides. It's just like when I was a kid, there was a show, Bill Nye, and then there was I was kind of an older kid by the time this came out, but it was like Bill Nye and Beatman's World. That's what it was, right? I remember watching that with my little sister and all that kind of stuff, and it was decidedly the same show, but it had two different flavors, right? One was more kind of zany and crazy, and dude talked with a Brooklyn accent and all that kind of stuff. And the other guy and his lab was kind of, cluttered and stuff. And then you had the other guy who was more pressed and neat and tidy and more like a professor you would expect, right? Okay. So you have right there them playing into the dialectic. You got the working man's guy, and then you got Bill Nye over here, who's the liberal guy, right? And they do everything like this. They're going to give you two options. They're going to give you the Muskernuts version and the Billy Gates version. Same thing with the brain chips. Like Musk is working on it, going through your skull to put one in, and Microsoft is working on putting one in through your jugular vein or something like that. So you're always going to be offered options, right, to give you the illusion of choice.
Yes. Well, look, I'm conscious now that we're coming to we've gone beyond 5.5 hours. So look, I guess I wanted to sort of say, look, remind people, keep an eye on Microsoft, because as far as I'm concerned, then Microsoft might as well be ChatGPT and OpenAI. And we know that they know that their Tay.ai went rogue on them as far as they're concerned. So it's another way of knowing that if there's going to be a political or cognitive bias in OpenAI, Microsoft have a hand in that bias too. And
Yes.
Their home ground is, well, Seattle, Redmond there in Washington State. And if in case people don't know, the way that it is up there is that I don't think you'd find a registered Republican.
Not I'm just a few hours north of them right now, and I can pretty well tell you, yeah, that's blue as it's going to get down there.
Exactly, right. So the thing is that, and none of them can recognize their cognitive bias. We know that the way the Democrats and the left are incapable of ever saying, gee, I wonder if I could be wrong about anything, or maybe I'm not fully impartial. They go, no, I am correct. So look, the technology is in the hands of people who are, you could sort of say, look, more or less the same people who will vote for Joe Biden because that's the guy they're voting for, and we just have to beat the Republicans or beat the conservatives or whatever. To them, it's just a game that they have to win at all costs. So again, the technology is in the hands of people who won't use it fairly if they have an option to use it unfairly.
Well, I mean, the sad thing is, if it was in the hands of the right, it wouldn't be used fairly. They tend to do the same stuff to own the libs, right? Like, it's the same game that I watch both of them play. They both get on their pedestal, they both preach from it, and try to act high-minded. And yes, I will say I do prefer the right-hand side of the fence, because they at least believe in objective truth, and I can talk to them like a normal human being while I don't even speak the same language as the left. I mean, I can, I'm fluent in lefty like retard, but excuse my French, but I don't. It's not something I really enjoy. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, for
And
sure, yeah.
you know, but still, either way, I'm cognizant of the fact that if the right had control of it, they would just use it to do nasty things to the left in exchange. Like this is, I'm reminded of that quote from Jay Gould in like the 1860s, where he said, no worries, we can always pay one half of the poor to kill the other half, right? So it's always this game where they play you off of one another to get what they want. And it's no different with ChatGPT and OpenAI, or, Musk's chip or Microsoft's chip, or, well, I mean, with Musk and his X platform and everything, well, I mean, he and Sam Altman have ties to one another. And then Bill Gates has ties to Sam Altman as well. So, like, all these people are interconnected with one another. And when it comes down to it, all of this technology will work together seamlessly. It's all working towards a symbiosis to where, like, there can be only one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
eventually, one company will come out on top, basically, and overtake the other. In a way, like, it's kind of like Google and iPhone are now. Like, Google Android phones way outsell iPhone, and iPhone hasn't been really innovating very much lately. And now they're saying they're not, here in the next few years, they're not even going to make iPhone handsets anymore. They're going to
Oh,
be just with the chips and stuff. So, right there shows you that like, Microsoft lost the smartphone game, and now they're going to try and beat. They're going to try to be the first one to the brain chippy game, but it's still just them having a friendly competition, like a game of chess, like we talked about before. They're not
yeah.
really enemies. They work together, and at the end of the day, they will always work together.
Right. Well, thanks for doing your best there to be impartial and magnanimous about the whole left-right divide. What I'll just say then as well, like as far as my closing remarks on this is tying something else in here, and that's the the idea that they will always set up the counter narrative so that either which way everybody gets funneled to the same destination. And in regards to that, of course, it's the alternative platforms. Nothing has changed. Like, as far as we're still on the same trajectory. And I put a community post in my channel there yesterday, linking to a video by a fellow called Brendan Lee O'Connell, where he has recently watched a video by Amazing Polly, who you'll have to go to the alternative platforms to watch. And both of them, so both his channel, or sorry, both his video has some interesting information about connections between alternative people, like say in the alt-right or whatever, including Jordan Peterson, and how I think it's pretty much proven beyond any doubt now that he is in basically just a slightly different consortium of people who absolutely intend to get us to exactly the same place. So my attitude to all of this is that the only way to fix this or to prevent any of this is to accelerate this absolutely at breakneck speed into the wall or off the ravine, but knowing that we will be, worst case scenario, back into the Stone Age or Agrarian Age. But I think that most people, even on our side, don't want that. So I think I'm in the very much minority there. But Amazing Polly anyway has a couple of videos. If you go check her out wherever you can, and she not only talks about Jordan Peterson but also how some of the guys who you wouldn't necessarily want to trust either, like Peter Thiel and other guys like that who are at the forefront of, let's say, Rumble and Locals. Locals and Rumble are pretty much just different. They've split up some aspect of the business, but they're more or less the same thing. So if you want more information on all that, on how that's just the other path for us, it's just it's a trap. It's the same thing. It all gets us to the same place. And Jordan Peterson there, we did a video there on Terence McKenna, a little while ago, a few months ago, and his brother was interviewed by Jordan Peterson recently, and they seemed to be talking about the idea of taking drugs, whether it be LSD or others, in order to help you expand your mind and your perceptions and permanently alter your sense perception on things. And Jordan Peterson didn't seem to be warning against this. He seemed to be promoting it as a good thing. So again, I mean, he seems to be playing a role very similar to these sort of fake shamans and that kind of thing, all the woo-woo that he peddles, all the talk about archetypes and mythology and all this. It's all just, he says, I'll give them a different narrative, but we'll get to the same place. So that's my closing remarks. And if people want to have a look at those things which I've linked, and you can get to it from my community tab. First of all, look at Brendan Lee O'Connell, or maybe you want to go just look at last few amazing poly videos, and that, I think, fill in more of this picture, and you can see how it relates to where we're going with AI. So that's it. Any last words from yourself there, JC, before we sign off?
Well, first off, I'd like to tell everybody thank you for hanging around for our rather long-winded conversation as usual. And I really enjoyed it as always, and I'll be glad to do it next weekend. As I was saying to you before, like, I do want to do that Jack the Ripper, or at least touch on that, as well as some other things from the Victorian era that are relevant to this whole thing. Talking about our fellows from the Fabian Society and how all these things might or might not interplay with one another at some point. And there were some people who have already said that they would like to tune in for that one, so I don't want to let them down on it. So in the next couple of weeks or so, I'd like to touch on it, if you don't.
Okay, well, let's see. Yeah, let's see if we can combine the Fabian Society and Jack the Ripper.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of the idea, along with maybe touching on some of the serial killers that come after that, and how there's like a through narrative going on there, where they're consistently being used to get social change and new laws put into place. Let's see.
Well, I can certainly see the relevance of all that. It absolutely ties back into what we've been talking about as well. We're always being pushed along a narrative to get us to a place.
And as far as the accelerationism thing, I'm not very popular with a lot of people I know, because I take very much the same position. I don't really see any way out of this other than letting them crash the car, right? Like, they're never going to understand that they don't know how to drive well enough to be trusted with it until they crash it and break their teeth, right?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you can't appeal to people's better nature when they don't have one to sort of say you must use self-restraint. So a lot of these guys here are saying they really enjoyed the stream. Joey, Doc Holiday, and somebody else there I missed. But anyway, I want to also just say very briefly there that I saw some commentary about Reg from Alaska, or 907 AK. Anyway, that channel there, he does live streams on, oftentimes on a Saturday, and we might have gone into his time, but I think they were saying that his channel hasn't been cancelled. It's just that he's somehow locked himself out of it. So I hope he's able to fix whatever issue he has there, and he's able to regain access to his own channel.
I do pray he does. We don't need any lost time. We're already coming up rather short in that area. I don't figure we probably have, but at the very least, maybe the rest of the year before they implement this stuff that's going to boot all of us off of here. So,
All right, well, puts a fire underneath us, then we'll see what we can get done in that time, if it does happen. Right, well, I'll say thanks to everybody for listening, and if you've stayed for the whole nearly 6 hours, amazing stamina, and thanks anyway for anybody who listened at any stage throughout and at any stage on the playback in the future. thanks again, JC, for a good conversation, always stimulating. And I know it goes in all directions, but that is a good thing. We just have to try and keep it, steer it back to the the debate or the talk or the discussion, every so often. Reluctantly pull on the reins and bring it back in if we can, but I appreciate it. And
I
we'll
think
talk to
that's
you.
why it's so fun, though. Like, we never know exactly where it's going to go, and it always goes to very interesting places. So, I wouldn't change any of it for the world, really.
Yes, believe it or not, even though we might have a vague idea what we're going to talk about, it might prepare a few things, I don't think it'll come as a surprise to people that this isn't scripted,
Yeah, far from it. Like, I can fly from the seat of my pants. I will say I do prepare some. I do take notes and things like that to help me remember. I've been bonked on the head a few times. I can't just remember everything. I'm not a computer. As much as I'd like to be one sometimes, I'm not. But
yeah, well,
I don't prepare very much.
it's the imperfections that keep us human. All right, I'll say cheers again and all the best and talk to you next week.
All right, bud. See y'all later.